So call you yellow. Yes. Yeah, easy. So
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the USA 2023 edition of the one and only Internet 2.0 conference. Is everyone awake? I am your host, Lila, and I am thrilled to be here with you today and take you through a mind-blowing agenda of panel discussions, keynote sessions, recognition sessions, and so much more. Today we are among leading IT experts who have gathered today to exchange ideas and advancements in the field of IT and technology. This is where innovation begins, and it's a fantastic opportunity for our attendees to network with the experts, learn concepts, and build lasting connections with them. I am so excited to commence our first session for the day, but before that, I would like to extend my gratitude to our silver sponsors, Safe Partner Inc. and Vernacular Games. On behalf of the Internet 2.0 conference team, I would like to thank you for being such great supporters of this event. Before we dive in, I would like to remind you all to keep sharing live updates with your loved ones and keep the hashtag Internet, the number two, CONF going. We would love to be in the loop of all your fun-filled conversations on social media. All right, starting off with a very interesting topic, one that is at the core of all tech firms and IT developments today. I think you guessed it. We are amidst an artificially intelligent tech era. Let's see, where the employability of our AI in daily tasks is increasing day by day. The question is, can AI surpass human creativity? I think it's time to find out. Our first panel discussion of the day is titled, The Possibilities of AI. Can it outperform human intelligence and imagination? And to present their esteemed insights, we have a distinguished panel of experts.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Kushika, and I'll be moderating this panel. And I'm going to start with our panelists here, experts in the field, and they're each going to introduce themselves. So we'll start here with Nestor.
All right, thank you, David. Thank you for being here. My name is Nestor Gandara. I'm Principal Partner Solution Architect at Amazon Web Services, based out of New York City. And I'm building, I would say, services and growing the business of their companies, helping them to transform their companies. And yeah, so this is what I'm doing at AWS. I've been there more than 5 years right now, but I have more than 20 years of experience on the IT domain.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, Adam.
Hi, sorry. I'm Adam. I'm the founder and designer at Polyform Studio, where we design all types of consumer products for big brands, startups, enterprises, with a real focus on emerging technology. So AI, AR, VR, all these different new and emerging tech.
And Roger.
Yes, good morning. I'm Roger Sands. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Rybot. YBot focuses using AI technology on Wi-Fi automation. It's a real powerful technology. We're the leader in this space, automatically identifying Wi-Fi performance issues for enterprise customers around the globe, 24/7. Prior to YBot, I ran HP's global Wi-Fi business for 7 years and been in the networking IT space for over 30 years.
Great. So we know that we have 3 experts in the field, and we're going to talk about this new technology that is on everybody's minds, regardless of what industry we're working in. I think. So the first question we have, the topic of discussion, is in which specific areas does AI currently surpass human intelligence, and where does it fall short? So we'll start with Nestor's answer.
Sure. I would say there are several domains where the artificial intelligence surpass the human intelligence. For instance, data processing and pattern recognition is a specific area where the AI can process massive amount of data quickly, effectively, and also without having mistakes during the process. As well, where you have complex calculations or repetitive tasks. AI systems can automate repetitive tasks, such as, for example, data entry or image labeling, where the AI systems cannot get boring, right? So, and they can get fatigued or tired. So, without having specific mistakes or human mistakes or errors. There is also a specific area where I'm seeing, based on my experience, a lot of trend, that is the language translation and the document processing, where AI systems can process hundreds, even thousands of documents in quickly and in minutes, right? So it's something that is pretty impossible for the humans. These are the I would say main domains that I see now in the market, where the AI is surpassing the human intelligence. And I would say on the other side, the domains or areas where the human intelligence, the AI is falling short or behind the human intelligence, could be domains where you need feelings or you need personal experiences, where you need to create new things, and the humans are much better thinking out of the box and creating new things than the AI right now. Correct?
Yep. Next.
So I wanted to give a live example because we've had the opportunity at my company to go through the transition. What I mean by that is when I was at HP running their global Wi-Fi business, I would have engineers going on site, right, to visit hospitals, visit retail, warehousing, school districts, et cetera, around the globe, solving complex Wi-Fi performance issues, which I think we all agree it's the on-ramp to the internet, right? We're all dependent on Wi-Fi these days. And so it's business critical. We have patient monitoring systems, robots in manufacturing for automation. So it's an exciting space. The challenge with it is we have these intermittent, unfortunately, performance issues because we're talking about shared airspace. So for 7 years, I had my team out in the field, right? So we were doing this, solving these problems manually, using the latest equipment and technology. So that's when my co-founder and I left HP because we said we have to change the game. But we've got to move to automation. We've got to take something that's available in terms of compute, in terms of intelligence, and automate this experience. And that's what we've done. So it's exciting for us, me as a CEO and our team, to see what AI can do, right, this technology, because as you heard just a minute ago, we can process thousands and tens of thousands of packets per second, data that's flowing over the airspace. I can capture everything in this room from all the devices in real time and analyze it in real time. And when we do this manually, it would take hours and days and yes, even weeks to solve this challenging problem. So now when we see the AI in action, it's a game changer, right? So yes, obviously I wanted to give you that use case to show you that it's incredible technology. It's not for everything, and we'll talk more about this on this panel, but clearly it's a tremendous value, and we're helping global enterprise Fortune 500 companies with the AI technology to automate and streamline IT operations.
Great. Just to add on the second part of the question, so where do you think that maybe it does fall short at the moment?
Yeah, I'm just going to second what was already mentioned here, and we'll talk more about that.
Yeah.
But AI is based on algorithms and what was provided into the system from a computer point of view, and it's not the same as humans, right? Where we're observing and learning constantly and how we process information. As we get more into neural networks and stuff, it's going to get more advanced for sure. Mm-hmm. But today it's nowhere near where we can process and analyze because of our constant learning capabilities.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, these are some great examples, and I gotta just echo what you guys are saying. Great for anything data related. Whenever you've got huge packets of information that need to be, analyzed very quickly and at scale. Super good. Me, I'm in a creative field, so we design software, we design applications, and there's not a lot yet in the automation of that type of work, but we can see it, especially in marketing, where you already have things like A/B testing, running the optimization of ad cycles, or, various layouts for landing pages and stuff like that, conversion rates. These things are ripe for optimization for AI already, and the tools are starting to roll out now. When it comes to like visual design and actual UX design and UI design and stuff like this, I think that, or even physical product design, there's huge opportunity for AI to streamline a lot of those systems, because there's already great standards created by humans in place that these, AI tools could come in and automate and streamline and optimize very easily. The tools, in my field of design are still in very early days. It's much better at ones and zeros and numbers for sure. But it's really exciting. I think there's a lot of creative people that kind of have their backs up against the wall, maybe more on the art side of things, and I think that's where the tools are not living up to human intelligence or creativity yet. You look at tools like Midjourney or DALL-E or something like this, where they're taking a lot of inputs from artists and art history and stuff like this, and kind of making really great imagery and stuff on the output. But it's just remixing what's already out there, right? It's not really creating anything net new, and I think it'll be a long time before it can do that. But I think that human AI hybrid workflows in art and creativity and design are definitely coming soon, and I think the outputs will be richer for it.
Yeah, I just attended this same conference in Dubai, and this topic, of course, was number one. And I think at the end of the day, what most people do agree upon is exactly what all three of you said, the hybrid, because the AI intelligence is only as good as what is inputted into it. But at the same time, at this moment anyway, nothing can substitute for actual human interaction. But finding like the mix of the two is where I think the industry is right now, and that's very exciting with all of it. So that will lead us to our next question, which is, can AI truly exhibit creativity, as you touched on, creativity or imagination similar to humans, given that it operates based on algorithms and data?
That is a great question, and I think it's a tough question as well. I will rephrase that question a little bit, saying, can the AI or the algorithms, the AI is based on algorithms and data, harbor the human intelligence creativity? So that is, I think, the key question here. The AI can build things, and they can, I would say, create new ideas based out of experiences and thousands of examples, right? So, but they are not, I would say, because there are some examples like artwork or music. They can create that. This is creativity. But at the end, they are doing replication of something. It's a mimic, okay? The AI, they don't have feelings. they don't have, I would say, personal experiences. They are getting examples, and based on algorithms, they are training, and they can produce something that is pretty similar. Sometimes we say, oh, that is really something new. They are inventing something, right? But at the end, the humans, we are much better on this space right now, on this domain. And I believe that, they are getting better, they are getting smarter, that is true, but still having this kind of gap between both, right? I don't know what my colleagues thought about that. No.
Good.
So a quick comment here. If you think of innovative technologies that have taken place just in the last, couple decades, when we talk about the smartphone, right, and just this innovative technology, AI is not there, right? I mean, AI, as we've talked about, has the ability to learn very quickly, to understand the data that's been fed into it, process it, analyze it faster than humans, etc. But when you're talking about, when I think of creativity, and we have an expert over here, but when I think of creativity, I'm thinking about innovation of brand new concepts, right? What's going to change the world and how we operate, whether it's in our personal lives, our work lives. And so when we're talking about this type of innovative technology, it takes obviously a human type of creativity to push the envelope to come up with these ideas. And, from my point of view and observations out there, we're not there with AI because it's leveraging, again, data sets and knowledge that we already have. And even though it can adapt to those data sets and knowledge, that's different than thinking ahead and saying, what's an innovative technology that's going to change how we live and work on a daily basis?
Yeah, I would totally agree with all of that. I think that when you think about creativity, it's often not just coming up with a new idea, but coming up with a new idea that is beyond the obvious. So we can take, Facebook, and everybody has dogs and loves dogs. Facebook for dogs, great idea. But and that's kind of how AI works today. It's kind of taking a bunch of different things, mashing them up. Here it is. It's just remixing. But then to kind of dive deeper down the rabbit hole of a new concept and discern something that isn't obvious at first, or the value isn't obvious at first, I think is right now outside of the realm of what AI can do, or what it's optimized for anyways. That's an algorithm unto itself, though, right? Like eventually we'll be able to say, like, take all these inputs, come up with these ideas, and then discern what is like the least likely to be successful and put that against the most likely, and model it out and see what happens. And we'll learn new things by using these models and using them to hybrid our creativity. But as long as it's just data in, ideas out, it's always just going to be kind of a remix of what we already have. But I think super exciting to think about using this as an assistant to creativity over time and in the future.
Right, and just to kind of follow up with what you were talking about, so as a creative person myself, right, I do agree whereas what is needed is to be able to use this technology to be able to push things forward. Where the creative side comes in, I feel like a lot of times, if we're using AI for business and things like that, it can problem solve and make things quicker and all that. But again, like we're not at that point where it can itself come up with new ideas. It's always taking humans to do that. In the creative arts, though, so much of that, even in this day and age, is a lot of things are derivative of other things, right? Which is fine. I mean, that's how the arts evolve, over time. But do you really think it'll get to the point where it will be able to maybe come up? So instead of my input, write a Jerry Seinfeld episode based on whatever, or create a painting, that's kind of like Chagall. Do you think maybe we're able to get to the point of less information? For example, like create a modern Art Deco idea about something?
It's a mind-blowing road to go down. I mean, someday will I be able to say, look at all this category of musical comedies and take all this information about Mormonism, and would it be able to come up with the Book of Mormon and it be as funny as the Broadway show? I don't know, but it would probably be able to come up with a less funny version, and then collaboratively we can kind of coax the comedy out of it, hopefully. But I feel like, maybe it's 10 years from now, maybe it's 20 years, 30 years, but eventually, I feel like we're beyond the exponential curve. At this point, you have to say yes. Eventually, it will be able to do some level of these things, for sure.
I wonder what happened people said, 40 years ago, based on T.S. Eliot's poems about cats, and see what happened to that. So moving on to our next question is, which industries are primed for AI integration, and which will likely be slow to adapt?
Right. So in terms of industries, I would say the ones that are adapting fast the AI are the ones that are at the forefront utilizing the AI, right, as an accelerator, right? I will say, of course, technological companies are there, that we know that, but industries like healthcare, they are significantly progressing on this specific area, where they are using the AI for example, medical analysis, clinical trial optimization, genomics, these kind of things. And also, I mentioned before the document processing. I saw a lot of use cases in the healthcare and license domain where they are using document processing, where you can extract faster all the context, understand more or less the sentiment or the documents, and also medical language. That is really, really a good advance there. Another domain, I will say, that is finance and banking, where they are really, they are leading this area right now, where they are using for fraud detection, personalized finance products, any kind of risk assessments, and so on. I really think that is a great accelerator for them. Everything around the security, that is also a piece that we don't mention too much, but I think security always is priority zero for all the companies right now, and we need to really keep safe our data, right? And you are training your models to make them, I would say, smarter, but it's important to really keep safe our data in our company. The technological companies, they have third-party tools. They have their own personal, I would say, their own company tools that they can protect your data against any kind of hacking or attack, okay? And another domain, I will say that is the manufacturing and the robotics for sure. And manufacturing, I saw this year, this 2023, where the companies in the manufacturing domain, they are using now, for example, supply chains, and they are using AI in the supply chains, where you can forecasting the stock in your different sites before that is going to be running out of stock. That is really, really awesome. You can understand that, and also you can order the stock before you are running out of the stock there. So I think these are the main industries. There are two more industries, but they are, I would say, behind in terms of adapting the AI technology, and that is my personal opinion based on my experience, but are the agriculture and construction. But the challenge here is the collection of the data, because it's unstructured data. And integrate this data, collect this data, transform this data to understand, get these, I would say, recommendations. This is the tough part of the process. That is what I saw. I don't know.
Next.
Yeah, I would not only cover the verticals, which was just covered, vertical market segments, but I think maybe the obvious area that we're focused on is technology, right? I mean, AI, if you think about it, is coming from technology sectors. So the sectors that are dependent on technology, everything from your personal homes, right? I mean, Alexas and these type of personal devices are already using this technology, right? And there's a natural transition, right, from technology and how it's used because we're processing volumes of information, right? All the communication that we have on a daily basis to the internet and how we process this information, and information is power, right? So being able to process information and the digital transformation is a natural transition in where you're seeing a lot of AI technology, which covers into the banking sector and the healthcare sector, et cetera. And it's just because that's a smoother transition than what we already talked about when you get into creativity, right? And that type of process, it's not that we aren't using technology there, but since the primary benefit short term is volumes of information and being able to process that and learn from that and take, corrective actions, et cetera, then the broader spectrum of just where we're maximizing digital technology and at the workplace is where I see the natural, selection today being used.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the industries where you feel like they're kind of slow to get there, maybe won't get there at all?
Well, I think, as I said, when we're in the creativity space, right, when we're in, there's market segments where technology is not at the forefront.
Right.
If you look at even, in the legal space, right, there's still a heavy adoption in the legal space where they're not necessarily pushing the envelope in technology, right? There's a whole, and so there's segments like that where it's going to take longer. It's going to happen, as you heard.
I agree,
We're asking about where it's going to happen sooner than later, where we're going to progress the fastest. So that's what I see.
Great deal, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think any industry where there's already a great wealth of well-formatted data, is right for optimization with AI. Obviously, on the other end of the spectrum, creative stuff is just going to take longer to get there. I think, just kind of reversing the order, talking about where, it's falling behind. I think something, not enough people think about as like heavily regulated sectors, and like it's great that we can have self-driving cars and stuff, but if none of the insurance companies will insure them, then who knows how long it'll take for it to actually hit mass adoption. And the same could be said for robotics or warehousing or any of these things, really, where you have new systems working with humans, and those humans need to be insured for something, and heavily regulated things like insurance, or you mentioned law. These other sectors are just going to take longer to create new bureaucratic structure around these new tools, especially at the pace that they're moving, right? It's we can barely keep up in this room, and we're all people who are in the know. We're working with these things, and we're building with them all the time. And with some industries that you would think would be laggards, like we're working with mining companies and other people like this, kind of construction adjacent type companies who have a wealth of formatted-ish data, but it's going to be healthcare and even finances and stuff, where there's this huge layer of bureaucracy in place that's not going to move out of the way anytime soon to start using these AI tools. And I think that's really going to be what slows it from having the kind of big global impact that everybody's excited / worried about. And then, as I feel like these guys covered a lot of where it's really going to optimize workflows. Logistics is a huge one too. We did a project with Shell a couple of years ago where we were working with them in Manila, trying to optimize their logistics management around the city with the worst traffic on the planet. And you can imagine what kind of issue it is trying to get a truck from a warehouse to somewhere else to somewhere else. This is ripe for AI optimization. There's all types of interesting stuff you can do there, responding to traffic patterns and things of this nature. So I think there's lots of ripe opportunity. Regulation is going to get in the way. The creativity space, I think, is actually
more ripe for disruption than people might think. Like this writer's strike going on in Hollywood right now. Definitely, we're working with a bunch of media companies that are looking pretty heavily at ChatGPT and stuff to start writing episodes and start, getting the film industry back on track and stuff. And it does a pretty good job, it does a pretty passable job. Some TV shows are pretty poorly written, so, those writers might need to be worried. And then, on the design side, for things like physical product design and manufacturing, where you're just taking a product that's already being built and adding a feature to it or something, using an AI workflow there really speeds things up, reduces margin for error, which is kind of the biggest problem in manufacturing. Architectural design as well, right? Taking a lot of the monotony out of things like architecture and engineering and being able to streamline that process. But again, it's like there'll be regulatory concerns around a building that was like designed by and engineered by AI, and will it be up to code and things? And we can use the current structures in place, but there'll also need to be a whole new set of rules that come to light, and those will take time for sure.
Yeah, and also, again, when I was in Dubai and we were talking about this subject, one of the ideas that came up, speaking of regulation, is how different countries and different sections of the world will be trying to regulate how this goes. So that'll be interesting to see how it goes. So we're getting close to time. So if you'd like to give us like a summary, kind of wrap up your ideas about this technology and where we're going, and we'll go from there.
Sure, I can start. I will say that that is something that is here, right? And we need to use it for accelerate our work. So what I see now is the companies that they are adopting AI or generative AI, they are using to optimize their daily job. So not to replace people or resources, it's more optimize and I would say grow their business using this technology. I think that is the key that we need to focus on and keep the radar in these areas where we mentioned before that are now is a challenge for the AI to surpass the human intelligence, like areas where the emotions are there, the experiences are there. You need to be creative and also maybe you need context social that the AI now they have a challenge. And keep the radar of those specific domains because I believe the AI is getting smarter, so we're going to be there. So that is an important thing. But yeah, I would say adapt, be flexible on that, and try to find also another important thing that when I talk with my customers, I say that don't focus on a specific I want that. I want AI. I want that AI in my company. No, don't say that. So say, this is the use case that I have. I need to fix it. I need to solve it. So based on the use case, use the technology. That is why I think is important.
Yeah, just to give you a summary, as I mentioned at the beginning, today with our technology, the Wi-Fi automation, we're helping patient safety, right, in hospitals, right, on a daily basis. So I think we all agree there's tremendous value today and going forward with AI technology because there's so much we can do with it, right, in advancement. There's a lot of discussion, and it's probably why some of you are here, on where it's going to be in 20, 30, 50 years. And I don't think we really know, to be honest with you. No one knows. There's all kinds of opinions on this, where it's going to take over, right? Because the adoption of technology is so advanced that it will get smarter and smarter. Today, as we discussed, it doesn't have the ability on the creativity learning process that humans have, the cognitive process that we have, right? So until it gets to that point, then it's going to be very challenging to get to the point where it's, par with humans from that side. From a data processing, no question, right? But from a understanding the environment that we're in, like this room right now, and why we are here, and why we are covering this topic with everybody, that would be challenging for AI, right? If you replace the three of us with AI robots, right? They could cover AI technology, but to have a conversation and why we're here and what we're trying to cover gets harder and harder. So as the technology blurs, and we heard a little bit about this, where the humans and the AI come together. So we're taking kind of the best of both worlds. Now it gets very, very interesting. And I believe what's going to happen is the humans are going to get smarter, right? Because we're learning from this too. We're using this technology to learn how to adapt and process data and be more efficient and green initiatives, like everything that we're using it for. So we're going to get smarter. And so if we get smarter, and it's kind of a race, right? But it's going to create a very interesting situation as we move forward. But if we use it to our benefit and combine it where it brings us that value, and then we can learn and adapt and be more efficient and productive in our lives, then, it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. That's also where I hope things go. I'm a very positive AI guy. I'm really hoping it solves a lot of the problems that we created, environmentally, socially, economically, etc. It's a lot of number crunching that needs to be done, and now it can be done a lot faster and hopefully give us insights where, it would have taken a team of researchers, decades to figure it out. Practically today, we work with a lot of enterprise software companies and startups and stuff who are really, like you were saying, they're eager just to cram that AI buzzword into whatever they're building. And I think, there's some merit to that if the use case warrants it, for sure. And what we've seen is, AI isn't really it's certainly not a product. Sometimes it's a feature, but most of the time it's just powering whatever you're already doing and helping you do it better. So I think companies who embrace that and are stoked to leverage AI to kind of supercharge their mission are going to win and are going to continue to go further. And the ones that don't integrate these technologies now are going to be left behind the same way that, not having your product online 10 years ago was also left you behind. So it's, super interesting time, super exciting time. Hopefully it's just a positive AI future.
Great. Thank you. I think really good way to start this conference. Again, major topic at hand for whatever industry that you work in. So I'd like to thank these gentlemen for giving us their time and sharing your expertise with us. Round of applause or standing ovation would be absolutely suitable. Thank you. And thank you all so much. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. She needs a virus.
Of retail consumer technology. Please put your hands together for Elam as she shares her views on the power of automation and how to make the best of it. Good morning, everyone. What an exciting time. And I wanted to actually thank our panel who are here before me. Really exciting stuff. So throughout the day and, over the course of 3 days, if you all feel that we are repeating things, we're repeating terminologies, trust me, we're trying really hard to be unique, but what do we do about the topic that it's everywhere? So a little bit about myself. My name is Elam Manzoor. I am currently working in the retail technology space, computer engineer by education, but over the course of 2 decades, I have done system design, engineering, deployment, development, entrepreneur, started 2 companies. If someone asks me what is my superpower, it has been my ability to solve a problem, small or big, just my ability to solve a problem, but then able to scale it at a really, really large level. It can be number of customers, it can be cost reduction, it can be anything. So keeping that in mind, when an opportunity came along to actually talk about, do a keynote for such an important event, nothing else really came to my mind but to talk about leadership. I am really, really passionate about it, and I think we all humans actually practice it irrespective of where we are in our journeys for life. So I'm going to start from here. The very first, notion of leadership, so, and especially in the face of artificial intelligence and machine learning, imagine the two, AI and ML, are actually technically being the tools, and they are in the background. Whether you're using them or not, they're actually around. This element of intelligence is also around. So every day in your daily life, you're actually making a lot of decisions. These decisions vary from, trying to make what kind of coffee I'm going to have this morning, or for us, let's say if I need to, make a decision this morning, my very first thought in my mind was, I don't know the location where the conference is, and even though I'm staying at the hotel, I want to make sure that I'll be able to get there in time. And that was a really important thought because I started at 8:10, and it took me still 15 to 20 minutes to get here. So idea being that decisions are something that are going to happen every single moment throughout the day. And future of that process is actually going to be even more interesting. So how in the face of all of this happening together, where leadership comes in? A lot of what you're going to hear today is actually my opinion. And I want to make sure that I give a disclaimer that none of this material is going out from under a copyright of a company I work with or what I consult with. So coming back to the leadership aspect, all those decisions that you are taking on a daily basis, they are actually influenced by one or many things. You may be relying on an app that's your favorite news channel. You may be relying on a friend or a relative that he or she is the person, or any other pronouns is that person that you really care about and you trust their judgment. Which means your decisions are, in today's world, influenced by one or many, or maybe you are somebody like me who wants to do something that everyone is asking you to do, but you want to try something new. And that is totally fine as well, because that is also a personality trait, which sometimes pays off and sometimes not. So the slide that you're looking at, there are some points that I have put in here, and if you notice very carefully, I am not trying to focus on what you're reading versus what I'm saying, just to make sure that how you're all able to do parallel processing, because you were all listening to me, but at the same time you were looking at the slide, which means humans are way, way smarter than we have realized ourselves to date. That's a very simple experiment, but try it in other ways where you're looking elsewhere, you're listening to something. A lot of folks calls it multitasking, but it's actually beyond that. We all have the cognitive ability to actually process information in a much faster way, and it's all about the focus. I struggle with it myself. Sometimes it's there, and sometimes it's not. There's one important point that I do want to mention, and I want to talk about a lot, which is the leadership beyond the formal positions and leading from within. Corporate America, we all love them. I work for one of them, and they have made a lot of the dreams possible for a lot of folks to have actually the job, the continuity, their ability to be able to pay the bills and have a paycheck, and this, peace and confidence. These are all the positive things. But at the same time, it has actually has deep roots of hierarchy in our in our working culture. If you're a certain grade, you are, and especially if you are with an authority, you're in a position to be making a lot of decisions, not for yourself, not for your company, but for a lot of folks around you. And by any chance, if this individual has a bias, and this person has a bias towards a certain type of technology, this person has a bias towards a certain type of way of making decisions. They have favorites or not those favorites. So that particular mentality over the course of our 10 or 20 years of entire technology has actually affected us in good and bad ways. My point specific to AI and machine learning is that in the future of technology, each one of you will be enabled, or each one of us will be enabled in a position that we can actually focus and making those decisions ourselves, including corporate America, where when things become competitive, they will also have to change where true irrespective of your position in a company, irrespective of what you do for a living, you will be in a position of achieving this autonomy where what do you want to do with your lives. Here are some of the considerations which I would like to focus um, and I'm going to move on to forging the data-driven decision making. Data-driven decision making is actually not new. It's been around for a very long time. And for folks, especially the technology folks who are here, we have done, this entire SAP, Oracle, like you pick up to any relational databases, any of those reporting tools, like I've been long enough around in technology world long enough to know crystal reports. So there have been like so many platforms that have actually done reporting, and you have seen executives and you have seen owners and CEOs and saying that the data is about to come in and we're gonna know whether we're profitable or not. Simple decisions like these, irrespective of the sales or whatnot. But when it comes to in today's world, when we're talking about what does really the data-driven decisioning actually means, we have actually added more facets to data. So if anything that is predictable, or we are adding the element of in the future, or even in today's world, how many more facets are added, and based on those facets, what type of decisions are we going to be taking? So I'm going to go back to that same example that 15 years ago, if you were visiting Vegas, or you wanted to know, which show is the best, or where do you want to eat, like simple decisions like those. As you go along, there's a chance that you're going to focus or let this decision be driven by, the guy who was driving you to the airport, or maybe the person who's checking you in. You're definitely going to take their opinion important. But today, it's all the Google rating or the Zagat rating, or wherever, or that specific. I No, it's totally fine. Sorry about that. So, coming up to coming up to the forging data decision making. So it is definitely at a point where it's taking you in places where now you have more avenues to actually catch on and go on and further, getting along with how it's going to help you even further. The next important point, which I want to focus a lot on, is on the ethical considerations. So today in the news, if you just put in AI and ML and you just look into ethical considerations, you'll find at least three important topics that are right out there. For Amazon, the first one was that their recruiting system actually had a bias against women. Second of all, and it's actually published news, so you can please feel free to go and check and have fun with it. The second one is on the Uber self-driving car, that the way it was programmed, that it's kind of sad but important to share, that one of the pedestrians got killed. So the way it was programmed to actually look for jaywalking or different instance, like that's an important one too. The third one is on the facial recognition, that in today's world, the models actually have a bias towards
towards the lighter skin tones. So all three is something that we have already discovered today. Any discovery, whether positive or negative, that we are able to do today is actually going to help us shape the future, which means the data that we are giving in today for all of these large language models or systems, they are going to be helping us figuring out the positive and the negative. So positives we're going to keep, and negative is what we need to work on moving along. I'm actually running behind on time, so I'm gonna just speed the things up. So present day complexities. These are all the various present day complexities that we have to face upon, the job displacement, uncertainty and change. Algorithmic bias and unfairness is where I wanted to, if I had a lot of time, we would have focused on large language models as well. But the three examples that I gave you are the really good searches to go about them and read about them. And there are ways implemented today where companies are actually investing their times to fix it. So recognition of a problem is the very first step that we need to be, all working together. Data privacy and security, I want to mention there are a few sessions coming in today and tomorrow during the conference. Please make every attempt to attend those sessions because there are folks here who are very focused to talk about cybersecurity. They're very focused to talk about different patterns, and you'll definitely learn a whole lot from it. Preparing for the technological landscape. This is a really important one. Adapting to rapid technology changes, navigating ethical dilemmas, overcoming resistance to change, and building an AI ready skill set. So, talk about building an AI ready skill set. I did some fun with it. Last year, I got myself enrolled in a machine learning postgraduate program in UT Austin McCombs. And in my days of programming, I did all bunch of, Visual C++ and whatnot, like almost 15, 20 years ago. And then over the years, JavaScript and web technologies, middleware. But this was my first time going back, trying to build neural nets, models and whatnot. And I wasn't doing that well. My first two quizzes, I barely passed them. And this was the first time not getting an A and being comfortable about it because it was a really cool thing to tell people I am learning AI and ML. Minus the coolness factor, I wasn't doing well. But what is important and why it was important for me to go there, the program is still going on. It was important because now when people talk about auto generators or any board, anything that I'm reading, I know exactly what's going on there. So I want to highly encourage with the topic of leadership that please, you need to actually test the status quo. Anything and everything, it doesn't matter whether it's a skill set or whether it's a human connection, you have to challenge the status quo. Please go back, walk in, and try it. What's the worst can happen? As an adult, I think our ability or our fear towards failure is what we need to focus on a lot. And another very important point that I want to mention over here is our balancing automation with human touch. So I have access to ChatGPT. I have access to ChatGPT 4 now. I am a paid member. I got Bard. I have all of those available, which means I shouldn't be failing any of my quizzes. Come on. I mean, I have so much free help. Why, why should I ever even make it to a point where I'm failing it? So the school is doing a really good job in terms of how they have designed the courses. So they also know that there is ChatGPT in the background. And then there is this self correction that's out there as well that if I am making a point to go there and study, and I'm not even putting in a 50%, then it's actually a waste of my time. And I often give this example. This happened to be a topic where I was actually speaking at Women in Technology this year, and I got to talk about generative AI, and a lot of moms wanted to know that what is my position about kids using these tools to do their assignment. And my position is very clear. I think it takes me back to my high school years where some students or few percentage were not very keen to really learn things in a more standard or stereotypical fashion, which is to pick up a book and research and practice and then figure out how something works. Few students were amazing about learning it quickly and then explaining to others. And those are the ones who become, end up doing assignments for a lot of different folks. And then there was another group which was somewhat interested to do a group study, but do other things as well. And I kind of feel like that those are all different human ways of learning, and they will still prevail and they will still exist. There will still going to be some kids who wanted to use ChatGPT to do everything for them, and if they ever get caught, this will become a moment for them to, learn, change their behavior, or maybe not. Or if they don't, then so be it. But the idea is that we always have ways of figuring out things differently because we're all very unique. And because we're very unique, that's actually our strength. And coming back to leadership, that strength is what's going to help you in the future, where in the presence of artificial intelligence and in the presence of machine learning, every single company, every single product that you use, and every single action that you're taking in your lives will have actually more option to do the same. Which means whenever you want to actually figure out what you want to do with your life, if I'm speaking, from a mom standpoint or having this conversation with my 15-year-old or 11-year-old, this conversation may may be more complex because today to define what the future of different professions is going to be is is an element is there is an element of unknown, and that uncertainty and that element of unknown is actually really really powerful. So my only closing remark over here is to be open for change, to be um, open for um, open for challenge yourself, challenge your thinking, and open for new ideas. So I already talked about a little bit on embracing the unknowns, but let's focus the managing the human machine collaboration. That is one of my very favorite topic, and I want to actually focus on some of the examples that I am personally using, and I want to actually hear from the audience as well if they have some. So human machine collaboration is, in my mind, happening also for some time, especially for people who actually come from the profession of like technology. And I know, some folks who kind of feel that they don't do technology, but without them actually realizing it, they are also using technology thanks for all the smartphones. This collaboration for me is specifically started upon when I picked up a role to actually develop one of the apps for one of my clients. And the idea back then was that the front end design teams were geographically located in Europe. I was in North America, leading few teams in few different sites from here, and some of the development teams were all the way back in Asia in two different locations. So geographical location was actually something we have already solved for. All have access to same information server, application servers, how we are doing the code collaboration, how we're deploying code is not a problem at all. The only thing which was impeding our ability to make progress was the creative process building of what use case we are trying to solve for. Because the creative director from North America had a slightly different way of thinking towards solving a problem versus, and this is only their geographical location, and then we were hammered by our time zone differences. And at that time, we didn't have as type of collaborative tools as we have today. So the past 5 years, and especially COVID, has sped up this process to a point where it's just phenomenal. It's just astronomical of how you can actually share ideas and go about it, and then go on and on. Over there, the way we were able to solve the issue is by having and start building one model that everyone should be contributing to. So each single use case in our use case was that you should be able to pay for your gas as you walk into a, a gas station without having your credit card, without having your driver's ID, without having anything on. You just should be able to use your smartphone as your identification. And today we have, so many ways to solve that same problem. You technically, some countries have implemented you don't even need a passport on you, and you should be able to they should be able to identify you and get you in. I am um, I am getting behind, so I'm gonna just put in few examples out there. These companies have actually implemented and they have been using AI not just recently, at least a decade and more. And each one of them has various examples where Amazon has solved the e commerce situation when it was actually 2 decades ago. And then Tesla, where they have built. First, they figured out a whole bunch of things with the battery, which was an issue. And now robots are actually building the cars. Netflix, Spotify, figuring out how what you watch at what time of the day you are actually watching. That's also interesting. And try and have some fun with it. Google, of course, I would probably not do enough justice with the time that I have remaining. I want to leave you with a final thought, and which is um, throughout the 3 days that you're here, do few things with yourself, irrespective of what your area of focus and speciality is, your job title. Try and introduce yourself to somebody without sharing the title and have this conversation. And then um, meet the same person maybe tomorrow, like same person. And this time, introduce yourself with the title and repeat this experience with people, sharing a title first and not sharing a title, and just see how the conversation goes. That's number one. Number two is specific to leadership. Allow yourself to be please taking risks, doing things that you're uncomfortable with, trying out a different software, trying out a different way of doing the same thing. And then we also, if you look at in the agenda, there are various different type of technologies and programs that are on panel. So we're actually talking about cybersecurity here. We're talking about whole lot of products, especially for a lot of entrepreneurs who are coming on the floor to talk about the technologies and the problems that they are solving for. Those are great opportunities of learning and always foster an agile culture. I cannot stress about it the best, and I think the the really great example that I can think of is when the SR 171, which Lockheed Martin had built, and a lot of people again think and feel that agile is a new concept. It's actually not. There's a lot in the past that has been tried and tested before. So when you are searching a topic, a term that you have heard for the first time, maybe it is the first time for you. It happens to me a lot of times with a lot of famous songs. Really, really popular songs, a lot of artists have went back and they have, re-recorded those songs. So do the same thing with all your keywords as well. And with that note, thank you very much for your time, and you all have been a great audience.
Those were extraordinary insights, Aram. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Moving on, we have a very engaging panel discussion on the topic The Big Tech Meltdown. Will layoffs mean a change of course? In the wake of recent news of mass layoffs in some of the world's biggest tech giants, it's only fitting that we discuss the implications and possible future for these companies. To take us into the details of that topic, we have William Trappini, President of Enterprise Engineering Inc., Ala Weinberg, CEO of Culture Design of Spoke and Wheel, and Altaz Valani, founder of DevSec's Ops Mentor. Take the spotlight, experts. Round of applause, please.
Before I start using the mic, can everybody hear me without the mic? All right, good. Because I'm just going to put the mic. I'm going to put the mic down. I have a very big. Oh, we're recording. Okay, no problem. Thank you. My name is Bill Trapani, and first, what I'd like to do is introduce my panelists. I'll let them introduce themselves. First thing I'd like to say is I'm very grateful that I'm not doing another Zoom or Teams or whatever, because I can't. I'm tired of all of those things. So without further ado, and then opening comments on the topic, first, Allah.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Ala Weinberg. I'm the CEO of a company called Spoken Wheel, and I consider myself a culture designer. And what we do is we create culture change that is psychologically safe and successful. And I'm also the author of a book called A Culture of Safety, Building a Work Environment Where People Can Think, Collaborate, and Innovate.
Hi, everyone. I'm Altaz Villani. I'm founder of a company called DevSecOps Mentor. And what we do is we address the problem of retaining engineers within organizations. So whether they're developers, security folks, or people who are in the operations space, it's really hard to retain these people. So we found that one of the big challenges was how do you bring purpose and meaning? Because that's really what they're looking for. So we mentor them and we take them through a program that allows them to go from being practitioners and engineers to becoming thought leaders who can go out in the industry, make a difference, speak up at conferences, participate in podcasts, webinars, and in so doing, they get purpose in their lives, and the organizations that they work for are able to go in there and retain that talent, get insights into what's happening in the industry, build a brand for themselves, and be able to go in there and get leads as well as part of their growth.
So my name is Bill Trapani. I'm with Enterprise Engineering. I'm a New York-based consulting firm. And, the topic to me is a little bit self-serving, to be quite honest with everybody. Because when you say, what are the effects of the big tech meltdown, I believe the big thing that's going to change is the technology company is going to start employing more consultants, right? And I think that's a good thing for most of the people in the room when you hire more consultants. And the reason for that is the big tech companies, they got fat and happy, or they perceived that they did. There was an effect from the stock market that forced them to let people go. They let good people go, but they can't bring them back, but they still need to get the work done. Now, the good news is when you employ consultants, you can bring in those consultants. You can bring them in for a short period of time. If you are the consultant, you get to make a premium, and then you're off to the next gig. But I do think that that's one of the big effects of the tech meltdown is they haven't really experienced that in a long time like other areas have, like finance. But with that, I want to start asking questions, and we're going to try to do this a little bit differently than our predecessors. We're going to answer a couple of questions, and then if people want to ask us questions, answer those questions for you, so it can be a little bit more interactive. So first, Ala, what do you think is the big culture change that the actual employee who got left behind has to make, or the one transitioning in?
Well, I think the biggest culture change that has to happen is actually getting culture out of HR. We have to get this out of HR. Culture is not just the responsibility of HR. It is everyone's responsibility, but certainly the executive and the leadership team specifically. And folks are not focusing or even considering or even thinking about culture. And what we do in my organization is visualize the culture, make the invisible visible. Because a lot of times I talk to folks and they're like, culture, it's this abstract thing, it's this thing in the atmosphere, it's how people are feeling and can't get their hands around it. And so don't even consider it as part of their strategic decisions. So it has to come into the strategy. And we have to be really intentional and thoughtful about the decisions that you're making, what impact it's having on the culture. And just to sort of baseline it, for me, just to make it really simple, culture is behavior at scale, how we behave with each other at a larger scale. And so those behaviors change if you're bringing consultants. Those behaviors change if my best friend got laid off. Those behaviors change if my manager got laid off or if I got laid off. And so it just has such a big impact on how people do the work. We have to consider it. That's the number one thing that's really missing right now.
Great, great. Altaz, what do you think?
So you asked two questions. One, what about the person that got let go? And what about the person that is now within the organization? So I'll start with the person that got let go. And I'll speak really from a mentorship perspective. I've had conversations like this before. You really have to start by taking an inventory of what are your core strengths? What is it that you want to achieve? Where do you want to go? So while you may go through all kinds of emotions because you've just been let go, really what you want to do is And it's okay. Go through the emotions, but you do want to eventually reach a point where you see this as an opportunity now. And so if you take a look at what a lot of people are doing today, they are starting up businesses, they're starting up consulting practices, they're meeting up within their network. I just recently did a podcast with someone who gave some good advice around this. Make sure that you don't stop learning. Don't let this derail you in your career. Things happen, keep moving forward, right? Now, to the team, to the individual that is within the organization, there will be a sense of loss, and it's okay, it's normal. What you want to do is take a look and see what value can you continue to add in your organization. So you started out, you're in a specific position now. Are there new technologies? Are there new ideas that you can bring to the table? Are there things that you can contribute towards making it a better, safer place for those who are around you? Uh, it's not easy, but as what Allah was mentioning, it's part of the culture. Contribute towards the positive side of helping now to move the company forward. So those are the things that I would say, Bill. Very high level, but that's where it kind of stems.
No, it's awesome. I mean, that's the personal experience that people feel. I mean, me personally, I've been in a lot of companies that, or high tech companies that laid off a lot of people. And the first culture change that takes place is everybody left behind just shuts up, right? Because the last thing after a layoff you want to do is you want to be the person who's talking loudly, who's talking about this. Management will ask you your opinion. You'll say, oh, no, things are doing great. My division's just fine. Um, One of the advantages of bringing in consultants afterwards, consultants will tell you exactly what's going on. These guys know that they're in on a 3-month contract, so what's the harm to them to telling anybody at the company the truth? They're not expecting to be there long term. So if you want to know what's going on with your company's culture, if you want to change your company's culture, if you really want to find out what it is, and I'm not talking about bringing in, necessarily consultants to give you that feedback. Just talk to the consultants who you bring in and ask them. Because quite honestly, they have a choice to make at the end of their contract. They can either stay or they can find something else. And most career consultants, they want to go on to the next thing because they're concerned about their rate. So just think of it culturally as you have this free ticket of someone who'll give you an honest answer to an honest question about what your culture is. So starting us with Altez again, um, for the individuals who stay behind, who didn't get let go, how do I retain those people?
Yeah, so now this touches on leadership. There is a responsibility for the managers who are in the company now to see this through. And anyone that's been through change management will understand that this is a necessary part of dealing with the fallout. So when you're there and you're trying to now create a sense of balance once again, uh, I would suggest the first thing is it really depends on your integrity at this point. If it turns out that as a manager or as a leader, that credibility has eroded over time, then you're really up against like a brick wall at this point, right? So it's super important that you always retain a certain sense of integrity and honesty. Let people come, let them talk to you. This is what we've got to do. This is where we're at. This is where we need to go. I would suggest as well, what you can do is open it up and ask for suggestions from other people, those who are there. Engage them. They will naturally want to close up, but if you go in and you open this up, allow them to engage, allow them to have these discussions, give them a place where they're going to feel safe about this. These ideas, when they then come out, act on it. There could be short-term, mid-term, long-term things that you could do. Start to move forward against these things, benchmark against them, and that's how you gradually try and work your way now past this. You don't lose what's happened, you don't dismiss what's happened, you don't minimize it, but what you do is you be real about it. We have to do this, we now have to move forward, right? And if it turns out again that there are others that can help you with this, then by all means bring them in. Um, those that have been through a similar kind of experience, they can certainly help you with that as well. So that's what I would suggest, Bill.
No, those are great suggestions. Ala, what do you think?
Kind of what you said, Bill, is that, when there's layoffs, what the people that are left are going to do is shut down and get real quiet. And yes, consultants will 100% start
They got
to
big mouths.
start to tell the truth, but to retain the folks that are left, you have to start to create safe spaces for people to be able to talk about the impact, about their ideas, that they can see that if I offer a new idea, if I admit a mistake, if I talk about, something I want to innovate, that's not going to come back at me, and I'm not going to be the next one fired. So you have to start to create intentional, again, safe spaces for people to be able to talk, to start to open up. A lot of it is talking about, being scared that I'm going to be laid off next. Am I next? That's usually the top of mind for folks. And there's a framework that specifically creates psychological safety, and it has three components. You have to give people context, you have to give people choice, and you have to ensure people stay connected. So the three C's: context, choice, connection. What most people miss and do not talk about is choice. What choices do you still have as an employee here? Can you really speak up? How are we going to work with consultants if we're bringing in consultants? A lot of work gets done in relationship. That's where the connection piece comes in. And I think folks can also start to feel scared. Oh no, we're bringing in consultants. Am I going to be let go and replaced by a consultant next as well?
No, we're not like that.
Well, sometimes. I mean, it's just fear.
Those are those management consultants.
Yeah.
I'm talking about actual workers. Fingers on the keyboard.
And what's true is after people are laid off, there's still the work to be done that needs to get done and less people to do it. So absolutely true. But what people don't talk about a lot of times is, again, what's choices do we still have about how work gets done, who we're working with, and making sure that people can still connect to each other as human beings. Because what if, my best friend, my best work friend just got laid off, right? I just completely don't have that connection anymore. We spend the average person spends 90,000 hours of their life at work, which is more than they do with the people they chose to spend, like, personally with their partners. And so letting people know why things are happening, what choices they still have, and enabling spaces where people can still connect to each other is really key to retaining folks.
No, that's great. That's a great perspective. Much more friendlier and calmer than my perspective on things. Me personally, I remember back when finance first had its big meltdown. What finance do? They copied Silicon Valley and they put out pool tables and ping pong tables. And all through Wall Street, you had this culture change of, well, we just laid people off. The way that we'll connect with them is we'll let them play pool and ping pong. Two things happened. You had the people who made fun of the people who were playing ping pong and pool. And then you had the people who were playing ping pong and pool and forgot that they actually had a job to do, right? Because they were doing it during the day. They weren't staying after work to do it. So my advice is if you really want to retain the people who are behind, you have to turn around and listen to what they're telling you. I think the biggest maturity that I've made over the years is when I first became a manager, I spoke a lot and I said a lot. And I think if you want to retain who's there, you have to listen a lot, which is really hard for type A personalities who like to hold a microphone, right? It's the hardest thing that you have to turn around and do if you want to retain these people because they have to trust you again. So the next question I'm actually going to start with answering myself. I got left behind. How can I feel secure that, in my position? My answer is up front, don't. Don't feel secure in your position because the thing that gives you the most power is the marketability that you have and the confidence that you carry. If you're insecure, you don't have marketability, you don't have security, you don't feel confident. And that's a clear signal to management, hey, this person is a little bit off. Maybe they're the weak link. So don't be the weak link. Be the person who they're afraid of who's going to leave next is my advice to you if you want to feel secure. You know, I'll be honest with you. Part of the reason why I came to this conference and wanted to deliver this particular speech was I didn't think my name was out there as much as it used to be. And I didn't want people to think that I had left the management ranks. So I went out there and tried to make a bold move and do something. So make your bold move. Allah?
Um, yeah, I don't think there's any way to feel secure because the way that people are working has really changed. In the past, folks would stay at a company for 30, 40 years. That, now in tech, especially every 2 years, folks are moving on. There's no loyalty anymore between the company and the individual to the company. And so if you're wanting to feel more psychologically safe in the workplace or less afraid about being let go, then again, it's about building, especially on your team, just with your peers, building that safety and connection with them. People feel safe when we're connected with each other, when we trust each other. And it's so building those relationships, building especially those relationships up so that you are indispensable, and building a lot of trust in you that you're going to show up, that you're going to do the work, that you're competent, and that you care about others, not just yourself. And honestly, I would, if I was an individual at this point in the tech industry, I would start interviewing just to get sort of that practice in and to make sure that my interview muscles are good and to also to kind of reassure myself, hey, I can get work. This is not my, like, I'm not tied to this. This is not the only place I have. If I feel desperate, if I feel like this is it, this is my livelihood depends on this and there's nothing else, that's when a lot of insecurity, I think, is going to come up.
Oh, absolutely. Those are great points. And again, much more sensitive than me.
So from my perspective, we have to separate personality traits and the personality of the individual from their capabilities. So even from my own personal experience, there have been people on my teams in the past that have been very quiet, very shy, but it takes a conscious effort on the part of the manager to pull that person out, to see something in them that maybe they haven't seen in themselves yet. Maybe they haven't had that experience. Maybe they haven't had that opportunity even. Many cases, I've spoken to people and said, why don't you come? And this is a real concrete example. Let's do a webinar on something. Oh, no, I can't do that. I don't know what to say. It's like, it's okay. Just let's have a conversation just like we're having now. This is all you need to do. Once they cross that hurdle, then we come back and say, you see, it really wasn't that bad. And they're like, is this all it is? Right now you've opened their eyes and they want more of this. And that's where you create the pull to bring them in and help them now to grow in their careers. So it's something where I think the manager has a responsibility to help people on their teams grow and develop additional competencies. Now, not everyone is going to grow at the same rate. Not everyone wants to be interested in the same topics. It's okay. What are you going to do as a manager to help them? Right? And this is where it all sort of comes in, where they now go in and they get a sense of fulfillment. They have a greater sense of loyalty. And even at some point, if that tough decision needs to be made to let them go, it's done in a way, given the history, that it's respectful, it's thoughtful, and it's like, look, this is something that just needs to happen. And to Allah's point, the connection is retained, right? There are people in my network who I've worked with for a very, like, it's been years, but we still stay in touch. How are you doing? Is everything okay? So that's how you kind of build this. And so it creates that sense of purpose for the people that are inside and still enables the people that have been let go to be done with dignity, really.
No, those are, again, great points. Again, much more softer and gentler
But you're from
than
New
me.
York, so.
I am from New York.
So just, that's an interesting point. There are measurements. Like no manager is going to just allow the team to grow in a random way. It's planned. It's, to your point, right? It's something that is uh, it's done on purpose. It's intentional. What can you do to take this person from here to here? So I will share with you what I do with my teams, 6 months from now, what are you doing that is going to demonstrate that you've grown in from what you're doing now? And so I work with that person to help them grow and achieve what it is that they want to do. So you align their motivation, their thoughts, their feelings, all that comes into it, but who they are as a person with where the organization, where the company needs to go, and you bring those two together. That's what this is all about.
I have a question for you, Altas.
Yeah.
A lot of the layoffs have been in for managers. A lot of managers, the middle layer is where folks have been laid off. So what then?
Yeah. So I think from my perspective, the layoffs have been done not because of capabilities or competencies, but it was a business decision that was driving the bottom line. We see interest rates at the macro level have been going up. Companies have had to go in there and step in and say, we've got to let certain people go. There are people in mid managers who are doing extremely well, but you have to let them go. It's the nature of the business cycle. And having these types of conversations up front and being honest and saying, look, we live in a world in the tech space from where I come from, there's no guarantee that anybody is going to have a job for life. But what you can do is you can work towards at least making yourself more marketable. So when they've been let go, they understand. Hard feelings, it's, no problem. I get it. People are sad about it. But at the same time, people will still reach out. Hey, I've got someone in my network that's looking for a job. Do you have something that maybe they might be able to participate in? This is the kind of thing that happens where, I think you were alluding to the sense of community. You build yourself into this network of people, but you do it in a way that is focused on the integrity and all those attributes that people value so highly. Does
Well,
that
if you,
does that does that does that
that was great.
make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. But I'll tell you this, the one way to ensure you have a job for life is own the company, right? Because the owners, they rarely turn around and fire themselves, right?
It is happening right now. A lot of people who have been let go are starting up companies, so it'll be interesting. And there are, yeah, people are looking at this and saying it will be interesting to see in the realm of AI and a lot of these innovative technologies, what are the companies now where this layoff cycle is going to be the catalyst for a whole breed of new companies that will help us get where we need to go?
Well, that's an excellent lead into the overall topic of why we're here and the difference. So there's a difference between a layoff. We've all experienced mass layoffs and a meltdown. And if, when asked what's the difference between a meltdown and a layoff, when you lay people off, there's typically a calculation that takes place at senior management that says we need to get low of 10% or 20%. Let's figure out who the bottom performers are. Let's get rid of the bottom performers, right? When there's a meltdown, you're laying off entire divisions of people. And here's where the opportunity is. When a layoff takes place, people think, well, they just got laid off. Why am I going to hire them? When a meltdown takes place, high quality people have been let go. And when you have high quality people who have been let go, now my question is, how do companies take advantage of it?
Okay. High quality people have been let go. All right. So the way that companies take advantage of it, actually, I want to challenge all of this fundamentally because um, also somehow speaking that layoffs, even just strategic layoffs, are part of business. And I want to challenge that. Does it have to be part of business? It doesn't seem that leaders were very strategic during the pandemic when they overhired, which is what it kind of seems like. And there's a correction now. Salaries skyrocketed, there was overhiring, and now we're in a meltdown, right? We couldn't keep up with that. And so now whole divisions are being let go. But we have to stop thinking. This is where the big culture change for me is. We have to stop thinking of people as resources, as capital, as numbers that we cut to increase our bottom line, to bump our stock, etc. Because you do start to lose really high caliber people. And I've consulted with a lot of companies where they just make cuts across the board. They didn't even do performance reviews. They just make cuts. So you're like every department has to cut X number of people, and that's it. And so really talented, high performing people have been let go. And so it's such a loss for the organization. And there's been study after study that says doing this in the short term has huge impacts in the long term. Like there is a short term bump, but a huge loss financially in the long term. If you're losing high caliber people that have strong network of relationships inside the organization, and you're losing the knowledge, the intrinsic knowledge they have about your product, about the tech, and they're going somewhere else, right? That's another loss that is very, very difficult to recover from. So my challenge is this, are layoffs really even necessary? I think this is a old sort of a management, kind of holdover that people are still using to balance the books, but it feels very inhumane to me and drains, like, high performing, high knowledge people from the industry.
I agree with you, but unfortunately, you know, there is a Wall Street mentality out there that runs amok of most things, especially again, we're talking about high tech. So if I polled the room and I said, how many people have retirement funds? I'm sure 90+% would say yes. If I polled the room and said, how many of those people inside your retirement fund have Meta? I'm sure it'd be 90% plus. Meta, Microsoft, all the high tech stocks. They're all sitting in your 401k. So at the end of the day, there is an outside influence that has nothing to do with the high tech company itself. You, as an individual, need to be prepared that you don't control that. That's why a lot of people leave big high tech companies and start small startups because then they don't have the pressure of having to respond to the stock market. But I agree with you. You know,
I just
I
felt like
wish
it
it
needed
could
to
be
be
that way.
named.
And
Yeah,
again, it needs to be said.
it needs to be said.
Altez, what about you? I know you have a different perspective than either of us.
Um, yeah, so it's an opportunity, right? Companies that have been looking to hire people like this, but simply were not able to reach them, there's now a pool of talent out there that is available. What I would suggest is consider the way that you've been hiring historically, and are you tapping into these networks where these people are now a part of? It will still be competitive to go in there and try and attract this talent, but there's more receptivity now, and you will find that there's more opportunity for you to bring these people on. Now, that's just one part of the equation, which is the early side of trying to attract this type of talent into your organization. You have to think also about what it is that you're trying to achieve within your company. Will bringing someone in like this help me accelerate what it is that I'm trying to do? What happens when things rebound again? Will I be able to retain this talent? If not, then consider this to be something that's short term. I get it. Yeah. So it's just where sometimes you look at people and it's like, can they help me get where I need to go, knowing that at some point I have to let them exercise their freedom to go on to another company if they choose to do so. But that's where it needs to come in. Will they fit into the team that you've got right now? That's important. Just because you bring somebody in that's got this type of talent, they may not, in fact, fit with what you're looking for. So these are all still fundamentals that you need to consider. One very attractive opportunity that I would suggest, again, coming from a mentorship background, is could you use these people to help mentor the team that you've got so that you can bring them up now to the next level? So it's something that you do need to invest in, but if it's something that these people are open to, then it might be an amazing opportunity for you to go in and make a difference for your people and for your company in the long term as well. Those would be my thoughts.
No, I think they're great thoughts, and they really bring together, again, very self-serving. Then I'm going to talk about consulting. The point: are they the right fit? And what I like to do for my clients, and what I like to do for, the actual consultants that I place, I always suggest right to hire. And what does right to hire really mean? Because what's going on right now is so I have this great architect who just got laid off from Meta. They want $300,000 a year. They are an absolute genius. It does not mean that they are a culture fit for my company. It does not mean that they can actually enact change. It doesn't mean they're going to fit in with anybody. It just means that they're a genius, right? So now the question is, do I want to turn around and invest in them up front and hire them, give them stock options, give them control? My suggestion always is it's kind of like dating, right? So you don't walk up to somebody, have two interviews of a half hour piece, and get married. You go through a right to hire process. And the right to hire process is great. I set up my contracts so that, I tell people, look, I think this guy is outstanding. I think this woman is phenomenal. I think these people are game changers. Are they a cultural fit? I don't know. I'd like to believe they are. So why don't you bring them on with a 6-month contract? Why don't we negotiate up front what their consulting rate is and what their FTE status will be? Why don't we hold back and see, do they want to play in the sandbox? And then if they come in and they grow your business, you hire them. So if you're an individual out there looking for a job, my advice to all of them, always look for right to hire. Don't let a consulting company lock you into a contract that you can't go full time with where you go. And the consulting company should be very secure in doing that. Because you know what happens when I place somebody in a company and the company hires them? They call me back and they give me more business. So it works out really, really well for me. Again, self serving, but at least I'm honest about it, right? Um, are there any questions from the audience that we can answer?
Yeah, I was going to raise my hand before, but here's a different perspective. Al, I think you made a really good comment on uh, why are we even talking about letting people go? Why don't we challenge that mindset of hiring individuals that you're really not sure you're going to keep? Let me challenge that in saying there's two perspectives. There's the employee perspective, and I'm talking from both sides of the coin. When I was an employee and I was in a situation where there was a lot of layoffs going on around me, I was like, all right, what can I do to make sure I'm marketable, but also my value to the company is known and is solidified? And that fear was always there in the back of my head. And I had the same question of why in the world would my company let this person go? He's such a great person, not just from an intellectual standpoint, but a great personality. Now, looking at it from an ownership mentality or a senior management mentality, innovation comes at great risks. As an owner of a business, now I'm talking from an ownership perspective, that not that I own my company. In order for me to innovate, in order for me to take risks, there's always going to be a chance that a bet that I'm making does not pay off. And if that bet does not pay off, unfortunately, the people that are associated with that bet, I can't keep. Perfect example being Meta. They've changed their entire brand name from Facebook to Meta with going all in on this metaverse. And what it turns out is, yeah, metaverse didn't really take off, but AI and ML did. Now they're reinventing there. Let so many people go. Now the question becomes, was that the right thing to do? Were they betting big? And if that bet would have paid off, those same people that were let go would be indispensable because now metaverse has become the next big thing. So I think when we talk about this, we need to talk about both sides of the coin and make sure the employees and the people realize that hey, listen, it's not because of you personally, it's because of a bad bet that me as an owner made. So thoughts on that?
So I agree with that. And I don't know if other folks heard, but there's two sides of the coin where there's, as an employee, you know, I'm seeing folks laid off, and then I have certain feelings about it, and I want to make myself valuable to the company. But as a leader, like a C-suite in the company, I made a certain bet, business bet, and it didn't pan out, so I have to let people go, right? And so this is where context comes into place. You actually tell people why this is happening and not just, again, oh, we're going to make cuts across the board. You said you have to take responsibility as leaders, and I don't hear that enough. I don't hear leaders saying, we made a big bet on metaverse. It didn't pan out for us. That's why this is what's happening. It was my responsibility. I made a bad decision. Or I made a bad decision. I overhired during the pandemic, and that's my fault. And this is why this is happening. You didn't do, like, there wasn't any performance issue as to why you're being let go, right? And then going a step further and not pushing everything down to the individual to solve for themselves and saying, we're going to provide you with help in getting your next role. Maybe it is consulting or a right to hire kind of position. But, you
I
know,
work for a company. I'm not a consultant myself, so I'm not 100% on board with the consultant. Just so everybody understands
but
that.
to help, but not to say like, okay, but now it's up to you to take the next step. You're on your own. And companies do this over and over again. Like during the pandemic, there was a lot of, mental health issues. People are like, oh, okay, we have an EAP plan. Go as an individual and deal with it, rather than looking at what is happening in the organization and how can we as an organization, one, change the way we're working, change our culture, and support our people through maybe an inevitable change because we made a bad decision. Bad decisions happen all the time. How can we help usher our folks along?
Altaz?
Yeah, to your point, when people get hired and again, from my experience, strategies change inevitably. There's nothing wrong with that. It's part of innovation. You will make a bet. The bets may work, they may not work. For an individual, however, or for a manager who is responsible for a team, I would suggest don't focus on just building one set of capabilities in a person. You owe it to them to say, look, maybe you're doing stuff today that's related to the metaverse. Now, in the metaverse, there's going to be data components to it. How about you branch out a little bit and learn and work with the data folks. And in there, you'll start to branch out and develop some capabilities and competencies in the data side. And then understand how the projects together work with a cross-functional team. Now you have an opportunity to do stuff on the project side. Now, this may sound ideal, right? And it's something that probably in a smaller company, it's something we aspire to because there simply isn't enough time to give people to develop that kind of comb-shaped career over time. But these are the types of things that in the long term, the investments that are made tend to come back to you. People will get referrals, things like that can happen. And even when the time comes to let go, people may come up with ideas that maybe weren't thought of before. These are the types of things that I've experienced where if you open it up and people can trust you, they'll say, well, if this didn't work, how about we try it in this angle, for example. So I'll just pause there. There's a lot more. I get it. I think
I'm going to give you the flip side to your question, and I will tell you from personal experience. I worked at a company for 10 and a half years. I was in the top 10%. I went to what they call sales club 6 times as a technical person, 4 times as a manager. And I got fired. And when I got fired for not making my numbers, I took it personally. And the one thing I took out of the conversation was when I got hired as a sales manager told me right up front, I'm the person giving you this job. I'm the person who's going to take you out of this job. And the big difference, or the flip side of what everybody's talked about so far, is understanding the risk when you take a job. See, I have no problem going out and going to a startup. I have no problem going someplace as long as the manager tells me up front, here are the risks. That's the mistake that Meta made. Meta turned around and told everybody who worked for them, this is going to be great. This is what we're going to do. There's no risk. And that's why everybody's shocked, because they had no idea that there was a risk. Because if you tell me after, you explained it to me, that's good. The person who I want to follow personally, I want to follow the person who explained to me the risk before I took the job. That's a leader, because everyone understands the risks before they're vested in the company. Next question.
No, I had a comment because I've worked for two publicly traded companies. I've worked with large teams. And I want to give you a scenario that I dealt with. I set up 6 regional hubs. So I had various personalities, teams working in 6 different regions. And we decided we wanted to offshore or move one of our centers to another country. And so obviously, then we were looking at layoffs. We were probably going to lay off about 50%. Now, you as a manager can sit there and stay in your office and wait for things to happen, or you can mobilize. We immediately sat down and had a conversation about with my 10 direct reports, and I gave them an assignment to go out and find out all the personalized situations of all the people they were working with, if any of them were willing to help seed the new center. And then the ones that couldn't, for personal reasons, move, were there other options, career pathways, by talking to HR and our cross-functional partners and who we worked with, could they be moved to other departments in order to stay within the organization? And then for the talents that we couldn't retain, that were going to leave us, then we talked to our private equity farm to say, hey, can we fund their next startup, their new idea that they're going to go out and reach out and do? So we were able to, over a period of 18 months, solve 80% of the situations when we were able to do that. And this is about, as a leader, you're responsible for that entire workforce and taking that responsibility seriously, and then finding creative ways. We even at one point, I had one guy who they wouldn't let me just move him laterally. So we opened up a job position, had him apply for the job, and he was clearly the best person for the job because he understood how to tackle the problem. And he won that job just because we had some barriers or things in HR, because sometimes you hit a lot of red tape when you're working for a publicly traded company. So I think really you can't sit there and say, well, there's nothing I can do. I'm just a manager or I'm just a senior leader. I can't do anything. There's always ways to solve that problem. And more importantly, when we were going through the reorg, we had a conversation of not just what are your situations, but who do you work with? And if that person loses their job, is that going to stop you from getting stuff done? So that I knew when I went in and had to see boxes moved around, and these were people who I may not have known in the past because they were several tiers down. I recognized that role, I recognized that position, and I knew if that position got taken out, this area of my digital hub would stop functioning. And so I could fight for not just my team, but the teams that were going to help me get stuff done.
That's great. Altez, quick reaction, because I just want to get to the last two questions.
Yes.
No, just congratulations. Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you so much for
But
sharing.
I just wanted to bring that up as an example because we're
Thank
talking
you.
about this feeling of powerlessness, and there's a lot of things you can do.
There are a lot of things you can do,
Yeah.
period.
Well, you're a better manager than most that are out there, so I'll give that to you. Right?
All right. William, Alan, Altez, first and foremost, excellent job. And thanks for making it that much harder for the rest of us the next few days to present. So, um, to me, this is very challenging to compartmentalize big tech when we're talking about 2 or 3 companies that are at $1 trillion valuation on any single day. Well, what about the SaaS companies of the world that are doing $100 million run rate? So, 2 things. One, Microsoft can get away with slashing 10,000 jobs at a snap of a dime simply because of unit economics and Azure services growth. And you know what? Everyone's collective team's performance in the room will go down 20%, and there's not a damn thing any single one of us can do. So I want to know, outside of unit economics, how do you answer this question for tech companies that are not trading at $1 trillion valuation at any given point in time? The knowledge and the drain brain that is happening in corporate is so malicious at this point that of course it's changed the course. But can we move aside and talk about maybe small, medium-sized businesses? And I want to hear from the King of New York first, and then I'll let you guys.
Well, I gotta be honest with you. Like I know we live in a society today where everybody wants to be nice and everybody wants to talk about the woke mentality. But at the end of the day, a company is in business to make money. And you really have a couple of options. There's three ways to go into things as an employee or a non-owner. I'm a non-owner, right? Do I put the company first? Do I put myself first? Or do I put those around me first?
The equity of the shareholders first.
Well, again, you said the medium-sized guys without that. So I'm going to ignore the shareholders for a second, but, I'll be honest with you, most people are shareholders in their own company or are shareholders when you're a principal, you buy into it. Do you move the needle with that? The answer is no. But you can pretty much, any individual can put two out of those three things. They can do it well. You can either put the company first, which quite frankly, you always need to align yourself to a company's goals. If we're here to make cars, we're here to make cars. Stay making cars. If you're at Amazon and you're here to sell product over the internet, that's what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
If you're at WeWork, don't get onto the division that's worrying about planes and jet planes. Be in the one that's talking about office space. So, my advice on those in the middle companies that, have that flexibility but don't have the big bankroll behind it, stay to the core of what the company does if that's what you want to do. Put yourself front, the company second, and unfortunately, your friends have to come third because they're not going to pay your bills if you get let go. And that's the stark reality. So I'm sorry if I'm saying something that's politically incorrect at this time, but once you get laid off, you'll find out the world is not fair. Allah? I'm sure you're the exact opposite of everything I just said, which is fine with me.
I'm not the
Thank you.
exact opposite, but um, I mean, who are the people, even in the small companies, that are making your business go, right? It's the people at the end of the day. They're the ones developing your product. They're the ones designing your product, selling your product, right? So at the end of the day, that's where leaders forget. No matter what size company you are, who's doing the work to actually make the business go? It's the people.
Can I comment on that?
Sure.
The trillions of dollars Satya Nadella is reinvesting into R&D so humans don't have to. Isn't that why we're all here?
Well, maybe some of us are here, but at the end of the day, there's, people are what makes the business go. And so not to forget that and to take that into account at a systemic level. So this is what leaders constantly forget. Again, at all levels of size of organization.
Sure.
This is a systemic thing. How is my system in my business going to be affected? If somebody that kind of, as this woman mentioned, this example of, if somebody that I'm connected to, that whole division gets let go, but I need their work to be able to do my work, now your business just is completely shut down, right? And so keeping that understanding that it's not, and this is the big change. This is for me the big change. Stop pushing everything to the individual, and then the individual has to figure this out. This is a systemic level issue.
Mm-hmm.
What policies, what processes, organizational structures, culture, how we're working together, is in place that is, one, maybe causing problems, and two, could be a problem if we make a change.
Altez, 90 seconds left.
Thank you.
Go for the final thoughts.
I see someone else behind you. Actually, we maybe need to give them a mic. But the way I interpreted your question, if an Amazon or Facebook does something, they make decisions. These decisions are global in nature. They will have thought through these decisions. I'm confident, having worked with some people. So when they consider what the fallout is going to be, they will know, not just for the organization, but what's the economic impact of making a decision like this. To companies that are in the small and mid-size range, when you see these types of macroeconomic conditions start to come out, you have to make a decision at some point, right? Now, interest rates will rise. We're going to see certain things will happen. What am I going to do to respond to that? This is the nature of being a leader in the business. You have to make those decisions. Now, people in your company will look to you to make the right decisions. What I've found for me is If you include a diverse range of perspectives, it gives you much better information that you can use to act upon. For example, some people may say, we're willing to take a pay cut. You don't have to let us go, right? Maybe that's an option, but it's not always a dichotomy. Either you stay or you're fired. So that's something that I would just leave with you. I do want to afford the gentleman behind you an opportunity.
We're at time, so I don't know if they'll let us.
Thank you, William.
No, I don't. We'll be here for the rest of the week. So if you, we can take. We'll be here for the rest of the week. So if you guys have any other
I
questions,
got a
go
thumbs
right ahead.
up from the back, so come on.
So I just want to say two things quick. First of all, William, as another opinionated New Yorker, I appreciate you representing us well. So I just wanted to ask something real quick. You guys have talked on this panel very skillfully about we don't have to do this and we don't have to do that. People don't have to be laid off. We can go the consulting route. How do you get, in your guys' perspectives, how do we get a corporation or an entity to move into a place where they're more willing to have those conversations? Because since we've looked at quiet quitting, the remote work, stuff, and a significant amount of these thought leaders are saying you can't work like that; it won't work.
You have to show them their return on investment. Yeah. You have to show them the economics, either what it's going to cost them to lose people,
sure,
or what they're going to make with hiring people. If you can effectively do those two things, if I told you by hiring me, you're going to make $2 million more this year than you did last year, you're going to say that $500,000 investment in Bill Trapani was worth it because I got 4 back, but I don't get 500,000.
I 100% agree. You have to show what it is at the bottom line level, and you have to let people feel the pain. Because sometimes, especially high-level leaders, need to feel the financial pain first before they're willing to have that conversation. And a lot of times, folks reporting to them will soften the blow a bit about it, and that doesn't need to happen. We need to let people feel the pain.
From my perspective, it's a hit and miss, honestly. If you've got leaders that are very focused on financial numbers, there's not much you can do, quite honestly. It will just be about the numbers, and if we don't hit the numbers, it doesn't matter about the people, and they'll just go with that decision. But then the execution of what happens after that is all about what we've discussed earlier. Trying to change a leader's perspective to consider the people. I've seen the pendulum swing completely the other way, where the leader tries to include every employee in every decision, and that hasn't worked well from my experience because the people are looking for somebody to lead. Sometimes people will make a comment, and then if they don't follow through with that comment, then now you've isolated that group or that individual, for example. Sure. So, focusing on the person, I've found experientially when I've spoken to people, the folks that tend to have greater empathy for their employees, their people, are usually individuals that have had some situations in their life historically that have helped them build up to what they are today, and have enabled them to say, I've been there and I understand. So that's what I would leave with you in just the short time that we have to comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. You guys have been a great audience. Appreciate the attention.
Wow, thank you so much, panelists, for such a motivating discussion on a too critical topic. I am sure our attendees have gained a lot of information from this. All right, after such exciting discussions, it's almost time to move on to our recognition session. But first, we have some very special guests who have been a significant part of our conference. Our heartfelt appreciation goes out to the silver sponsors for supporting our event, and we would like to present a token of our gratitude to them. Hard work, determination, and big achievements should never go unnoticed. Today we have some remarkable achievers among us whose contribution to the tech and IT world deserve to be honored. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to present the awards to the exceptional leaders of the organizations for which we have April Van Tassel on stage. Welcome, April. Is April here? All right, April is actually not going to be here. So let's see, where are we here? I will start the awards. All right. So first, we have Adam Berg. Adam Berg has over a decade of experience as software engineer and leader after years of working in the video game industry, most notably on the FIFA team and Electronic Arts. He transitioned to web development, eventually becoming the CTO of Dasabo. Please welcome Adam Berg. Congratulations, Adam. Our next award is being presented to Altaz Villani, the founder of DevSecOps, Mentor, a company focused on mentoring leaders and teams who are trying to build a sustainable DevSecOps practice and culture. Altaz is a conference speaker, webinar host, industry collaborator, and podcast creator. Welcome, Altaz. Congratulations. Next, we have the founder of Andrea Iro Keynotes, which is Andrea Ioro. She's one of the most requested keynote speakers about digital transformation, leadership, customer centricity, and Web3 globally, and she shares her thoughts and ideas at the intersection of business, technology, philosophy, and neuroscience. Please welcome Andrea. Oh, I'm sorry. I misgendered. It says she. Apologies. Congratulations. Next, we have Bill Moher. Bill Moher is a Carnegie Mellon University trained software engineer, serial technology entrepreneur, and AI ML complex systems expert. Please welcome Bill Moher. Oh, I will be receiving the award on behalf of Bill. Congratulations, Bill. Next, we have Franklin Rivas, the Chief Research Officer at Cowl Inc., a highly accomplished professional with expertise in academic research as well as practical experience in machine learning, data science, and artificial intelligence applications. Please welcome Franklin. Congratulations, Franklin. Next, we have Lena Kundalakar, the founder and CEO of Kreshnikov Technology Services, specializing in software as a service, desktop applications, and cybersecurity. Please welcome Lena. Congratulations, Lena. Next, we have Lynette Attai, who is the founder of Playwell LLC, a global privacy and marketing compliance consulting firm. Lynette brings more than 25 years' experience to the work building organizational compliance programs, assessing technologies, providing training, government relations, developing policy, and managing incident response communications. Please welcome Lynette. All right, I will be accepting the award on her behalf. Thank you so much. Oh. Bill Maher has returned. Oh, Bill Maher has returned. Please welcome Bill Maher to the stage to accept his award. He was receiving another award in another room. Popular guy. Welcome back. Congratulations, Bill. No worries. Next, we have Nestor Gandara. Nestor is an information technology visionary with over 20 years of experience in the IT industry. He has a strong passion for entrepreneurship, technical strategy, cloud computing, and coaching. Please welcome Nestor. Congratulations, Nestor. Next, we have Professor Stephen Jacobs. Stephen Jacobs is the director of Open RIT, an RIT key research center that also serves as its Open Programs Office. He supports research development, technology transfer, and curriculum in open source software. Please welcome Professor Stephen Jacobs. Is Stephen not here? Is Stephen not here?
The presenter. So Paul will be the presenter? Yeah. He's going to present. He's going to be presenting the award to the people.
To who?
To the awards.
To which ones?
To everyone.
Oh, okay. All right. What's his last name? Excuse us one moment. Of who? Oh, okay. You're doing this for just Stephen. Okay. And your name's Paul? Just Paul. Criscola. We have Paul Cristola, who's going to be presenting the award to Professor Stephen Jacobs. Stephen, are you here? We will receive it on behalf of Stephen. Thank you so much. Next, we have Jaya Dickerson. MS MBA is a seasoned legal and procurement professional with over 20 years of experience. With a proven track record in successful contract negotiations, she has contributed over 150 million in savings. Please welcome Jaya Dickerson. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
It's actually Taija.
Taija, I
Yes. No,
apologize.
that's
Taija, that's
okay.
beautiful.
Taija, thank you. And just a little bit of history. My mother is from Thailand, so that's the Thai part. And then my dad is Jamaican descent. So they decided to be very creative and put Taija together. But I want to say thank you so much. I'm very humbled to receive this award. And I want to say special thanks to my husband for being such a mentor to me and being so supportive and encouraging to really be in this space. So thank you all. Thank you.
Congratulations, Taija.
Sorry. So the excitement of live theater, as it were. We have a very distinguished gentleman. He is going to be our guest presenter today for the rest of the awards for this ceremony. If you'd like to introduce yourself, your name, and what company you're with.
Sure, I'm Paul Criscuolo. I am a tax and transactional attorney and general counsel of Callagee Law, and I'm also general counsel of a company called Unblinded.
Oh, great, terrific. Yes, big hand. Yes, thank you. So what we'll do is we'll have you stand center stage, and we'll carry on with the awards from here. Thank you so much. Okay, carry on. Yeah, they're gonna hand it to you. They'll hand it to you right
Next, we have
here.
Treme Drone I. Treme Drone I stands as a premier commercial UAS operator in the United States, offering robust drone services, state of the art hardware, and FAA certified aerial services to diverse clientele ranging from businesses to individuals. Please welcome Treme Drone. We will be accepting the award on behalf of Treme. Next, we have Addie Iyengar, startup advisor, author, and podcast host. Addie Iyengar is a staff software engineer at The Score and an engineering leader. Please welcome Addie. We will accept on Addie's behalf. Next, we have Jason Bay, the creator of Trace Together, bridges the worlds of technology, public policy, and business. As a policymaker at Singapore's Ministry of Communications and Information, he was instrumental in driving the digital transformation of key economic sectors as part of Singapore's Smart Nation vision. Please welcome Jason Bay. We will be accepting on behalf of Jason. And last but not least for the morning session, we have Nita St. Hilaire. Nita St. Hilaire is the CEO of Societe, if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, I apologize, development group, possessing a diverse skill set in research, strategy, analytics, and tech. Please welcome Nita. And we will also be accepting on behalf of Nita.
So I think between you and I, we have like three each. So that'll work for us.
Thank you so much for all the awards,
Yes,
everyone.
right. They make great door stops as well. So we just want to take this opportunity to give Paul a moment to speak on the people that were given awards today and to speak a little bit about what he does
with his company as well. Any words you'd like to speak?
Sure, great. Thank you for that. So this is unexpected. I did not know I was going to get this opportunity, but I welcome it. And one of the things I want to share with you is what I think might be the most impactful part of this entire conference. This is my second time participating. I actually participated back in December. I got an award in December. It was wonderful. A lot of business opportunities came out of it. One of the things that came out of it is my partner. So I work with Callagee Law, which is a 100+ person law firm. We do business throughout the country. We've got offices in 5 states. We've got basically a full service law practice. Basically, the only thing we do not do is criminal defense work. But more importantly than that, we have an affiliated company called Unblinded, which was started by my mentor and my partner, Sean Callagee. And it's a professional coaching, training, development company. And we do, training and coaching on business growth, business development. We do it for individuals, groups. We do it throughout the entire world. We hold events all over the world. We held an event, a 100-person event in May of this year down in Grand Cayman. We actually have a 4-day event coming up the end of this week in Jersey City, New Jersey, where we've got 500 people flying in from all over the world to attend what we call an immersion. Luckily enough, the conference, Law 2.0, More 2.0, Internet 2.0, et cetera, asked Sean, my partner, to come back and do what they're calling a showstopper session, which will be at 4 p.m. today. I believe it's in room 306. It's where the Health 2.0 conference is. And it is the first time in the history of this conference. They've done multiple conferences per year for several years. This is the first time in the history of the conference that they're actually bringing all of the sections together into one area to hear one keynote / showstopper. And again, that's going to be today at 4 o'clock. My partner, Sean Callagee, will be, I believe the topic is who are you and what business are you in? And I don't want to steal a lot of Sean's thunder. I implore all of you to attend the session. But basically, we believe that all business is built on relationships, and all relationships are built on shared experiences. Now, how do you acquire the most efficient shared experience? This here today is a shared experience. The relationship we develop out of this will be based on the shared experience we had here today, and Sean will be driving and diving deep into how you grow in the law industry, we call it your book of business. In essence, how you drive business growth. And again, a lot of it is built on relationships. So we coach and train on really 3 pillars. We talk about sales mastery, influence mastery, and process mastery. Sales, just quite simply, is how to get yourself to do the things, right? It's overcoming 2 primary fears, your fear of failure and your fear of rejection. Process is the process you use to get yourself to do the things. And then influence is the ability to get your yes. And that all is based on how you resonate with people congruently and deeply. So I appreciate the couple of minutes they gave me to speak today. Again, 4 o'clock today. I cannot recommend it highly enough to attend the session where Sean will talk. I think it's 40 or 50 minutes this afternoon. I will be here throughout the 3 days. I'm actually doing 2 panels, and I think the law and more. Conference later today, but happy to connect with any of you. And again, 4 o'clock today. Trust me, you do not want to miss it. Thank you.
Just to add some, well, thank you. And then just to add some more excitement to the proceedings, we do have one more award that we would like to present, and we know the person is actually here, so that's one less award for us. But
Yes.
they are here, and we definitely want to give them their moment in the spotlight. So we're going to carry on with that. Yep.
All right. This next award is going to Extreme Drone AI. I thought that was a person earlier, and yeah.
They are back. So Extreme Drone AI stands as a premier commercial UAS operator in the United States, offering robust drone services, state-of-the-art hardware, and FAA-certified aerial services to diverse clientele ranging from businesses to individuals. Please welcome.
A big hand because he's actually came.
I guess a lot of people didn't show up. Either they're hungry or it's too hot to come here. But thank you all very much, and thank you to the organizers and everybody else who was nominated for it. I am really happy because my wife and my daughter is here. This is my daughter's first time in Vegas, so she's enjoying the pool a lot. But I had to take her out of the pool to come here. So thank you guys for coming, and it's a pleasure being here. This is my second time here, and looking forward to seeing you guys for the next ones.
You can keep it closed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm so glad. Thanks, Paul. Okay, so what we'd like to do at this point is anybody who won an award already today, if you could please come up on the stage for a group photo, and you all get extra points for actually coming and showing up. So all the people that are here, your photo will be in color, and the people who don't show up, their photo will be in black and white.
We're just going to add the men. You've seen Black Mirror.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. So come on up, bring your awards. Everybody who won an award today, come on up center stage. I will help the ladies up. Yeah, good deal. Grab my hand. Yeah, you're welcome.
Should I help up the men?
Yeah, you can help the men. Sure. I'll help the ladies, you help the men. Yes, yes. There you go. All right. So we'll take a group photo. Our photographer, go ahead, just let us know. Wait. But wait, there's more. So now what we would like to do is ask everybody who's attending the conference to come up on stage, and we want to take a conference photo. So everybody who's attending the conference, come on up, join the awardees, and we're going to take one big group photo.
Don't be shy.
If you weren't in the photo, you weren't here, and your boss is going to want to know that you were here. And we can timestamp the photo to any day or time that you want. So let us know, and we will cover you. That won't be a problem.
And don't run away. We have something fun planned directly after this.
Yes, yes, yes. We're the best room. I hope you all know that. Because of you all, actually. Yep. We can have some people sit on the foot of the stage, and we can have you all squeeze in.
Somebody can lay, you know.
Yeah, someone can lay down, lay across. Right? Exactly. I like where this is going. Good deal. So everybody shove in, shove in, shove in. That's because you feel comfortable too. We can build, yeah, if you want to get down on one knee in the middle row. You can stand right here. Stand right, come right over here, yeah. You'll be okay. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, some people sit over here. Good deal. So none of you are attending the conference? Or you just don't want anyone to know you were in Las Vegas? That's okay. My wife knows I'm here, but my girlfriend doesn't, so.
Or does she?
I'm sorry, it's the opposite. My girlfriend knows, yeah. My girlfriend knows I'm here, my wife doesn't. Remember, everyone's a winner in Las Vegas.
Don't blink.
Big smiles.
You don't want to be in the photo? You're beautiful.
Come on, we're adding people. Quick, now's your last chance. Now's your last chance. Anyone that wants to come on, be in the photo. If you're not in the picture, you weren't here.
And you're totally here.
Yes. Gorgeous. There you go. Oh, nice jump. She's a stage performer. All right, big smiles, everyone. Give yourselves a big hand. Great. Thank you. Thank you. So the conference today started a little bit later, just because a lot of people were traveling, as you all know, from traveling from far away, and things happen and all that sort of stuff. So we're about a half an hour behind. Our next event will be going to lunch, but in the meantime, my good friend here and I are going to kill time.
Yes.
Yes.
We're
So
gonna do a fun activity.
yes. So here's what I want to do. The first question I have is let's try to see who's the furthest, who traveled the furthest to be here today. Who thinks you traveled the furthest to be here? Raise your hand. If you think you traveled the furthest, you traveled the furthest.
Where from?
Where did you travel from? Houston.
Houston.
That's only like a 1 hour time difference. That's awful. Houston, you could have been from Arizona. Oh, where did you travel from?
Virginia.
Okay, we're talking international. Like, come on. Really? All right, where'd you come from?
Germany.
Ah, now we're talking. Germany. Anybody beat Germany? No one can beat Germany? Whoa. Wow. So everyone here,
Who's local?
yeah, anybody here local?
Who's the close? Okay.
You're local from Vegas? Or you traveled further? Where?
Oh.
Tokyo. Tokyo beats Germany, but they both get the prize for traveling so far. So give them a big
You
hand.
win a Caesar's pin.
A Caesar's pen?
Yes.
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 We have
and
them in the back of the room.
yes, but they're only for the winners, so nobody else take them. Right.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. Good deal. Okay, then one of the things I always like to know from people who are visiting Vegas, who's here for the first time? Raise your hand. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, great. So we want to start with what is one thing that you've done in Las Vegas since you've been here that you don't want anybody at home to know about?
The cameras are not rolling.
Nothing at all.
I don't think.
Haha. Who's going to be honest? Anybody? Oh, here we go. What's one thing you've done here that you don't want anybody at home to know about?
Well, my parents are coming tomorrow. I'm up like 600% the blackjack table, so keep it between us, y'all. Okay? They're not gonna be happy with that.
All right, there we go. Now we know who to network with because he's up. Okay, good deal. You have to show us how to play blackjack.
Wait, how much did he say he won?
600%
Oh.
on what he played, and since he didn't,
Hello, new friend.
and since he didn't say how much he played, we know it's a lot. Absolutely, sure. This is like live theater. I'm loving all of this. So, anybody else who has done something here in Las Vegas that you don't want anyone at home to know about? Because really, what happens here stays here. We promise.
Oh.
Even though it's on YouTube, and even though everybody's filming it, and even though everyone's got social media. That's it. Okay. As the days go on, what we will do is, as you do more and more things in Las Vegas, at some point each day we'll ask again, and you can let us know
Or
everything
you
that's
could
going on.
just, be honest.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. But I like where he's at 600%. So what we found also during our award ceremony is that there were some awardees who weren't given the opportunity to make an acceptance speech. So we're gonna do what we call a take two on the award acceptance speeches. So if there's anybody who just won an award who would like to make an acceptance speech, please come on up, and we are glad to give you that opportunity. And we will splice the video to make like this never happened.
This young lady looks like she wants to come up.
Yeah, come on out, come on, make it, because you know what? Yes, absolutely, big hand. I don't need it. Absolutely. Yeah, you come up and form a line over here.
Come on.
We don't need
Come
that.
on, come on. Don't be shy.
They're just gonna come. So what you'll do is you'll come up, you'll introduce yourself, and then you'll just make your speech. Oh, there you go. There you go. Cool. I got you. Yep. And so you have like a good 40 minutes. So no, I'm just kidding. No, so 30 seconds would be great. But yeah, go ahead. You earned it.
Well, first, I would like to say thank you, Internet Conference, which I didn't get to say the other time. So that's why I'm here. Thank you very much. It's very encouraging, and a platform like this, I would like to take the opportunity to first say, yes, I would. There's several people I would like to dedicate the award because I've had many mentors and teachers all along. But I'd like to dedicate it to my son and my mother, just to keep it simple. And just want to introduce Krishna Kash Technology Services in a few seconds. We are a business to business company. We have this big word called technology, but we are really, the focus is a business where we try to say Provide a ring of services to small businesses, starting from accounting and website development. Any application development and integration comes later, but we do that whole ring. We are not just into direct technology, and that applies to maybe not many business owners here, but we do something that applies to almost every small business, where you start with bookkeeping, you start with having a face on the internet, and we do those simple things as well. So I just wanted to introduce that. And thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep. And who's next? Yeah. Come on up.
I was expecting this to be tomorrow, so that's why I'm wearing this and not a suit. So you'll see me in a suit tomorrow. That same goes for what I'm saying right now. I'm making this up as we go. But I'm here representing Digital Inc. I'm here with Emily. You'll see us around. Mostly what I want to say is if you web development is the space that we're in, I'd love to talk to people about that. We build our own products. We have one that's related to music. Incrementally releasing music. If you like music or just are interested, please come talk to me. Same goes for we're building a deployment tool, kind of along the lines of Vercel, but we're looking to make some improvements there. So if you have any interest in any of those things or just want to chat, please come find us.
Here you go.
Thank you, guys. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank the Internet 2.0 conference for the award. I also wanted to say that as an Italian that has been living for 10 years in Brazil, scaling a keynote speaking operation, and now starting it here in the US, I've learned to unlearn and relearn the whole time. And I think this is really related to leadership. I mean, we're talking about an award around that. And the previous speeches talked a lot about the power of thinking critically about the future. I also work as a podcast host for NVIDIA in Brazil. And so, again, coupling leadership with AI has been my main focus. For who's interested, I do have a new book launch called Meta Leadership. It's around this new style of leadership. And you can follow me at andreaiorio.com for who's interested in some of the speaking work. Thank you again for the award, and good rest of the event. Thank you.
Thank you. So here's the thing: if we keep you long enough, we win points. So we're going to call this the never-ending award ceremony. We actually have somebody who who was scheduled for a later time, but they have requested right now because you all are such a great audience. So we do have one, I promise you, final award, unless I'm finally being given my Employee of the Year one after 5 years. Nope. Still no. Okay, so we have one more award that we're going to give in this ceremony, and then at that point we'll do one more. Oh, and then at that point we're just going to break for lunch. Okay, so one more award. Okay.
Me again. All right. Our next award is going to Nidhi Jain, founder and CEO of insure tech startup MedML. Nidhi is a leadership expert and spectacular combination of insurance expertise and actuarial. As a single founder, she has worked her way up, delivered, and helped to some of the largest insurance companies throughout her innovation at MedML. Welcome, Nidhi.
I think I made it very long.
Right? I know, right? And they're heavy.
Yes, yes,
There you
correct.
go. I'll hold this.
Congratulations.
Thank you. This is funny. This is the first award I've ever got. I am 33. And well, yes. I'm founder of Merima, like she rightly said. Oops, she's vanished. so well, what do we do at Merima is like if you are an insurance company and if you want to do any AI digitization and if you do not have Merima, you're missing something. Trust me, we'll make your decision making like in seconds. If you take weeks or months, you're missing out, you're really missing out on business if you do not have MetaMail. So MetaMail will make your business expand really fast. We will also reduce down your operational costs like anything. Trust me, we have numbers. We'll show you. If ever you get time, just ping me. I'm available on LinkedIn. You can just say hi to me even outside this conference. So this was my marketing. But from the personal note, I am nothing without my husband. So my husband is there. He's shooting me. So I'm really grateful to my uncle for marrying me. So thank you so much.
Congratulations, big hand. There you go. Cool. So you actually have one more award than I do. Yes. Well, come on up, my partner in crime. Let's give a big hand to our lovely hostess,
Lila.
Lila.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And we're clear on awards. We're good for now. We're good for now. Okay. So with that,
I have one more speech.
go for it.
All right. Hard work, determination, and big achievements should never go unnoticed. So, congratulations, awardees. May you continue achieving greatness in every sphere. Now, who's hungry? With that, it's time to break for a delightful lunch. While you're at it, don't forget to visit the exhibitor booths to get a better picture of the latest innovations and ideas in the tech world. Also, don't forget the hashtag. Keep hashtagging things.
Yes. And the lunch is going to be held in the exhibitors room, so you can just go in there. The lunch is already set up. It's buffet style, and as she said, it's a great place for you to meet the exhibitors as well as network with each other. Thank you so much for your patience today during our live theater presentation, and enjoy your lunch. We'll see you soon.
Enjoy.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for coming. Hello. Hello. Thank you for coming. All right. Hello, everybody. We have a panel discussion at 1:30. Are our speakers here?
My mic on? Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you're all fair and energized. So let's dive right back in and start off with another significant panel discussion on the topic, solving Silicon Valley's diversity problem. To give us a detailed overview on the topic and share useful insights, we have Kelly Karnis, President and CEO of Tech Vision 21, Annie Holmes, co-founder at Elevated Levels, Vincent W. Allen, Managing Director at VAAV Industries, and Ashley Noel Sharp, Executive Director at Dwell with Dignity. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? Take the stage.
Hello. I know there's like 10 people in here, but it's going to feel like 10,000. So it's going to be awesome. Thank you guys for being here with us today. My name is Ashley Sharp, and I will be moderating this incredible panel. So thank you. I know that we're in the lunch coma stage. Enjoy taking the conversation. I'm just going to ask each of my panelists to introduce yourselves and for a little icebreaker first. Okay, Kelly, kick us off.
Ellie Carnes. I'm president and CEO of TechVision 21. We're an innovation policy consulting firm based in Washington, D.C. We help companies and governments and universities work with the federal government in various ways, including on R&D projects, competing for grants, working on STEM projects. We've done a lot of government-related STEM work.
First concert?
The Beach Boys.
Okay.
That sounds.
That's a really good one.
My first concert. Hi, my name is Annie Moon. I'm founder of Elevated Levels Foundation for Green Community. We are a family nonprofit. Our focus is on addressing social determinants of health for Black and brown communities, and we are doing that, accomplishing that pillars, arts, learning, and economic development. Our efforts, and I'm going to be honest with you, the diversity session and my is probably going to be only knows with the group that I saw at my first concert, and they were a gospel group called the Winans.
Very cool.
Anybody know? Anybody? Anyone? No? Not a little bit of a hand? We got one. Okay.
BB or CC? I only got one question. Was it BB or was it CC?
Oh no, see, old school. It was the four brothers.
Oh, okay now.
Yes.
Love it. Vincent.
On that note, my name is Vincent Allen. My company is VAV Industries. We're a production company. We do production design and engineering, so designing all the back-end systems that allow your TVs and your live streams to function, but also doing the camera and basically everything you see the guys doing in the back of the room. And the reason I actually started the company is she's sitting here in the back of the room right now. My little girl Naomi is sitting here watching. And the goal was just to try to solve some of the diversity issues in the technology space, in the production space, where you have amazing women doing amazing things, but have to work 3 times as hard to get a third of credit. And so that's the goal of the company, is to try to solve that and to tell those stories in a way that's skillful, robust, and meaningful.
First concert.
First concert. I don't know if anyone in this room is going to remember that, but the benefit when Premier Gorbachev came to the United States in '88.
Oh.
That was my first concert.
Wow.
Jerry Seinfeld did a set. A significant amount of musicians were there. That would be my first. Yeah.
Very cool.
He did not. He did not. Unfortunately. I mean, no, he did.
Okay, so I was in a meeting the other day, and we were talking about DE&I, and very bravely, I think, someone stopped the meeting and said, "Could you please tell me what DE&I is?" And I was kind of horrified, but then I realized that just because we talk about it all day doesn't mean that everyone else talks about it all day. So could each of you tell me what you believe DE&I is and why it's important? Yeah, we'll rock it down.
Okay. I think that diversity has many elements. It includes the obvious age, gender, ethnicity, but I would go well beyond that to diversity of opinions, ideas, political parties, political views. One of my closest coworkers and I adamantly are in different political camps, but yet we work together extremely successfully and produce really great work as a result of it.
There we go.
So before I started Elevated Levels, I was a 3-time first time chief diversity officer for 3 different organizations.
Wow.
So this here question is right up my
I'm glad.
alley. So I, I have literally had to define and redefine throughout my 20 plus career being a Jedi. I get to call myself that because I was actually awarded a Jedi award. So as a Jedi, really including justice in there, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So when you're talking about diversity, that's representation. That's what you hear people talking about representation. Do you see difference? Is difference represented? And then when you start to talk about inclusion, are their voices represented? Are their perspectives represented? Then once their voices are shared, that then changes the outcome for everyone at the table because then now we have equity. And once we accomplish equity, we get to spaces where policies are changed to um, better humanity versus policies being for compliance, right? And so, how do we put the people in front of it so that we actually achieve justice? And so, from my perspective, DEI really is about understanding not just representation is needed, but you got to have representation. You have to allow people their authentic voice and to speak to that, and then not take that away, but ensure that they continue to be a part of the story that needs to be told.
I think for me, I mean, we heard earlier in a panel earlier talking about how to change the culture in our working places and things like that. And unfortunately, for better or for worse, it's that's usually lip service. It's a placebo, it's a sugar pill to hire someone who fits a specific criteria, a person of color, a woman, someone who's disabled in some meaningful way, to be the public face of look, we're not racist, look, we're not sexist, look, our company isn't bigoted, don't dig too much into what we were doing during World War II or before the 1900s or whatever. So usually, unfortunately, usually it's it's a token to say, don't sue us, right? But I think what's important about it and what it means to me is providing those voices for people to say what needs to be said in a place that's safe, right? Um, but giving them the equity that you spoke about, which is not the same as equality. And it's not saying, hey, this is a meritocracy. We don't see this difference or that difference or that difference, because what you're really doing is saying you don't see them at all.
Well, and I know that this panel specifically is titled to address Silicon Valley, but this is an issue that we see everywhere. But why do you think a lot of this did start in Silicon Valley, and how have we seen that play out?
Well, I can speak to that. So, 20 plus years ago, I was working on becoming a network engineer. Right, I was doing all the Cisco Network Academy stuff. The only person that wasn't a male in the room was the instructor. Bunch of guys. I don't have to tell you what that room smelled like. It was a bunch of 16 to 17-year-old boys. But that being said, there were no women in the room. And every program I did after that, you might have one woman, you might have two, maybe three, from a very specific background ethnically, right? And so unfortunately now we're living in a world where we're reaping the fruit of that, where all of the people that are in these decision making positions, where all of the people that were in university 20 years ago, 25 years ago, came up through the ranks, where this is the way it looks, these are the people who are doing the work, and these are the people who get to be in decision making positions. And for better or for worse, they all look like me. It's just the way, and unfortunately it's the way it is right now. And we haven't significantly invested in programs where we're trying to recruit people who have different opinions, who look different, who come from a different background, and maybe come from a different country or whatever, right? And that's why we have that problem in technology right now, is because we didn't address it 10, 15, 20, 25 years ago. And so if we want to solve it, we got to address it now for when all of our kids are coming out of university.
Well, oh, Annie.
I actually worked at a university as a chief diversity officer. At Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo, California, I was the first chief diversity officer there, and I established the office. I established all of the programs, conducted the culture survey so that we could understand what the issues were, and then be able to communicate back out to all of our stakeholders, students, alum,
Anyone who was interested, town and gown, right? Anyone who participated in some way with the organization, we wanted to make sure that they had a positive experience. And we did it through a DEI lens. We were very open and honest about the fact that we were on a campus with 20,000 students and there were 0.7% Black students on that campus in the state of California. That is problematic. So then you take the lower numbers. I think when I first started, we had 9% Latinx, and that's problematic in the state of California. By the time we left, we did increase our Latinx numbers, thankfully, to 13%, and we had gotten the African American numbers up to 1%. But what was interesting was I was able to be pulled into a lot of the conversations in recruiting and with some of the boards. So Boeing, your Apples, your like all of those big tech Silicon Valley companies were recruiting very heavily from Cal Poly. It's an engineering school, architecture school. So I mean, folks, I mean, prime pick from Cal Poly, and because there was no strong population of students who were effectively, let's say, tracked from a K-12 education system into engineering fields to know that that was an option for them. Now you don't have anyone to pick from. You don't have anyone to provide that access for. So one of the things that I did while I was there was found out one of the Cal State Board of Directors had a charter school system. She had just started it out and she was expanding it into her middle school. I worked out a partnership with her and her schools to bring her middle school students to the campus. When she was ready to start her high school, Cal Poly, their slogan is learn by doing. She created a learn by doing high school in Sacramento. And so then what she did was she created a critical mass of students who were qualified for that institution. However, then what we also don't talk about is it's not always the recruitment, it's also the retention. And so when we don't do anything to address, again, policies, culture, all of those things within the organization, then we lose and people as well. And so then our numbers really don't look like we're moving because you've got a door and folks are coming in and out of your organization. And so you can usually you can look at it at some of the websites. I won't name any of them, but some of the job search websites, and you will see certain jobs come up all the time. Why? What's going on there? We should start asking questions.
Yes.
And folks like me who have had jobs where I have had to ask the difficult questions. I'm the friend that tells you what you don't want to hear and I'll do it with a smile because it's going to be better for all of us in the end when we
Someone
can
has
get
to.
out of our own head.
Before we move on, I want to ask you a follow-up, Annie. So you were working with the university, and they had a 0.7% student population that was Latinx in a place that's historically Mexico.
It was 9%. It was 9% in a place that was historically Mexico. Correct.
So what were they doing,
The
or not?
Chumash Indian
Uh-huh.
reservation as well. Yes.
Yes. So what were they doing, or maybe the better question is not doing, to get to that place where their matriculation rate and then the retention rate of people who of a group of people who is one of the largest group population groups in that locality, what were they doing to
Great
not
question.
bring it in?
Great question. They had a higher population of Black and Latinx students in the 70s than they did in 2013 when I landed on that campus. When I started to talk to the alumni and brought them back in, they said there was more community on campus. When I walked onto that campus, you could pretty much go onto any college campus and find like groups of students, typically by ethnicity, by gender, by interest, hanging out somewhere. I could not find students of color hanging out anywhere. And
Because
when
there
I
weren't any.
asked why, they said it's because they did not feel safe being seen as more in as a group. Because someone, a white person, a white student would pass by and say, "What are you guys up to?" So I don't feel at home. I go back home and tell everybody, "You're not going to feel at home." So then what I found out was happening was the high school guidance counselors were gatekeeping. they had kids that would thrive academically on the campus, but because of the stories others were coming back to tell when they went home to community, we couldn't get those students back.
Well, and I would love to ask you, I mean, as a female founder and a CEO and someone who's actually worked on workforce development, how do you see that play out and how can you encourage other voices to actually be in these rooms?
Well, let me take a step back. I think we have it's not just a Silicon Valley problem, as you guys have said. It is a nationwide problem, and it's not a problem from the past. It's a problem that's going to get even worse as we go into the future. I mean, if you look at the changes in the American population that are expected, 20 years from now, we're going to be a minority majority country. So we need to be including persons from all backgrounds and more minority students and more women, and we're losing so many in high school for the reasons that you guys have been talking about, that guidance counselors are not encouraging them, but they're also not being trained in the foundational skills that are necessary to pursue a STEM degree in some cases.
But do you think that that's a high school issue, or that's starting early on in their
It's
scholastic
starting
endeavors?
early on. I mean, it's going through the entire K through 12 system. You have to give kids the opportunity to be excited about science and math and to want to pursue a tech career. And then you have to give them the foundational knowledge and skills and the background courses in STEM that allow them to pursue STEM in college. And the numbers are really stark. I mean, there's I think it's only 20 something percent of computer science degrees go to women. Right. And only about 10% go to minority students. And we can't build the economy for the future on that foundation. I mean, what has given us our success for over 200 years is our culture of innovation. I mean, we have innovation written into the Constitution. It's always been the way America has succeeded through war, through growth periods, through different industry sectors. And we really have to be focused on growing the economy and national security for the future. Let me just throw in here one thing. I've done a lot of work with the defense and industrial base companies, and they're really suffering because in addition, they have the same needs, same tech needs as the private sector companies, but they're less attractive places to work because people perceive that they're making weapons rather than working in an R&D lab or doing something that's tech-based. And it is very, very challenging. They've got severe shortages on the horizon for computer scientists, engineers, and microelectronics people. Severe issues with microelectronics.
And do you?
So I've had a lot of, I know I look like I'm 27, but I've had a lot of jobs. So the last job I had before stepping into my entrepreneurial role, I actually worked for a national organization that worked at the with all of the states in the U.S. Department of Education as well as the U.S. territories. When COVID happened, we all got on Zoom and I got on with all of those state leaders and I said, if you are not committed to innovating right now, the K-12 education system is going to fall apart. It's not going to survive COVID. We did not innovate. It is not surviving COVID. And to be honest, I know we haven't gotten to the answer, but I think the answer, not just for Silicon Valley, but for everyone, is we have to either strategize on, are we going to dismantle systems and rebuild them? Or are we going to allow for other systems to grow authentically based out of the community members who are building them? And if you want to learn more about that, read up on Paulo Freire.
Well, one of the things that makes me think about is we talk about the pandemic and everything that did and didn't happen, and there's a lot to discuss, right? But there are two things that I want to just bring to the forefront. One, every number that you could look at suggests that every human on Earth who was of working age was 200% more effective during COVID than they had been in the 10 years prior. Now, On the coattails of that is that you have a significant amount of large companies that leverage that and use the work from home capability during the pandemic to force women out of the workforce in numbers we haven't seen since the 60s and 70s, where you have, I mean, we're all adults here for the most part. You know what happens when you take adults, lock them in their house for 2 years and say you can't leave? You're gonna have a baby boom. That's what's gonna happen, right? And so historically, the cultural expectations, at least in this country, are that that's a woman's job. That's not true. Like, I'm a single father. Like, there are plenty of men out there who can do the job and do the job. But from a professional standpoint, these companies, they used it as leverage to say, excuse me, ma'am, yes, you can work from home if you'd like to, but you're going to take 70 cents on the dollar. And because their partner could, because of wage gap conversations, could make more money, a lot of these women took those opportunities to be at home because in a major city, childcare is basically a full salary. And and so then I think we need to, if we're going to solve this in our lifetimes, we need to start having conversations not about the technology or who's doing what, but the cultural dynamics at play that say you get to do this and you get to do that. And I think we were talking about where it starts. Well, I got to tell you, as a girl dad, I get very frustrated around her birthday and around Christmas time when she wants something that is traditionally a toy that's meant for a boy. And it's you can't go on to any website where you could buy a toy and see a toy kitchen set in a traditional boy color. They don't make them, and you don't see toy drill presses or any of this other kind of stuff in colors we traditionally associate with young girls. And I think that's where the problem starts because every one of us in this room who works in technology didn't just discover it in undergrad, right? We all started by liking things that were traditionally considered nerdy or whatever. Absolutely. And just running with the damn thing, right? And figuring stuff out, tinkering with stuff, and just playing around until we figured out who we were and what we wanted to do. And if we're not marketing those kinds of things in a gender neutral sort of way, then we're going to have this problem when my 8-year-old has grandkids. I mean, that's the reality.
I'm currently expecting, and my stepdaughter asked me very cutely, "Oh my gosh, you still have to work when you're pregnant?" Yes, I do. I will work until the moment I'm in labor. Thank you so much. But that is the ideology.
Work harder.
I have to work exact. I have to work hard as a working mother. I have to work harder than anyone else because I have to prove that the baby isn't slowing me down. But how do we stop these ideologies? I think that's so difficult. This is something that's obviously ingrained in them since birth, but how do we change the conversation, like you were saying, the marketing, how we represent these opportunities? And I'm going to go ahead and throw in some extra stress here. Obviously, we've all heard about SCOTUS and affirmative. So these numbers are already so low for women, especially in these spaces and minorities. And now what's going to happen? I mean, I can't even imagine how much lower these numbers are going to look.
You've raised a big issue. Most of the experts, at least that I've been reading recently, seem to think there's going to be a dramatic drop off, and there doesn't seem to be any response yet. Of course, it's early.
It's very early.
Um, so when I worked at Cal Poly, in the state of California, if you are a public institution, you could not use state funding toward diversity, equity, and inclusion. So this did not just start, people. Like,
Yeah.
this has been in existence for quite some time. The US of A has been moving in this direction. Um, it's a chicken and egg situation because having gone into these organizations and having done the work, honestly, it's around organizational health. Because when one of my first jobs was as a coordinator of diversity education for Penn State University. So I used to travel to all 23 campuses and locations and do diversity training. So black woman, natural hair, walks into Central Pennsylvania campus. Didn't feel safe. but that's okay. I'm still here. But I would do diversity trainings in those communities, and I had to recognize, how do I tell the story so that you understand my context? Because you'll never understand. I can hand you these kicks, you'll never understand. And so I think from a systemic perspective, from a systems perspective, when we're looking at a DEI issue to address systems and the impact that it's going to have in systems, we've definitely got to pay more attention to what those systems have put into place to further oppress. So that leads me into the affirmative action um, um, decision, because the way now to access higher education, as Black women have thrived and become one of the most highly educated groups in the US, now we're seeing a shift where it's saying, well, if you don't have the money, if you go through the services, and then we'll allow you an education through your GI Bill, which we already have a GI Bill. So I'm not really sure why we needed this in the affirmative action clause. So what we're finding is, instead of bridges being built, gaps are being dug. And we have to create other pathways for children, young folk to even know the possibilities. So when you started to talk about like the different areas of engineering that you're seeing a need for in the future, I'm thinking, how do I then go back to my community and tell my superintendent, not just we need a STEM program, but here are the jobs, and here I learned about ethical hacking from my 9 year old. I did. I heard about it, and I went to him. I said, you know what? Oh, I heard about ethical hacking, mommy. He starts telling me about it. These babies are ready, and my husband and I made the decision to pull them out of the educational system to focus on learning so that they could thrive. And if we're not focusing on whether an organization is healthy enough so that the staff can thrive, if we're not focusing on a hospital to make sure that the providers are educated enough to understand how to handle patients, and that self advocacy and patient advocacy should be applauded in ERs and not shunned in ERs, there's a this is systemic through all of the systems. And the last thing I'll say about it is that's because the systems were built for certain people to thrive, and those of us who are in this room, many of us who are in this room, were not included in that group, that the education system, that the industrialization, all of the systems were created for. We were not a part of that. So we've got some choices to make. And I've got some Gen Zers at home that are just like, just burn it all down, Mom. Just burn it all down.
Woo! Yeah, well, I will add these are not complete solutions, but there are a good number of outstanding programs that are growing up in the K through 12 arena that are having success. One of them is FIRST, for inspiration of science and recognition of science and technology, run by a gentleman named Dean Kamen, who was an inventor. He developed the insulin pump and a stair climbing wheelchair, a real entrepreneur and innovator. And he had the idea of kids love sports. Let's make a game out of this. So he created a program where the kids build robots, and then the robots compete against each other in a different game. They throw rings or they shoot basketballs or whatever. And that program started out with 5 or 6 schools, and it's now several hundred. Still not big enough. And it does attract a really great community of kids. They have all girls teams, they have blended teams, they have small teams. Some schools are small and they can only get 5 or 6 people together, and then some have 50. And the great thing about the program is that companies have started to recognize it. And almost every single kid that comes out of that program gets a scholarship somewhere. So it's great.
That's
So
amazing.
as a follow-up to that, that's great. I mean, that's a great
Put your girls first.
initial step, right?
Amen.
But how do we then take a program like that? That I mean, listen, to run a robotics program requires so much capital, right? It's an expensive program to run, and I think we all know, like communities all over this country, we know the communities that are going to be able to afford to have those programs and to bring people in from the community that have an expertise in coding or the mechanical engineering, the robotics or whatever. And we all know the places that will not be able to afford to. Like where I'm from in New York City, South Bronx is one of the poorest congressional districts in the country. But if you go, the entire island of Manhattan is 8 miles long. South Bronx is right across the water from that. If you go down to Battery Park City, the public schools have marble on the floor. So how do we then take that and marry that to what we're all talking about today and and be able to build these programs that are sustainable at scale for everybody? Because that's the core to the issue, in my opinion.
Well, and I would love to talk about socioeconomic issues, especially people who work in tech companies who are not in tech positions. Just because you work for Apple does not mean you are an engineer. And so I think that there's a huge divide in people who are not even able to live in the area where they work because they're being pushed out. And how do we deal with that disparity for people who work for these companies? But every organization needs janitorial, they need marketing, they need HR, and those opportunities and that pay, quite frankly, is not equal.
Not in the slightest. And I think what you're really talking about, if we're going to talk open the socioeconomic can of worms,
We're
what we're
opening
really
it.
what we're really talking about is gentrification. And what we're really talking about is communities, mostly communities of color, that have lived in a specific locality for generations. And and in some places, like on the East Coast, there's rent control laws. Other places, things work differently. But they've been there for a very long time, and then they get pushed out by a large developer who then takes a building and knocks it down or guts it, turns around and resells those apartments for quadruple what they were going for, and then appropriates the culture of that community. There is a place, again, in the Bronx in New York, where they did this a few years ago, and they tried. At first, they tried to call the South Bronx Sobro, and anyone, and you would know because you're from Newark, how that went over in the South Bronx. People were ready to fight, and then they did it again, and they tried to call it the Piano District, and people were again ready to fight because what they had done was they had taken a series of old tenement buildings, gutted them, taken a 10 or 12 unit building, made it a 6 unit building, and made them into these luxury lofts, and then cleaned up, took away all of the graffiti, which is cultural in that part of the world, and then put a wrought iron sculpture of graffiti out front, and then charged 5 to 8 times what people were paying in that neighborhood. And I heard the snickering because it is ridiculous. And that's not just happening where I'm from in New York City. It's happening in every major city in this country. And until we can address that, that's going to have to be legislated because we live in a capitalistic society and large hedge funds and whatever are not going to stop doing it. Right.
That's so performative.
It really, really is.
Oh my
It's,
God.
it's sick. But the question is then how do you solve that, right? How do you solve that when can we legislate something nationally and then it becomes a states' rights issue and then SCOTUS gets involved? Or does it have to be a state by state or community by community basis? Because if we go state by state, we all know what's going to happen. It's going to look very much like education and reproductive rights and every other hot button issue we could talk about, where there are going to be some states that are going to do it really well and everyone gets a seat at the table and gets a bite at the apple, and other states where it's the 1940s again.
I feel like you're looking at me because I live in Texas and
I
feel
may
judged
have
by
been,
that statement.
right. I mean, but we were talking about this over lunch. I mean, it's there are some places in this country who the political apparatus, whether they succeed or fail, they make an effort to try to move forward, and there are other places that are actively trying to move us backwards, right? And it's a conversation that we have to continue having because there are no easy answers here, right? There aren't, unfortunately.
I would also love us to talk about neurodiversity if you guys would like to. Just we've talked about race, we've talked about gender, but this is something that a lot of people forget about in the DEI is people who have intellectual differences and physical differences. As someone who has epilepsy, this is a huge issue for me personally, but how do we even begin to address that? And I know we kind of talked about this again at lunch. Work from home largely was supposed to be able to help individuals with differences, and now we've seen it as an excuse to get people out of the workforce or pay them less. So, can you guys talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. One of the things that you learn when you work long enough is that, especially as a neurodivergent person, is that you have to set yourself up because these companies will never do it for you. But then one of the things that people don't realize is that the ADA statutes stipulate that if you have any legitimate condition, PTSD, whatever you're dealing with, you can request from your HR group an accommodation to be allowed to work from home permanently to be able to accomplish your job. The problem is that HR groups and most companies will never tell you that because their leadership does it will look at them funny if they do because they don't want them to. And there are other things at play why they're gatekeeping that. But I think the first part of it starts with education of those of us who would like to take advantage of those accommodations need to educate ourselves about them because they're never going to do it for us. But then also we need to accept the fact that just because someone doesn't think the way someone else does, it doesn't make them strange, right? I think the biggest problem we have around neurodiversity in our society is this idea that you're not normal, right? That if something happened in your youth and you were traumatized and you have post-traumatic stress disorder off of that, that there are treatments, and that just be and that something broken in your head is not any different than a broken arm or broken leg. Most of these things can be solved with medicine and treatment, and we don't talk about that nearly enough.
And
Amen.
I'll just add, so my 9-year-old, our 9-year-old, he is not diagnosed with anything. As a black child growing up in Maryland, when we put him in therapy, they actually encouraged us not to have him diagnosed so that he would not end up being tracked in some way. So I then
Smart.
began to do just my own research around neurodiversity as a mom,
Hmm.
right? Not just as an educator who's setting policies, but as a mom, what does it look like for me supporting him? And when they called me and told me my baby was at school stressed out cutting his hair, I said, we're not doing this. We're going to take the stressor out. The stressor is school. He went through therapy. He's graduated from therapy in like just a couple of months, but what happened was we started to navigate around him instead of making him navigate around us. And that is what systems do, right? We set up these structures and make them so firm that people are trying to figure out how to navigate around them versus taking the walls down for everyone and ensuring that folks have the opportunity to see access for some actually provides access for all.
Yes.
The greatest story for this is when you look at a curb. The curb was made for the little lip at the curb. That was for handicap, for wheelchairs. But how many people also get to benefit from it? Families with strollers, right? Like so many get to benefit when we start to solve diversity problems. People just get scared when they feel like something is going to be taken from me in order for someone else to have something. Baby boo, nobody wants to take anything from you. Literally, people just want to be free. They just want good wage. They just want
Amen.
to enjoy their family. They just want to be great and help women be great, right? Like people just want to live and be great. We've got to get out of the ego and make sure
Hmm.
that we get back into the heart and mind of the work that we do.
Yeah, I will add sort of a slightly different thought, which is I think in today's world, you have to find an advocate, whether that's your parent, whether you're able to
Yes.
advocate for yourself when
Yes.
you're old enough, whether it's a teacher, whether
Hmm.
it's a doctor, because I don't think that we're equipped to deal with things.
Yep.
I had my daughter was severely injured in playing volleyball in high school and ended up not being able to go to school for several months. how helpful was the school? They wanted her to kick her out. and so we had to actually hire a lawyer and threaten to sue them.
I mean, unfortunately, that's what it takes a lot of times, right? You have to have multiple voices saying, I will litigate and I will come for your entire, if it's a school, for example, teacher's retirement fund, or I'm coming for your all your profits this quarter and everyone else here. Unfortunately, in this country, it takes a class action
But that
to
takes
make things happen.
resources and knowledge and time that most people do not have.
1,000%. I mean, it
We don't.
requires it requires people with, like I said, the knowledge and the access, but also the heart and the empathy to give a damn. And unfortunately, a
Yes.
lot of people that are in those positions, the only advocate that they're ever going to have is either themselves
Yes.
or some sort of a legal clinic or a legal defense fund that are supremely understaffed and underfunded and do not have the resources to take on a whole class action by themselves. And so things just are allowed to slide and they slide and they slide a little further and they slide a little further until we end up in a situation where we are now.
Well, and I think there's even a deeper issue. Think about how many people in it's the year 2023. How many people have been traumatized in the school system? So
Mm-hmm.
now we all have children, and our children are being traumatized in the same system that we were traumatized in, and our parents were traumatized in. My grandmother was kicked out of it in sixth grade, right? So she was traumatized by it, which then generationally caused traumatization with the education system. So now can those parents go in and say, I need to talk to someone right now because I need an IEP and I know the timeline? And there are advocacy groups that are out there in urban communities, in rural communities, really trying to help folks out. But someone has to, when it comes to DEI, I never want to put the onus on correcting the system on the people.
Thank you. I know. Okay, so one more question, and then we'll have a little bit of time for any questions from the audience. But we've talked about a lot of very heavy issues, and there are a lot of changes that need to be made at a very systemic level. But what are you hopeful about? What brings you a little bit of joy, and what makes you feel like there's going to be some actual change in this area?
I'm hopeful that as more women and minorities obtain positions of greater power and they're starting companies, they're at senior levels in companies, that that will drive some change. I mean, part of the culture that I think that we have today is seemingly, people want to work with people who are like them. So we have a white male culture kind of at the top of most organizations, and they want to see themselves and recruit people and be with people like themselves. I think, I mean, I have at my firm, we had only women working for us for the first 15 years. Now I've hired a couple of guys.
You got to have a token guy. That's okay.
Token guys.
We'll take it.
Yes.
I Look, I believe the children are future. I, that's seriously where I am.
Take the girl out of
Trained
Jersey.
educator. I'm a trained educator over and over and over and over again. I have multiple degrees in education. And so I truly believe that when we stop and just learn and ask questions and clarify things, that we can solve a lot of problems just through communication.
Yes.
We're so fearful of what we don't know and what we don't understand, and we assume that if we ask someone a question, that they're going to get offended. But the reality is, wow, you actually want to talk to me. You want to know about me. You want to learn about me. And so I believe that the answer to this problem is just let the kids be kids and let's follow their joy, because there is something in that. And these COVID babies, they came out different. They tore their head up in hospitals and everything. So yeah, I definitely think, we just need to invest in young folk learning these systems in very different ways and giving them access.
Annie, you mentioned something earlier about how your kids like, no, I'm just burn it all down. And I think if you spend any time, what brings me a high degree of joy is Gen Z. is not here for the ruckus. Like they're just not. And then the generations that are coming up behind them, the COVID kids, for example, they're not here for it either. Like all of this, you're going to do this and you're going to come to my office at this time. And every one of them is staring people in the face and going, I quit over and over and over again. And is forcing a shift in the way we work and the way we think about work, because when a supervisor or a senior leader is doing something that is egregious par excellence, right? That you've got a whole generation of young people that are being like, I won't work for you if your values don't match mine. And that's what we haven't been doing in any of our generations, is because the thought was you need a job to raise a family and you need to be able to make a certain amount of money, and those things are all true, but you can find alignment in organizations that are interested in the things you're interested in from a social good perspective, that are going to put money and resources to the things that matter to you and your community. And that brings me a great amount of joy, is the younger generation who is ready to just throw a grenade in it and light a match and be like, I'm not doing this with y'all anymore. Like get it together or get out of my face.
Thank you so much. Can we get a round of applause for our amazing panel? And then there's a mic in the center.
We have about 5 minutes, so please keep your questions quick for me.
I just maybe a comment. This was a very good discussion, and I feel that kind of an oxymoron, like an irony, is that despite bringing up appearing that the systems have problems, I feel that maybe America or maybe the world today, it's not really systems having problems. And I think you all touched on that. It's about wearing your own oxygen mask first. And I think they, when children grow up, if they are, again, empowering is like somebody else empowering them. But if from each individual soul, if it comes from within, none of these problems are really there.
I'd like to address that. So I'll address that by telling a story really quickly. During the pandemic, I was consulting for a very large hedge fund in New York. And one of the things that they asked me to do was come out and build out their production team and their AV team. And so I was vetting resumes and interviewing and whatever. Every single time, no matter what the person's background was, if they were white passing, they got shortlisted, regardless of what was on their resume or how well they interviewed. And if they were not white passing, they found a reason, no matter how minuscule. I mean, I'm talking about infinitesimal stuff. Like they came to me and said, Vincent, we want, you're the expert in this field. Give us some names. So I gave them names. And when any of those names were people of color, they found a way to not get shortlisted. If they passed for white, they all got a second interview and they all got shortlisted. And a bunch of us had to go to the mat for a number of candidates to get them that second interview. And so while I hear you that on some level it's a hearts and minds issue, that is true. These systems that are broken all started with someone's hearts and minds, but those hearts and minds, those people are all dead, and those people all lived 400 and 500 years ago. The reality is that there are ingrained and entrenched systems that hold some people up and then hold others down. And until we break those policies and write new ones, it's about hearts and minds and individuals, but it's also about stuff that's written into policy and law.
And one that we're about to see play out with the news, with the SCOTUS affirmative action decision. Our naval forces, the air force, armed forces, they all have an issue with the lack of diversity at the top, right? But this is not going to add more diversity at the top. This is just going to continue to add more folks on the front line, because they're still going to go to the Naval Academy, right, to recruit for their officers. So the system will still continue to operate in the way that it was meant to, and it's still going to put, unfortunately, the lower socioeconomically, lower unhoused, right? Like folks who need options are going to seek it through the armed forces, but they're not going to see those officer rankings, unfortunately. They're not going to get there because they're still going to get bypassed to go to the Naval Academy. So yeah, we've got to look at these systems and not and stop telling these kids just do it, just work harder, just and putting that on them.
You got to have
Yeah, yeah, oh
bootstraps.
yeah, I know, not them, but not us either. This is heavy. I'm living a soft life now. I'm done. I'm
But I
sorry.
mean, Andy, to your point is that you have to have bootstraps to be able to pull yourself up by them, right? And I think the point,
You don't get the bootstraps. How
yeah.
you pull them up?
Well, I think the point she's making, right, is that when you need laws like the Crown Law to prevent companies from offboarding predominantly black women for the way they choose to wear their hair, that's not a heart and mind issue. I can walk in with purple hair tomorrow and I'll be fine, right? Like that's the reality.
I want to
But
see that.
I mean, let's do it. But no, I mean, so I can get away with almost anything I want to, right? I can mouth off to my supervisor. I can show up late. I can do whatever I want to if I'm also getting my job done. Other people don't have that luxury, and that's the issue here. It's not one or the other. It's yes and it's both. It's solving the spiritual issue that we have in this country, but it's also at the same time it's breaking down the systems that have caused us not to deal with the dead body that we've been carrying around with us for hundreds of years. That's really what it is.
Yeah. I
Take us
just want to
home.
jump in on K through 12 and your comment on empowering. Um, in my view, it's more about not putting barriers up to what the child is interested in. And I'll give a last story. My son is a chemical engineer today. Yay. Um, when he was growing up, we lived in a nice neighborhood. Our school was safe. There were high quality schools. But yet, the individual teachers and principals in the schools tried to hold him back. When he was in third grade, he was so bored, he did the entire math book in 1 month. And I went into the teacher and said, could he move on to fourth grade math now? Oh, no, that would not be fair to the other children. And I was like, he's very good at math. You don't want him to lose interest. And fortunately, he hung on through his 12 boring years and his years of college and now as an engineer. So,
No, I am so grateful for all of your time. Again, round of applause for this wonderful panel. And we'll be around afterwards if anyone wants to chat with us personally.
Well, again, that was a great discussion about a very, very noteworthy topic. So to give them one more big hand. Absolutely.
We really should.
oh, thank you. We'll see.
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
Okay.
So watch the steps. Hey, I'm back. How y'all doing? Did you miss me? Yeah. Okay. At this moment, we are going to do something special just for a few minutes. It won't take long, but it will definitely be to your advantage. Have you tried the Viva Zen? I'm loving this stuff. Anyway, we have a guest speaker just for a few moments. His name is Rob Pathak from Elevation Capital, and he is going to tell us more about Viva Zen. And seriously, if you haven't tried it, we have them in the back of the room, and they're really excellent, and he's going to tell you more about it. So a big hand for him, please.
Thank you so much. Well, after all the wisdoms imparted on the last session, this is going to sound. Can you hear me? All right. Well, while this conference has brought us together, these from a digital perspective, RPA, enterprise SaaS, the story behind VivaZen starts with the founder, Steve Curtis of Elevation Capital, a multi-business private equity firm with holding assets, and CPG is one of the portfolio strategies. Story of too loud. The story of VivaZen starts with our CEO, Steve Curtis. Steve was diagnosed with leukemia at the age of 24. Now, at that point, he was already a successful entrepreneur. However, he hired a team of his own MDs, doctors, and other medical practitioners, especially on the eastern side of the hemisphere. Using his proprietary blend, Steve not only overcame cancer in remission, he also climbed Mount Everest. So I encourage all of you. The product itself is extremely robust. And from a brand equity association perspective, we don't position it as an energy drink. We call it feel good relief. Anything from jet lag to moderate pain relief, postmenstrual complications. It's a wide variety of product throughout the conference. We're more than happy to be a sponsor of the Internet 2.0 conference as an alternative to coffee. It's entirely plant-based, caffeine-free. And once again, just want to thank everyone who has joined. More to come on the journey of Steve and Viva Zen and how we tie it back to winning in software as a service in the B2B space. I look forward to that tomorrow. Thank you for the time, everyone. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Ro, and the panelists. That was a remarkable session. And if you haven't tried those drinks, they're worth it. Up next, we take it up a level. This engaging speaker session titled Future Fields of Labor, Education and Wealth, Building Blue Collar AI, is going to offer some underrated insights about the future of labor, academics, economy, and their interrelation. To share his insights, I would like to call on stage Aaron Burciaga, co-founder and CEO of Data Prime Inc.
Today that's intriguing to you, please reach out to me. Send me an email or follow me. Pass it around the room. Everyone can do a quick scan, and we'll be saving a ton of trees. Um, my name is Aaron Burciaga, and I'm going to talk about exactly what the screen says. About 3 years ago, I wrote a series of articles in Forbes called "Why We Need a Blue Collar AI Workforce." Those articles have led to brand new programs that I've helped build at Miami-Dade College in Miami, Florida State College in Jacksonville, and as well as Montgomery College in Maryland and across the United States. There is something happening, not just in artificial intelligence, but what I want us to open our eyes and our minds to in terms of a blue collar, a new collar, a revolution in the workforce. I'll get into it in a little bit. A little bit on me. You heard that I'm a co-founder. I'm the CEO of a company called Data Prime, also known as Prime AI. I started off, graduated the Naval Academy, so I was intrigued to hear what I heard of it a little bit earlier on. Graduated from the Naval Academy in 2003. I'm a second-generation Mexican American. My mother was born in Juarez, my dad in the projects of El Paso. If it were not, if it were not for great programs, I might still somewhere be in the barrio of El Paso. Went on, served 12 years in the Marine Corps, was in Fallujah 2003, 2004, where I was a logistics officer. Can I drop this now? Gracias. Now, in Fallujah, helped optimize for how we ran convoys and assault support requests with just some engineering. Turned out that was operations research. I got sent to postgraduate school, got my master's in operations research, which is an early term nomenclature for data science, machine learning, AI. Went to the Pentagon, did that, was actually special staff to Joe Dunford. And then the Marine Corps didn't have a program for officers back when I was in, so I jumped out, worked at Accenture, became vice president AI at Booz Allen Hamilton, vice president at ECS, stood up the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center for the DoD, just resigned from AWS, where I led one of 9 AI teams, and I'm now full-time at my company called Data Prime. And that's me on the far right, bearded with a little bit better hair. And that's my phone. Just go ahead and hit a button. It's one of my meal alarms. All right. So let's go ahead and jump into it and talk a little bit about something that happened in 1943. Thomas Watson. Now, you all are a smart group. You might know this answer. So if you know it, don't shout it. I want people to kind of germinate on it. He said, I think there's a world market for maybe this many computers. If you know the answer, raise your hand. Don't say it. Thomas Watson, one of the founders of IBM, thought that there would be this. How many do you think? Anybody here with a wonderful bow tie? How many computers do you think Thomas Watson said that there's maybe going to be in the world? 1,000. Anyone else? Price is right. 1,001. Nobody? 5. Thomas Watson, one of the founders of International Business Machines, said, I think there's a world market for maybe 5 computers. Was he wrong? He probably just didn't have the vision, right? And as you and I have been growing up and we had Alexa and we saw IBM Watson come along, we might have said, you know what, there might be Skynet and a few other AIs out there. But friends, AI is at its PC moment right now. A quick canvas of the AI tools that are available for your phones are these and many, many more. So if we would have said, how many artificial intelligence tools and systems are necessary or out there? Just like Thomas Watson said, it's not 5, but hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and they're pervading into our everyday lives. You might see some of them that are up there. If one sounds unfamiliar to you, I encourage you to go check it out. Lots of good tools. But you know what? As much as things change, things truly, truly stay the same. This is a slide that I've had for years. I used to call it the big book of data science. And then that became passe. People started saying machine learning. So it was the big book of machine learning. That's passe. And now it's artificial intelligence. So the big book of AI, okay. All of those applications that you saw up there on the previous screen, they do one of these chapters or sections of the big book of AI. They help with visualization. They help with decision science or geointelligence or Internet of Things. And they concatenate it, they link it, they connect it to a business application, call center analytics, life science and health, networking, pricing and promotion, talent and human resources. All of these things that you see, either it's Workday or beyond, it is all artificial intelligence that is helping us go from automation to data science to decision science to artificial intelligence. And that's where we're at today. So as you step back and you look at what are all the applications and the opportunities in artificial intelligence going to be, the more things change, the more things stay the same. It's going to be how we do call centers and customer and market, cybersecurity, emerging concepts and innovative technologies, different and a little bit faster. The chapters are the same, and I want to draw your eyes to the left-hand side, the responsibilities. I'm not going to get into it in today's presentation, but I've written for Forbes and other places the call for responsible artificial intelligence and a unified artificial intelligence model that helps us ensure that there are the requirements, the industry standards and the government regulations that are going to ensure that we approach all this thoughtfully and responsibly. My company, Data Prime, this is the only time you're going to see the logo on the entire screen, but it's important because I'll go back. I saw a couple cameras up. Did anyone need to see the previous slide? I can't go backwards. That's fine. We'll flash back at the end. My company, Data Prime, I've been doing these solutions at Accenture, Booz Allen, HCL, ECS, AWS, and now independently. I am 44 years old. We have, in all of our solutions, ensured there is a 3 to 5% revenue lift in every single thing that we've returned to our customers. One of my very first piece of analytics that I ever did was for the United States Marine Corps, which was called the War Reserve. Basically, safety stocks. What was our inventory needed in the caves of Norway and on the pre-positioning ships so that there was ever warfare? We had enough tanks, enough flak jackets, enough rifles, enough things to replace that what got destroyed. That was called the War Reserve. When I recalculated all that and I provided that back to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, it provided the Marine Corps with a $3.5 billion reduction in inventory. You and I, as taxpayers, were victims of human risk aversion. That with a little bit of math and a little bit of automation, we could bring data that had never been brought together with math that had never been devised, to then forecast for high, medium, and low intensity conflict and look the generals in the eye and say, sir, ma'am, I am 95% confident that this is how many tanks you will need in the case of a World War III. Or in the case of a humanitarian conflict, this is what we will need to provide proper rations. And that enabled the Marine Corps to write off $3.5 billion inventory. All I got was a ribbon. I wish I had gotten a bonus. I took that same math that we did for the Marine Corps and took it to Nike in Portland, Oregon in 2012 and applied it to their yoga pants, shin guards, sneakers, socks. When they create too much inventory, you know what Nike does with it? The same thing the military does with it. Puts it through a shredder, burns it, destroys it. So as opposed to doing that, we said, you know what, Nike, you could do things differently, smarter. And with that same math, that same boosted recursive algorithm, they were able to reduce their inventory by $12 million in 3 months. That program, IPOT, terribly named, has been running since 2012 all the way to today. Think about the cost savings and aversion. So 3 to 5% inventory revenue lift, 1 to 5% reduction, and 50% EBITDA. Friends, if you're the Marine Corps or you're Nike, or today where my company is helping out with Aeromexico and United Airlines, you can profit and benefit just the same. All right, so let's get into a little bit about what is this fields of fortune, fields of labor, and fields of wealth that I'm talking about. Look at this screen. 2021, a data science shortage from LinkedIn reports. And this number went up about 100,000 last year, and I forecast it's going to go up about 300,000 this year. By just the skills listed in job postings, there were 3x as many job postings as where there were job searches and available candidates to fill those roles. Data science and analytics, a 35% shortfall. 250,000 jobs went unfilled because those resources weren't available. And you can say, well, aren't there more and more programs in data science and analytics than ever before? Yes, there are. But here's a few other problems. One of my friends at one of the major universities runs an artificial intelligence program. He's got 70 seats in his advanced AI. This is one of the top 5 in the nation. Guess how many of those are US citizens? Let me replay that. So we have a 250,000 person shortfall in the United States at one of the major 5 universities where there's 70 graduating in master's and PhD. How many of those in the class of 2025 are US citizens? Anyone want to take a guess? 10? 30? 4. 4. Now, I understand that I am all about global prosperity and global security, but I need to ensure, you and I need to ensure, that some things are happening at home first. That we're educating and grooming and developing a qualified workforce for the jobs that are clearly left unfilled. And you and I've done H-1B visas before, know that they're hard and they're difficult to obtain, and getting 250,000 of those filled is going to be a challenge. It also brings up a question of national security. So let's go on. AI is everywhere. Even McDonald's. I went through one of the first drive-through at McDonald's where the AI took my order, and then it was validated by human at the second window. ChatGPT has been used in recent legal and law reviews. Even AI is being used to help scout for professional soccer players. McKinsey is acquiring microbial and even artificial intelligence in intensive care units. Artificial intelligence is everywhere that you and I look, and the opportunities abound. Now, here's the question. Is AI just going to write itself? Is AI just going to maintain itself? Aaron was talking about this 250,000 person shortfall. Are we going to have enough masters and PhDs? Do we even need those? Well, let me get into a series of numbers before I come home with the answer to that. 2030 and 2025. Does this number, do these years mean anything to anyone? Yes, sir. 2030 is what? It's what? I don't know what you said, but that's right. 2030 is the year that China has declared it will be the world superpower via artificial intelligence. Let me say that again. China has asserted publicly, very transparently, it will be the world superpower in 2030, not by building up a massive army or many, many more weapons platforms, but via artificial intelligence. I have a daughter who's 9. What does this mean? It means that when she gets her driver's license, I could be telling her, Carly, we're number 2. I didn't go to the Naval Academy. And I assure that none of us are here in Vegas to allow that to happen. Now, 2025, what does that number mean? Anyone here, the National Council on Artificial Intelligence? They said, oh yeah, China, we see year 2030 and the US will do it better and faster. We'll be all of that by 2025. What year is it? Okay, let me ask you, how do you feel? Are we 2 years away from being the world superpower assertively by artificial? You know what? I've shared this slide at least 15 times. And I heard a laugh, and I hear it every single time. I love it because that means my slide means something, but I hate it because the joke's not funny. We are not in a position to be a world superpower, to ensure our maintaining of superpower by 2025. Moreover, how long does it take to make a PhD? 10 to 8 years? How many years does it take to make a master? 4 to 6, right? After the bachelor's. So mathematically, we cannot do it by 2025, and mathematically, we cannot even do it by 2030 under the current educational and workforce paradigm. Things in Vegas and things everywhere else I've given this presentation need to flip, and they need to flip today. And I will show you how. The future fields of labor, of wealth, and education are going to be where they've always been. They're going to come from the blue-collar workforce, who have always been called the farmers, the miners, and the welders. Okay, what does Aaron mean with regard to farming, mining, and welding? I have never done a meaningful artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, or even basic piece of analytics that didn't include data farming. There was absolutely important data to be found with data mining. And then an application never meant anything until it was reusable. It was welded to the business operations, which is data welding. Let me get into each one of these again. So the 4-year, the 6, the 8, the 10-year programs aren't needed to develop farmers, miners, and welders. When I was at Accenture, I had about 8 PhDs that worked for me, and each of them hated their jobs. You know why? Because they were being asked to do low-level analytic things. They're being asked to mine data. They're being asked to automate data, operationalize data pipelines. This isn't what they got their PhD in. In other occasions, we actually got MBAs and reskilled them to come over from doing their MBA stuff and start doing data pipelines and data farming and data mining. All the while, we're paying too much money to reskill, to retain, and to recruit these masters and these PhDs. Now, look, I have my master, and I've had my opportunity for PhDs. I have nothing against them. I have nothing against any of you that are masters and doctors. Salute. But what I'm saying is that is not where 80% of the workforce in artificial intelligence is going to come from. If any of you have done analytics projects in the past, you know that 80% of the project is spent in cleansing the data, in preparing the data, in examining the data. And then after that, the math is the easy part. The hardest part is actually the change management, is the operationalization. So, what I'll say again, data farming is how you cultivate data. How you go and you find, hey, data's never been collected there before. How do I start collecting that? Or if there isn't the data that's available, you don't say, you know what, death by analysis or death by data. You actually say, I am going to ensure that we're going to create a statistically significant data sample, faux data, surrogate data, until there's data enough. At Nike, they didn't have all the data they needed to design for their safety stocks. So what did I do? I created silhouette profiles. I rounded out the data set. They only had 10% of the data they needed. I created 100%, and boom, we're up and running in less than a month. $12 million. And then that literally put a gun to certain people's heads and said, go collect that data. Let's get better and better as time goes on. It's still going on today, and they went from 1 data science center to now 18 in Portland, Oregon. Methinks it worked. Data mining, you guys have heard of this. Where is the meaningful data in the ore? Data miners, folks that can go in there and look for patterns, are critical. And that data mining can actually be taught in about a 2-week to 8-week course. Data welding, this is where so many of the kids these days are really excited to come into data science. They do these Minecraft games and video games, and I say, great, you like creating video games. You're going to create a video game for me now with regard to business decision making. At Loblaw and at Canadian Tire, I did a lot of work up in Canada for a little while. This was a little system that literally came back to the Canuck who was sitting on their couch, and it said, hey, here's option A, option B, option C. And that person would select an option, and then it machine learn, it go through that human reinforcement learning, and it brought back another recommendation, just like it does for Netflix and just like it does for Amazon. It basically started anticipating what they would do and started refining and improving the recommendations that it made. That's data mining. That's data welding, rather. That's how you operationalize, gamify the decisions that are coming forward. I've only got 6 minutes, so let me zip along. To get to this, it's going to take 5 of us working together. It's going to take the students. It's going to take the employers. It's going to take the states, and it's going to take the nations. And all of them working together, the citizens, all the citizens, you, when you go home, when you talk to your uncle, your niece, your nephew, your son, your daughter, I have 3. It's about encouraging them to think, it's time to enlist in the ranks. Enroll in an AI-focused associate program. Live debt-free and go on to your bachelor's or your master's next. Employers, start to think about this. You, don't go competing for the MIT, the Carnegie, the Naval Academy. Miami-Dade will be graduating our very first associates in artificial intelligence next year. Scout there. That's an $80,000, $90,000 resource that will grow with you, starting your backyard. I have Florida up here, nothing against where we're at right now, but they are absolutely a first mover. They have 3 community colleges standing up associate programs right now. That's where I'll be next week. And they need to incentivize and retain that workforce, not have them go to California and New York, but stay right there in Florida. And then in the United States, we need to continue to encourage, not just our DoD to be smart in AI, but especially the IRS and the Department of Commerce. Now, I care less about the IRS like you, but the Department of Commerce I care a lot about. And how can they incentivize and promote and have us all share data and have ethical AI standards? If we do that, we'll be doing well. We need to certify our workforce. I'll end with this quick thought, and this might be the one thing that you remember. Who got their teeth cleaned last week? I did. And when I got my teeth cleaned, I didn't go to my lawn care guy. I didn't go to my barber. I went to my dentist, who was a DDS. Who drove across a bridge on their way here today? You surely did. Or you drove across the road, and guess what? That road was designed by someone that had a PE, a professional engineer after their name. And if you've had a lawyer, it's been a JD, and if you've had a doctor, it's been a PhD, and et cetera, et cetera. Why do we have doctors and dentists and engineers and lawyers that require certifications? Yet, when a schmo like me that makes a material decision for the Marine Corps at $3.5 billion, who cares about $3.5 billion of taxpayer money? I do. But it didn't require certification on me yet. That was 2012. Things have changed. If you go to certifiedanalytics.org, I'm the chair of the Global Analytics Certification Board. We currently have 600 certified analytics professionals worldwide. We have states like Virginia and Florida and Illinois looking at requiring a certified workforce. The first licensure, the first regulation is coming. And I do believe you will see these things starting to take and gain huge traction in the US in 2024. They're already happening in Europe. Just like they used to make fun of you on the playground, you are what you eat, right? You are what you certify. If we certify good data science, we'll have great data science. If we certify responsible artificial intelligence, we'll have ethical artificial intelligence. If we don't care, neither will the AI. So I'll conclude. We have 2 minutes for questions, but I just want to really encourage you all to, with me, continue to be the change and continue to lead the change. Happy to take your questions. And thank you, and great bow tie.
In the school system and the colleges, you have a point of view on what it means for the current workforce, where they may not be ready and what can be done to get them? Because most of them are worried that AI will take their job away, but the reality is somebody who knows AI will actually take the job away, not.
That's beautiful. I've never heard it said quite like that, but that's exactly right. Not only at the not only are we at the PC moment in artificial intelligence, but I also think we're also at the automotive moment in artificial intelligence. I was sitting at a panel a little while ago and had a sharp disagreement with a guy, and I said, you know what? When the cars came along, the stagecoachmen weren't suddenly out of jobs. They weren't begging on the streets. They became mechanics. They became fuelmen. They became other things that we need. If I worked at Amazon, and if any of you have ever been in an Amazon warehouse, your minds would explode with the robots that are running all around. And you're like, Aaron, isn't that a human? Wasn't that once a human? Yes. But you'd also be astounded by how many, like, there's like these little fire teams, squads of robot technicians that run around and triage and make things are operating all the time. And they are there operating, working, maintaining 24/7. If you have a son or daughter, have them go into mechatronics also. Huge workforce of the future. Sir, great question.
Yeah, great. I'm also
Ándale pues.
in Latin America. More reflection than a question. It
I can hear you.
it
Would you actually mind? We have to.
Here you go.
He wants me to repeat.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
So it's more a reflection than a question. It feels like as we talk, and Latin America is even behind US. You mentioned China and then US. Well, go to Latin America. But it feels like there is also a need for translating, right? You go to an executive, you go to a leader, and you start talking about statistics, forget machine learning, and they don't have the patience. You feel like you're talking, I speak Spanish, they talk Russian, and somebody else is in Chinese, and there is no communication because they're too afraid of what they can do or not to do with it.
So I think what your point was that there's a little bit of a language challenge in addition to learning the technical things.
No, I use the languages as analogy. Is the interpretation and the usage of it, there is a cultural resistance to it.
For sure, and I don't know if that's going to go away anytime soon until there's a reverse Tower of Babel. But until that happens, it's going to be incumbent on us to understand that those artificial barriers, that lack of inclusion, that lack of diversity, that lack of representative thought in how we communicate and educate each other. And so one of the things that I am pushing with the Analytics Certification Board is for that test to be available in as many languages as we can, because it's not fair internationally for them to have to know English to be able to call themselves an analytics professional. I think that's one place where I can make a difference. Other places where you and I can make a difference is really pushing this idea of a blue collar workforce down to the colleges of these countries, because that is where it's going to pervade and probably increase the participation fastest and greatest, as opposed to just saying that these countries have to do onesies and twosies of doctors and PhDs abroad. Does that make sense? You agree? Let's do it. Orderly.
I'm not worried that I understand that it's not replace and we'll have new skills. So humans as a whole will migrate to newer, which is good. But let me give an example. Like for example, when calculators came in, kids lost mental math in the sense because they had the calculators. So the generation that was good at mental math is no longer They don't think it's important. So, what do you think of human skills getting lost?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that when the printing press was created, people thought it was apocryphal, that the books were going to diminish human memory and knowledge. And so books, calculators, computers, artificial intelligence. Yes, I'm concerned with that. And I actually, I'll say this, I hate GitLab. I hate these places where you can go and create these repositories and kids can just go download libraries and they're like, I don't know what I'm doing, but it makes a model. They need to know how the math operates. And so I'm a proponent of artificial intelligence, ChatGPT. I use it to write emails all the time. I like it coming back and writing something for me, but then I have to know how to massage it and tune it and make it right by knowing how the language, by knowing how the math, by knowing how the program should operate. And that's going to be the difference between good, better, and best. Great point. Sir.
Mentioned earlier in your talk the employment gap, the amount of the tidal wave we have coming of not having enough people to do these jobs in this country. What do you think can be done, and what is your company doing to, like we talked about in the panel before, move the age younger? Because I think we all know that there are going to be some people who learn stuff at 5, and if you 20, you won't be able to compete with a kid who started learning it at 5.
I'm not even going to talk K1 through 12 and all that stuff. Community colleges. All my blue chips right now are on community colleges, community colleges, community colleges. Maricopa in Arizona, Jacksonville, and Miami, and Montgomery. All these places are starting to create these blue collar AI workforces, and I believe it's going to catch on like wildfire. There's 180 community colleges that we're working with right now in California. Once we get those, everything explodes. We got $3 million grant from the National Science Foundation. What is my company doing? What am I doing? I don't make a lot of money. I make no money from helping these community colleges. But what it's wise for me and wise for you to do in pushing these is there's going to be much more personal computing, much more personal AI in the future than there is Fortune 500 AI. And so by helping to groom these workforces, as I've helped folks graduate from Miami-Dade and professors start to get smart at Miami-Dade, they started bringing me business in Miami-Dade. First of kind warehouses, first of kind auto dealerships, first of kind blue collar type small and medium business AI applications. And that's where I'll be with open arms when the opportunity and the demand is there. I hope you will be there too.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Wasn't that incredible, everyone? Thank you so much for sharing your insights, Erin. Now, before I introduce the next speaker, I just want to remind you that you can watch this live on YouTube at Internet 2.0 Conference. So if you want to watch or catch up, just make sure you find it on YouTube. Now, up next, we have another exciting speaker session on the topic, the art and science of motivation, how to rekindle the fire in the belly for continuous innovation. To deliver words of wisdom on this, I would like to call on the stage Maya Madkour. Maya is a dynamic professional speaker specializing in well-being, peak performance, and entrepreneurship. Please come to the stage, Maya.
Lovely intro. So use this mic. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Quick question. Clicker. Thank you. All right. How's everybody doing today? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, that works. All right. So, just a quick introduction about myself. I am a positive psychologist, published author, and soon to be podcast host. I am obsessed with all things motivation and well being. I just have a firm belief that we all have a special gift that we're born with, sort of given to us by God. It's our birthright. And I think it's our job to try to discover what that gift is, find out what really resides within, and then start fanning those flames until they become this beautiful, gorgeous light that we can share with the world. And I think we all have that. It's not a select few. It's not a few chosen people that get to experience this. I think it's in each and every one of us. It's an innate ability. So a little bit about me. I'm a recent MAPCP graduate. My first master's was in applied sociology from the University of Texas at Dallas. My second master's which I recently got was in applied positive psychology and coaching psychology, which I pursued to launch my speaking career. It's all about positive psychology is the study of optimal human functioning. It is basically it represents sort of distancing ourselves from the traditional take on psychology, which was like the disease model and disorders and how to fix us to a shift to what makes us unique, what makes us special, what makes us powerful, what makes us human. And it's such a beautiful discipline. I encourage all of you to at least dabble in it every now and then. Sociologist. I will soon, hopefully, fingers crossed, pursue a PhD in DBA. I'm a professional speaker. It's my passion. I know that's why I'm here on planet Earth. It's to speak, it's to motivate and to inspire, and I hope to do that with you guys today. Entrepreneur. I've always been an entrepreneur. I am a firm believer that entrepreneurship can change the world. It is a beautiful experience. I've launched a couple of agencies, shut them down again due to COVID, but it has been an invaluable experience to me. And I think once you get a glimpse of entrepreneurship, it's almost addictive. It's like you can't stop. It's incredible. Um, Passionate about all things motivation and well-being, of course. And I'm looking forward to a heart-to-heart conversation. I hope I'm able to go through the presentation pretty fast so we can actually go over some questions on these incredible topics that we have today. Where do I direct the clicker, you guys? I'm not a technical person. Need help. I did it. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So why is motivation important? What is motivation, right? So just a sec. I feel like we need to go back one. Okay, what is motivation? Yeah, I knew I was missing one. So motivation, we've all heard of that term before. It's not a novel term. We're all familiar with motivation, but how can you harness that power within that resides in each and every one of us to achieve your dreams? That is ultimately the goal. If you're able to do that, and if you're able to find out why you're here, what your gift is, you literally become unstoppable. So that is to me why motivation is so powerful. It's essentially like you start creating these tidal waves from within. And understanding motivation can help you accomplish that. So, motivation essentially is the driving force behind human actions. It's why a person does something. Once you figure out your why, obviously, Simon Sinek, we're all familiar with the great sort of British American speaker, Simon Sinek, and he talks about optimism, talks about, start with why. If you're able to decipher your why and understand what drives you, what motivates you, you're going to be able to achieve anything that you set your mind and heart to. It really, really is that simple, right? So motivation is how you get going, right? So I want to get from A to B. That's motivation. It's the process that initiates, guides, and maintains goal-oriented behaviors, right? Simply put. And motivation is not just a cognitive process, it's an emotional process, it's a visceral process, it's a somatic process. It takes place on the body level. You can feel it when you're like, oh my gosh, I'm really into this. And just a quick tip on days when you're running a little low on the M word, what you need to do is just get your body moving, like get off the couch. Start doing chores, and then you're going to be like, oh, okay, yeah, I can do this. So motivation is also takes place on the physical level, right? So motivation includes the biological, emotional, social, and cognitive forces that activate human behavior, right? Simply put. All right. So why is motivation important? Imagine just for a moment that if you are able to harness the power of your own mind and body, that to me why motivation is really, really powerful. If you're able to control yourself and to harness the power that you have within to be able to get from A to B, wherever that B is, right? And our goals change over time, our aspirations change over time. You may want to do one thing today, another thing tomorrow, but again, why motivation blows my mind every single time and why I want to change my last name to motivation is that I think it takes enormous self-discipline and enormous self-control, and it takes a great degree of self-efficacy to be able to control and harness the power of your mind and body to accomplish what you want to do. If you're able to do that, again, you become unstoppable. So understanding motivation in a nutshell helps you increase your efficiency. Who wouldn't want that? It drives you to take action, which is essentially what it's all about because we can dream all day and daydream all day, but action is the buzzword. Action is what gets the job done. It helps you avoid unhealthy or maladaptive behaviors such as risk taking and addiction. Helps you feel more in control of your life. Again, why I love it so much. You can always tell when somebody's in control of their life and when others are not. Like, there's nothing wrong with not being in control of your life, but again, imagine how powerful that would be once you are able to take charge of your life. It's a completely different experience. It improves your overall well-being and happiness, right? Which is again the goal. There's three elements to motivation, and they're all equally important, right? So you need all three to make it, right? Essentially, right? So activation is the first, and then persistence, and then you have intensity. So activation is the decision to initiate a behavior. Like, I've watched this talk, I'm so pumped, I'm really inspired, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna conquer the world, oh my gosh, I'm ready. So that's activation. It's like that initial push to actually start getting things done. That is activation, right? So it's the decision to initiate a behavior, right? That's the first step. And then you need persistence as you're going along the way. So it's activation, as you can probably tell, is not enough. It's not going to do the trick. You need persistence. So it's activation and then persistence, because again, the process may take time and we need to be okay with that. So persistence is the continued effort towards a goal despite obstacles, which will bring me to the next topic of grit, but once we get to that slide. Intensity is the concentration and vigor that goes into pursuing a goal. So again, you need activation, you need to start pursuing that goal. You need persistence, where you fall 7 times, get up 8. It's okay if there are hurdles, don't let them stop you, keep going. And then intensity is the concentration and vigor that goes into pursuing a goal. We need all three. Okay? Um, so just I want to slow down a bit and talk about grit, because grit is very, very powerful. Regardless of the line of work that you're in, you could be an engineer, you could be an academic, you could be an entrepreneur, you could be whatever. Without grit, it we can get very little done. Grit is a very, very powerful concept championed by Professor Angela Duckworth out of University of Pennsylvania. She wrote a best-selling New York Times best-selling book on grit, and it's all about the combination of passion and perseverance. Think about a world where everybody's gritty, and think about the things that we're going to be able to accomplish once we start adopting a grittier attitude. It's almost like the universe listens to what you're saying, and it's like, okay, you're gritty, let me provide you with more. Let me give you more. Let me test you a little bit more, but then you pass those tests and then you get more. So grit is passion and perseverance for long-term and meaningful goals, right? It's a long-term process. Um, Again, nothing worthwhile takes place overnight, so we need to practice a little bit. We need to be gritty. So what is the missing P, you think? There's a P there that's missing. What do you think? What do you think it is? Oh, I love that. Purpose is wonderful. I love that. What else? What's another P? Passion, absolutely. It's missing though. What's the missing P? Persistence. Uh-huh. It's similar to perseverance and persistence. It is a virtue. Patience. Thank you. Yes, there you go. Yes. So patience, perseverance, persistence, passion, all those P words are wonderful. That's how you have more grit. That's how you get more grit, right? So both combined are more important than innate talent. Think of all, again, the talented people that are born with these incredible innate talents that do not practice grit, and how that may stunt their growth. That may, they get too comfortable. They're at home in their comfort zone, and they do not get to accomplish what they were meant to accomplish, because of a little thing called grit. Okay? So grit is the ability to persist in something you feel passionate about and persevere when you face obstacles. Because I was in a panel this morning, and I think one of the major on mentorship, and we were talking about like what is the major takeaway that we've all learned from the mentors that we have worked with. And I think by far the greatest sort of lesson that I've learned from everybody that has mentored me, and the people that I look up to, is the ability to, is the ability to stand back up again when life knocks you down, right? I got knocked down, but I get up again, right? It's the ability to bounce back. It's the ability to be resilient. That is absolute magic. And I think if we're all able to cultivate that, I think it makes a huge difference in terms of what we're able to accomplish in life. So that's great. So grit sounds like a lot of fun, but how can we get more grit in our lives? How can we become grittier? How can we get grittier? So just a couple tips on how to have more grit or how to be grittier is number one, clarify your goals, know your why, have a vision, know where you're going. That makes all the difference. I think and I've delivered a similar keynote to this when I was in Dubai for the previous MORE conference, and we were talking about the importance of having vision, right? Without vision, we essentially perish, right? So, vision is the idea of knowing where you're going, having purpose, having passion, having perseverance, having grit, having resilience, and it's knowing where you're going. It provides you the roadmap that allows you to keep going despite life's hurdles, despite the setbacks, despite the disappointments, because they're going to be there. It's just a part of the process. It's a part of the testing process that we're all subjected to. And I think in many times what really makes a difference between people who end up making it and people who do not is the ability to be resilient and cultivate that inner desire to keep going no matter what. So clarifying your goals is really critical. Having vision is what I would add to that. Discover your interests. And I think all of us are sort of old enough to know what our interests are. If not, one way to do it is maybe experiment a little bit, like in your 20s, just experiment, like dabble, different jobs, different internships, till you figure out what you're here to do, till you figure out what your true calling is. And once you discover that, then just become gritty about it, adopt a gritty attitude about it. Sounds really simple, but it's powerful. Practice deliberately, and that's a little bit about trial and error, how sometimes you may need to try this, try that, and then you're like, no, that's not for me. Okay, let me try this. Okay, that's a bit closer, getting warmer, till you actually discover what your purpose is. Know your purpose, your why. Really powerful. Practice optimistic self-talk. So self-talk, as you are all aware, is the sort of the inner monologue that we all have on a daily basis. We all live in our heads. It's our thoughts. We have recurring thoughts on a daily basis. The majority of which are repetitive, just this constant, buzz of thoughts, endless thoughts that are repetitive, and many of which do not serve us. So, do yourself a favor and practice optimistic self-talk. Talk to yourself like you talk to your best friend. Be kind and gentle to yourself, and just cut yourself some slack every now and then. Okay, join a gritty culture. There's the saying, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. We are heavily impacted by the people that we spend time with. You are your income is the income of your five closest friends. So this stuff is really true. So make sure that you're a part of a gritty culture and a culture of people that you look up to so that you may one day join their ranks. And vow to never give up. It's a big one. All right. So motivation is a super huge concept. I got my master's for my recent master's degree. My dissertation was on self-determination theory, which is just one small, tiny theory on motivation from a positive psychology perspective. But there are so many different ways that we can understand and tackle the concept of motivation. So my master's dissertation was on self-determination theory, and how people can achieve the goal of motivation. And self-determination theory is really interesting. I basically interviewed entrepreneurs based in the US, the UAE, and Egypt, where I'm from, and basically asked them, how do they find motivation? How do they keep going? And the answers were unanimous. So it's quite incredible. This theory has been proven before, so this was not any earth-shattering work, but it was earth-shattering to me at least, that regardless of gender, regardless of age, regardless of line of work, regardless of country of origin, regardless of anything at all, most people find motivation and achieve motivation and experience that unique form of well-being based on those three things that I'm gonna share with you right now. You ready? So actually, let me skip to that. So self-determination theory outlines three conditions for intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation, in a nutshell, is motivation from within, right? Intrinsic motivation is the motivation that we're all looking for. It's the type to where you do your job for free kind of thing. I love this so much, I can do this for free. I don't care about, the income, I don't care about the fame, don't care about the fortune. I love it so much, I can do it for free. That's intrinsic motivation. Extrinsic motivation, external motivation, is when we're motivated by fame, fortune, affluence, that kind of thing. There's nothing wrong with extrinsic motivation, and it's quite normal to be motivated by both intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. But from a positive psychology well-being perspective, most recommend intrinsic. So how can you get your hands on that, coveted pie of intrinsic motivation? You need three things. What are the conditions that you're looking for? So number one is autonomy, and it makes sense. Like the people that I've interviewed are all entrepreneurs, all self-employed. So autonomy is this, it's the freedom of external constraints. I think deep down, regardless of culture, regardless of faith, regardless of age, regardless of gender, regardless of line of work, we as human beings have this innate deep desire to experience autonomy. Nobody likes getting told what to do. Nobody likes, you know, receiving orders, do this, do that. It's against our human nature. So that's the first condition that you need to experience self-determination theory, and to experience that unique form of motivation is autonomy. And you get that by being an entrepreneur, among other avenues. The second type is competence. It's the need to feel capable. And that really struck me and was unanimous across the board of people that I've interviewed, that they're all very, very confident when it comes to their line of work. They're like, I'm very good at what I do. I'm a global speaker. I am, excellent. I'm amazing. They did not shy away from sort of praising themselves. And I found that to be really interesting. So we all, again, have a deep desire to feel competent, to feel capable, to feel like we're making a contribution. And then that's the second condition that you need for self-determination theory or this unique form of motivation. And then third is relatedness, right? And it's the need to feel involved with others. It's the need to feel like you're making a contribution. It's the need to feel like you're part of a community. It's essentially based on the fact that we're all social creatures by nature. We all crave attention. We all crave validation, and that's essentially what relatedness is all about. And again, this was unanimous, despite of, regardless of culture, regardless of gender, regardless of all of that. I figured when my initial sort of assumption conducting this research was like, okay, maybe there's going to be a little bit of a disparity between individualistic societies like in the West compared to collectivistic societies like in the East. But it turns out that we're all looking for relatedness. We all crave relatedness. We all need relationships in our lives, and we all need social, emotional support to feel like we are on the right track. All right, so we've already covered that, so we can skip that slide. All right, so this I found to be really, really interesting. This is again based on research. So this is just something to keep in the back of your mind when you're running low on extrinsic and intrinsic motivation. There are days we're going to be running low on both or may run low on both. So there's family motivation. So family motivation is when you're motivated by the desire to provide for your loved ones. And this is regardless of gender, right? We all have that. So it's a third source of motivation when intrinsic and extrinsic motivation fall short. So just remember this on the days when you're like, oh, I can't stand this. So it applies to mundane tasks without any rewards for good performance. This is based on research conducted on factory workers that were motivated despite it all. Rain or shine, they made it to work. They got good pay. They got bad pay. They made it to work. They were there to provide for their families. So family motivation is another really powerful way to find that inner fire in the belly. Family can serve as both an intrinsic and extrinsic motivator. People that want, to dress their kids in designer brands, that's extrinsic motivation. People that want to provide a better lifestyle for their kids, that may be intrinsic motivation. All right, we have 5 minutes left. Let me try to cover self-discipline in 5 minutes. That's a gargantuan feat, but let's try. So we can't talk about motivation without covering self-discipline. Self-discipline is the route to take. It is the engine. So we're talking about fire in the belly. Self-discipline is the engine that drives it all. Self-discipline is the spark that creates the fire in the belly. You cannot have motivation without self-discipline. And I see a lot of social media posts that talk about how motivation doesn't last. And it kind of hurts my feelings because I feel like I'm almost synonymous with the word motivation now. It's like my talks motivation, that's my brand. So Motivation can last and does last and will last. And as Zig Ziglar said, motivation is just like bathing. You need to sort of renew your intentions every day, like you bathe every day, right? Um, but self discipline is the vehicle that we use to remain and stay motivated. You could be the Picasso of your time, you could be the Michelangelo of your time, you could be the most incredible mathematician, the Galileo of your time, you could be the most incredible person that has ever lived in your time. But you wouldn't know that without the proper dose of self discipline. You need self discipline to, again, get you from A to B and to help you fulfill your ultimate potential and to flourish, which is again what positive psychology is all about. Positive psychology is the study of optimal human functioning, and it's the scientific evidence-based take on how we can achieve our full potential, right? So self-discipline is the ticket. Self-discipline is the key. So, what is self discipline? It's the ability to override a habitual or motivated response, resisting short term temptations. And if you just take a moment to think about all the ultra successful people that you know, chances are they have an enormous amount of self discipline. They enjoy doing what they're doing, they do it because they are motivated to do it, they do it because they have a vision, they do it because they're propelled, they do it because they know that they're on the right track, they do it because they have trained themselves well enough to understand that without self-discipline that they're just wasting their potential. And what a great waste that would be. I follow Gary Vaynerchuk, influencer. Pretty sure most of you have heard of him. And one of his most incredible podcast episodes was with Joe Rogan, and he was talking about how the number one regret people have on their deathbeds is not pursuing their dreams, is not going after their purpose, not going after what they're passionate about, not being motivated enough, and not being disciplined enough to do what they were essentially brought here to do. So self-discipline is um, self-discipline to me is a form of self-love. If you love yourself enough, it's a form of self-love, it's a form of self-respect. It's respecting your sort of God-given innate talent, and without it there will be some major regrets down the road. So why do that? Right? So it's the process by which we seek to have control over our thoughts, feelings and impulses. And just like everything else, self-discipline is a muscle, right? So okay, I'm gonna cut back. I'm not gonna have the brownies today. Then tomorrow you end up eating a salad, and then the day after you go to the gym. It's a muscle, and you can work it out. You can cultivate it, and you can hone it over time. So the technical definition is effortful regulation of the self by the self. Any questions so far? Okay, we'll wait till the Q&A session. So why is self-discipline important apart from all the other reasons that I've shared? Um, It impacts academic success. It obviously impacts entrepreneurial success, impacts career success, impacts personal success, impacts all forms of success, right? More than cognitive intelligence. How many times have we seen people that we went to school with that were not necessarily super bright, but because they were very disciplined and because they did the work and because I would pull all-nighters when I was getting my master's almost every night. I'm not asking people to do that, but I had the discipline to do that, and you know, I benefited from that. So self-discipline can be sort of a shortcut to achieving your dreams, and it can sometimes be more important than cognitive intelligence. Reduced risk of obesity, lower likelihood of engaging in riskier criminal behaviors, greater occupational and career achievement in terms of income and job satisfaction, which makes sense. We can skip that. I want to bring it all together in 20 seconds. Let's see if we can do that. So, how do we do that? You set SMART goals. I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with SMART goals. Keep it simple. Like I said, self-discipline is a muscle, and you just start it by taking small baby steps until they become great leaps. Remember your why, intrinsic motivation. Um, and motivation is how you get going, discipline is how you keep going. Take baby steps, and then that helps you develop a new baseline. And am I over time? Feel free to interrupt me. And if you take baby steps, you develop a new baseline, and then you increase your self efficacy, right? Your confidence goes up. And my last tip is prioritize, set 3 main deliverables per day, and watch yourself soar. That's my LinkedIn. Feel free to add me. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Thank you. Thank Thank you. Clicker. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your ideas with us. A lot of takeaways with this one. Our next panel discussion is going to empower and inspire a lot of people in this room. The topic is empowering girls through code, how learning to code can change lives. And I can already sense the inspiration building up. According to statistics, the technology sector has a greater percentage of male employees and leaders. How can this be changed? To provide answers, we have an expert panel who will be sharing their insights with us. Give it up for Nita St. Hilaire, CEO of Societe Development Group, Catherine Parsons, Chief Digital Operator of Mach 9 Digital, Patricia Ricarte, CEO of co-founder of Cato, Yasha Sterling, Senior E-Channel Program Manager at ComEd. Welcome to the stage.
I have to be in order, so whoever's sitting the last would get eight. Okay. Seven. Good luck, ladies.
Is it working? Can you hear me? Well then, hi everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here today. And thanks a lot, obviously, to the Internet 2.0 team for bringing this wonderful conference together and bringing all this, wonderful professionals together as well. So, as they mentioned, our panel today is going to be all around coding and especially how coding can empower girls, right? And how it can empower them to succeed. So with us today, well, they already gave some sort of an intro, but I'm gonna sort of like reintroduce them. So Nita San Hilaire, she's the co-founder of Haitians in Tech and the founder and CEO of Societe, a public benefit corporation that builds sustainable and scalable societies through technology and community. Then we have Catherine Parsons. Sorry, I mixed you up. She's a chief member and also the chief digital operations officer at Mac9, which is a technology and digital marketing firm. And then finally with me here, Yasha Sterling, senior e-channel manager at Comet, the energy provider, and founder of I Did It, which is a non-for-profit that helps women of color basically, well, it empowers them. And then myself, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Kado. We're a digital business card and content management solution. So again, thanks a lot, all of you, for coming together. And the good thing, or I guess the funny thing about this panel is that none of us actually come from a technical background. We all started, I started in law myself. I went to law school. There's a lot of, like marketing background here, but we all sort of ended up going towards tech. So my first question, to the speakers here is to tell us a little bit more about your background story. And how did you go from, marketing, analytics, etc., towards that tech background? What led you over there? And whichever wants to speak, do you want to start? Yes, sir. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of a funny story. I was working in marketing, and so my boss one day comes to me and he's asking about this app, and he's like, "Well, what do you think about it?" And I was honest. I said, "I think it's crap." So, so basically, he was like, "Well, why don't you fix it then?" And that's how it started. I don't know how many old school heads are in here, but I started with front page. So I started working with front page and building out like bold and making it italicized, and then that's when the magic happened. And that was 24 years ago, and it was like a bug, and it's stuck with me ever since. And now I've been like tech here, tech there. I've been web development, I've been program development, email marketing, marketing technology, and it just never stops. So it's one of those bugs you get, and it just never stops. So that's kind of how I kind of started with tech.
Perfect. Catherine?
So I was born a non-speaking autistic. So what that means is that I had trouble around language. So when I went to college, I studied language. I studied English because understanding context was a challenge for me. And when I applied to my first full-time writing job, it was writer slash SEO. And I remember coming into the interview and the person was like, "Do you know HTML?" And I go, "No, you wanted a writer. What are you talking about? What do you mean HTML?" And I asked them if I could still take the test because I thought, "Oh, I'll just wing it," you know. And I epically failed. I missed every single question out there. And but I had such a really great interview that when they called me to let me know I didn't get the job, because back then they did that, which was really nice. Um, I told the woman that I was really fascinated. This whole HTML thing was very exciting to me. Please call me back if the role opens up again. And sure enough, the person they hired instead of me washed out within 90 days. And so when they called me back to interview, I sat down at the computer to take their HTML test that they had set up, and I passed it with flying colors because I memorized the test questions, went to W3 schools, and taught myself enough HTML to pass their test. And that's how I got my first SEO job.
Amazing. Also 20 years in the game, so I guess we're all old schoolers here. My first exposure to tech was when I was 14, but I didn't really do much with it outside of doing my physics report, translating it from like a defunct version of Excel to actual Excel during my lunch break. But having gone through that and going into the workforce from New York, I would say where I really put it to use was when I was working at Warner Music Group. They were trying to figure out how do we make money? We're losing a lot of money, and Napster is killing us. And I was working in the research department while I was studying for my undergrad. And after we all got laid off, I said, oh, now I get to work in advertising. I'm going to be a media buyer. Yes. And the recruiter called me and he said, you know, you have a background, you have a little bit of programming in here. How much programming have you done? I was like, I was just trying to teach myself some stuff. I don't really know how to program. He said, well, you have a market research background. I said, well, yes. And he's like, how would you like to work in analytics? And I said, what in the world is that? I have no idea what that is. This was in the very beginning stages of transitioning advertising from someone standing on the corner and clicking to count how many people walk past a billboard to now we can actually put a piece of code on a web page and actually count the people that are hitting the page. So that's essentially what my job was. And it started with Audi. That was the first account that I got to work on. I got to break in the A7, which was a new model. And I remember they came in and I was just an analyst. I got the job and I was like, okay, I guess I'm gonna be a data analyst. Cool. Didn't know how to do a pivot table, and my boss was like, we have a client call, and I'm gonna need you to do a pivot table. Do you know how to do that? And I said, I have no idea. And so he taught me how to do it in 5 minutes.
So you were sort of like forced into tech.
Literally.
Forced.
And it's just been history from there and being able to like digitize traditional media into a digital sense and being able to put a QR code on a digital bill on an actual billboard, and that was the beginning of my analytics data career.
That's great. And well, I guess a little bit of background on me. So, yeah, I went to law school. So I was supposed to be a lawyer. My family, they come from that sector. They all wanted me to be a lawyer, but then I decided that wasn't for me. So I went to investment banking. Again, like very different. And after a couple of years, I decided, that tech was becoming a big thing, being an entrepreneur, startups, it was like cool. So I started working for a Spanish startup called Fever, not the one where you hire people, one that is like an event organizer. And there I started to get a little bit more, familiar with just how tech companies work without really getting into, like the code. And then I wanted to be more in the front line, so I went to another startup, also Spanish. I was the head of strategy and expansion. It was a fashion tech company, and there I started to work a little bit more with the product teams, read documentation. So that's how I started to get a little bit more acquainted. And yeah, at some point I said like, okay, now it's my turn. I'm very tired of working for other people. I didn't know what was coming for sure, because then when I started my own company, I thought like, crap, like why did I ever do this? But I just threw myself into the ocean. So I went to a coding school for 6 months, and then I started my own tech startup. It's not that I code myself. I don't think the app or the company would be where it is right now if I was the one coding it. But at least it gave me sort of like the basics to understand. And now I can actually code small pieces of text, but that's it. But yeah, so this is us. So um, we all obviously have, like different stories, but I was wondering, since the moment that you started to code and learn a little bit more, about data coding, etc., how has your life changed since then? Or what have been, situations where you've thought, okay, thank God I know how to code or I know some basics, because otherwise I don't know how I would have gotten out of here.
I think for me, it is when I've always primarily worked in marketing, and marketers, sorry if there are any out here, but they don't have that tech background. So I think for me that eye popping moment is when I'm that tech person that they can come to for marketing related issues. So I think it's one of those things where it's just like, oh, I can be the tech person in marketing.
Yeah, you're
So
sort of like the translator.
exactly. So that medium between marketing want to speak and they want stuff to come out of the ceiling or they want something to jump off the screen for some promotional event. I'm that person can make it. I'll never do it, but I'll make being that person that they can count on to be that
Yeah.
tech guru. That's kind of where the passion came in for me.
Yeah, because we were mentioning before actually outside when we were having lunch, we're saying that at least now that you understand what it takes, when it's not possible to ask for things that they're just impossible.
Exactly.
Like before we'd just go to the tech team like, hey, by the way, can you do this? Like,
Yeah.
no, it's impossible. No, but I'm pretty sure. Just
Right.
work on it like half an hour, 1 hour, whatever. But just do it.
Right.
And now at least you know that you cannot just go to someone and tell them just do it because it's either impossible or
Possible.
it takes 1 month when you think it's just going to take like an hour. So for sure, it improves at least the communications
It
within the
does. It
company.
does. And you can also throw in stuff like, you know why this won't work? Because of this. And then you can throw on some real weird tech speak and they don't understand anyway. So there you go.
Then you drop the mic.
Yeah. And walk away really fast.
Yeah, what about yourself, Catherine?
So the thing I love about knowing how to code is when things go wrong. I know where to go look because I mean, I got my start looking at HTML and Notepad, trying to find the flaws from the WYSIWYG Dreamweaver. And if you remember Dreamweaver,
Yes.
all the extra code that ends up on the back end because the person touched the button, went back, touched it again, and every time they touched that button, it added a line of code in the back end in the HTML. And literally, you would have hundreds of lines of code because somebody had an indecision on whether to choose blue, red, or yellow as the color for a particular button.
Right.
And you would get all this extra code in there that you'd have to clean up post production. And so what ended up happening is whenever something would break, like we would launch a new website and oh wait, no nobody's coming to the website. What's going on? Oh, it's not indexed in Google. Uh-oh, what happened? Well, somebody left a no index meta tag. And Google is not indexing the website because it thinks you don't want it to. So we would have these discussions, and so I wouldn't have to run out there and hire a team of consultants to figure out what was wrong. I would just go pull up the code and say, this is what broke. Now, in the age of React, and when you're dealing with the fact that the code may not be actually sitting in the page, but be sitting in a container elsewhere, it gets a little bit more complicated to
Right.
dive in and try to figure out what just went wrong. But then you can look at where, if you run like a bot to crawl the code to see where the bot gets stuck, even if you don't know what's in the container, you know which container is causing the problem and can have a discussion.
Oh wow, this is going to be a riveting conversation. I remember Dreamweaver. I actually still use Fireworks.
Oh wow.
For yes, for Adobe acquire. I was like, I'm gonna keep my Fireworks. And now we have Canva, right? But UX Wars and Figma and all that. But I always reference data and application, because people lump them up like they're synonymous. And right now, because data is so important, um, if you don't get an application architect, if you don't get an architect to build out the application properly when you're trying to figure out, okay, how do we structure it, as well as a data architect, most companies, most people don't know that they are not one and the same. And it's not until, why isn't the client's data pulling through? Why aren't the users converting? Why isn't it? It's like, well, you didn't set up your data properly. And that's when the data side of coding, and given that I have a background also on the other side of coding, that's when we tend to have to fix all of these fires, especially on the advertising side. So with advertising, there's ad tech and there's martech, and quite often what I've seen is that they don't necessarily talk to each other. So the client will come and say, okay, we just want to run a campaign, just throw some tags on there, no big deal. But for someone to be served with an ad and for it to point back to the client's website, there seems to be like a lack of education around that. And it's a lot better now than what it used to be. But I've been in an industry for about 15 years where it's been watching the transition of all of that along with catchphrases. So now CRM is being replaced with CDP. And I know when we had a casual conversation and she's like, what's a CDP? I'm like, it's technically what a CRM should have been from its inception, but everyone focused on the email address. They didn't really focus on the user and all of the information that pertains to them. And now we have a new industry that's spiraling out of which at the core, data sits at the core. So coding has come in very handy in being able to help to articulate to clients when they come in and they're like, we just want a dashboard. And I'm like, well, there's all these other things you got to put in place before you get a pretty dashboard. Or they'll ask you to build a dashboard in PowerPoint because they want to present it to the executives. And it's like, no, building out prototypes of dashboards. The asks are like insane. They might want a visual, like, can we get a visual before the actual thing? So, no, we need data for that. So, let's work out the data part and then we can give you the aesthetics of what you're looking for. But coding definitely helps substantially in being able to get in the weeds and churn out the answers that they're looking for to make better decisions.
Yeah, I guess like in summary, it sort of speeds up the entire process. It makes you a lot more efficient. You sort of like are able to cut on intermediaries. Like at least before, the beginning of my career when something, wasn't working, I didn't know where to look for the problem. Like you were saying before, I was able actually to know where to look. Before I wouldn't even know where to start. Like now, at least even if something is, like down on our web application, I know I can at least start with the inspector. Before, I didn't even know what the hell was an inspector. Like the thing that will pop up on the right with all of like those like lines going up and down and the network. Like what the hell is all of this? Like now, at least I can look into it and I can understand what's going on, even though I may not be able to fix it. But at least I can cut a step. And also with clients, as you're saying, many times you get like random requests and they don't even know what they're asking for. It's like when we're talking before, like the marketing team comes in or the sales team comes in, like, oh, this client said they want this and it's for tomorrow. And you're like, okay,
Well,
no.
and it's even worse when there's regulation involved. Like I was in Europe when they put forth GDPR standards, and being able to remove a customer record after you get a request to remove my information, well, that customer's data was not sitting in a unified platform. It was sitting in multiple different places.
Scattered.
And it was scattered everywhere. And being able to run around and figure out how am I going to wash this customer record and remove it from one simple request was a nightmare when it first happened.
It is. And we're actually going through the same thing internally. So we're moving to Europe and actually we're having to handle with all of like GDPR requests, how to delete
Oh,
all
have
of our
fun.
users. Yeah. It's it's been a roller coaster for sure. It's been fun. Um Wonderful. So we've talked a bit about, what situations it's been, handy for us. But I would also love to understand a little bit more. Has actually learning to code changed the way you think or the way you work, like you're from a behavioral standpoint? Even if it's, from how you feel versus your peers, like if you feel like more empowered, like because you're able to do more things than before, has your mind or your head become more structured than it was before? Because at least what happened to me is that learning how to code gave me a different perspective when it comes to problem solving. And it's the basics of coding, like divide like a problem into smaller problems, this kind of thing, which may sound okay, like obvious, but not for everyone. It's something that just happens, like in a straightforward fashion. So I'd love to hear your experience about whether you believe learning to code, obviously it has solved problems, but has it helped you professionally in other aspects?
I'll start with that one. I'll say that I have a natural affinity for solving puzzles. So like ever since I was very little, I love puzzles. My children now, same thing. It's like, I want a puzzle. I was like, that's 100 pieces. You're four. But okay. So given that I just have a natural inclination to want to kind of like break things apart and figure out how they work, learning how to code has allowed for me to articulate better and be a good middle woman for the tech team versus the business team, and being able to translate the language in terms of, okay, tech is saying you're not going to get that in one sprint. And understanding and being able to communicate effectively and be a mouthpiece for the tech team, because a lot of times, techies, they don't speak the language, they don't speak business language, and the person that's working on the business and the marketing side, they just want whatever they want so that they can get their bottom line. So it's allowed me to move more into like a product focused career, because I'm able to like hear and listen for like certain signals that they may not necessarily be saying, or they are saying, but the understanding may not necessarily be there on both sides of the house.
I think for me, coding is more, it has made me more strategic in my approach overall in life in general, because you tend to think of things in buckets, and that's how coding is. So, like, you may build the top part of your particular web page, or you may build the bottom first, or you may just go off the grill and just build it some random way that, and I always say that no two developers are the same. The way I may develop may be different than the way she develops. And I think for me, and that's how I kind of approach things now, which is sad to admit, but sometimes I don't approach it one, two, three, four. Sometimes it may be six, three, two, eight. And so I think that has a lot to do with being in code so much, being able to take that approach that may not work, that follows a procedure. It sometimes tends to go all over the place.
You
Yeah,
put it in buckets, and then you solve
absolutely.
each bucket, and
Yep,
then you bring them together,
absolutely.
right?
I think for me, coding was kind of a gateway because it helped me better understand my condition. So when you're autistic, you struggle with social signals. And so being able to study natural language processing and smart dictionaries and how Google or other search engines might try to interpret intent kind of brought to home that we're not always very straightforward in how we communicate as humans. And it actually helped me better sort of understand, because I could pinpoint where the breakage was happening because I see things from a slightly different perspective. I'm more on that computer side where I look at I have superior matrix processing, so I tend to look at things from a very logical standpoint, and seeing where things were breaking helped me understand where the customer experience wasn't working.
Good. Perfect. So, I mean, I think we have talked a little bit about ourselves, our backgrounds, how it has changed us. Now, I would like to move a little bit the conversation towards, like the future and how coding is shaping, the roles of the future. So, what advantages do you believe, that learning how to code is going to bring, in everyday roles? Like even if it's from finance to like sales, marketing. And do you believe that it's going to end up becoming like a must have, or a part that is going to come along with every like role that there is out there? Or how do you see again like this world transitioning into the future?
Can I
Yeah.
jump in?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, so I don't think in the future we can get away from just saying that's IT's job, because we see, for example, AI being used in creative, being data storytelling. being able to tell what you did and did it produce a result, and understanding where that data comes from that's fueling that business intelligence dashboard that you're using. I mean, it's really important you understand where things come from, because you might be telling the wrong story if you don't have your selection criteria properly, if you don't understand the concept of how is that data collected, is that data clean, am I looking at the full picture? And the more you understand where that data comes from, how it gets displayed, how it's used and should be used in decision making, not always, but should be, it's really important. So I don't think we can say that as we become more and more wired and we're moving into Web 3.0, that you can get away with staying away from IT.
I'm a little bit skeptical still about Web 3.0, but
Really?
yeah, yeah, for
Huh.
I
some
think it
reason.
isn't so.
What is
And
your
here, and I'm the younger one,
what
but
is your understanding of Web 3.0? What
because I
makes you
mean,
skeptical?
for me, like well, at least what I know, right? It's just that it takes way too much energy, too much space. Like for some things, it may make sense. For other things, like when I started my own company, for example, a lot of like investors, because it was like the hot thing, right? Like, but are you like Web 3? Are you, based on like a blockchain? I'm like, I make digital business cards. Like, why would I be on Web 3? Like, why? So there's been like a lot of hype about developing Web 3 and blockchain, etc., without really understanding like what it implies, the energy consumption that comes with it. Like the space that you need to um, use just to implement Web 3. So that's why I'm like a little bit skeptical in the sense that I understand for some things it makes sense. For others, I really don't get it. Um, but
I'm going to jump in because that's going to feed beautifully into the future technology. So I like for us to think of it from the I know this is called Internet 2.0 conference, but we are actually a lot closer to Web 4 with the introduction of AI. And when people, I think it's so weird for me to even be saying this. I was born the year they introduced the internet to the world, uh, 83 to the consumers. But yes, 73 is when the military used it. But it's important to understand that because the purpose of the internet as it stands, I'm giving this definition now, was really to communicate with outer worlds. That's really the core purpose is communication and to send messaging. So it's a huge messaging system and it's spiraled into researchers saying, hey, how can we each edit this paper or this thing together collectively? And then, boom, you have Web 1.0 slash Web 2.0, and then Netscape, and all these things came in. And there were features that were intentionally left off because they were trying to figure out how do we please the investors versus how do we deliver something to the world so that researchers can better use this in a more collaborative way. So with the introduction of all of social and e-com being introduced into the Web 2.0 infrastructure, we essentially created a social system that was fragmented. So you couldn't really go to all. And AOL was technically the closest to getting like everything all in one place, but AOL got debunked by all the other ones that came after it. And now, if you want one social form of communication, you have to go to Instagram to get this. You got to go to LinkedIn to go get that. So it's almost defeated the purpose of what Web 2.0 is supposed to be. And Web 3.0 is where we properly chronologically structure data and information and messaging and all these things into what technically 2.0 should have been. But
yeah,
with the fast introduction of AI, now we're moving into
Web 4.
exactly. So now we're being it's moving into some and the data and how code is structured is becoming it's imperative that we clean up on aisle 6 now before it gets it's falling off the rails because AI is way more intelligent than us. We know that, but what we do have is an opportunity to correct the structure of code within the web pages and the intent of what it's supposed to do so that when everything does become symbiotic between humans and robots and other life forms, it doesn't become this thing where it's like, the Terminator and we're all doomed.
Well, and it's important to note that there is structured data out there where you can tell the AI, this is the potential action I want you to take. And so you can train the machine where to go next. And so it's really important that when you're building your websites, you're building your applications, that you're not just thinking about what I'm building now in a static format, but where it's going next and how that additional input of data is going to change the data model, change the application, evolve it. Yeah. So don't just think of things in static linear terms. Think of all the different ways it can evolve and the different places it could go.
And sort of like implementing, if you're someone that is thinking about implementing AI in your product, just think about it in your roadmap from the beginning, because at some point you're going to have to make the change. And that's actually one of the things that we're doing right now. We want to start at some point, like I guess in a year from now, but start implementing AI because we want to start analyzing, the data that we gather from our clients or from our clients' contacts, so that we can help them better manage their relationships. And we're starting to make decisions now, even though we will start making the implementation in a year from now, just because of that impact. So it's true that decision needs to be made a little bit more in advance. And now that we're bringing up the role of AI and how it's basically everywhere. How do you think that's going to impact, like the roles of the future? Because right now you will see maybe, lots of like memes, videos on the internet of engineers basically complaining because AI is taking over their jobs, and there's just a massive number of layoffs just because AI is basically supposed to be doing the role of engineers. What is your take on this situation? And do you truly believe that, at some point AI is just going to take over the world like Terminator stuff?
Yes, they are sentient beings. I know a lot of people don't want to believe that. My daughter is 14. She's learning how to code, and she's like seeing me. I was like, I'm going to use this AI for everything because this is making my life easier. This is for efficient people. And she's like, did you say thank you? Did you say please? And I was like, why are you humanizing the AI? What is this? She's like, but you should be courteous to it. I'm like, it's going to think it's real. And there are a lot of instances that we're seeing that are starting to show up where AI is taking on, it's becoming this whole I robot, and like it is what it is and it's inevitable, but it's essentially because right now we're working on binary systems. Everything that we do is a binary system, the internet, the computers. And as we're moving towards quantum, it adds an extra element that feeds into the whole concept of sentient beings and us and where we sit and all of that. So as future technology is as future technology, which already exists, I'm not even going to talk about time, um, is now showing up today in whatever this time is, it's going to be important for us to be more responsible and to put fail safes in place, because essentially what we're saying is that AI is future technology that's coming into this sphere of where we are now, and where we're going, we're very close to it. Like the future is technically already here,
Yeah.
and it's accelerating rapidly because of quantum technology, and they're actually building out the infrastructure properly of what the new internet looks like and what the quantum internet looks like. And we're not just talking about going onto a computer. Now it becomes, there's this play where there's this intersection between the metaverse and where all of those things like truly sit and what it actually means on a day to day. So I'm not saying you're going to fall into a black hole, but
But
there is a social responsibility that we have to take.
it is, but I think we talked about it earlier this morning about how, and you said it yourself about how your daughter's training it. But I think just to kind of circle back to your question about is it just going to take over? There's still that human component, like you just said. So while I think that it's gonna, it's already here. We have to not acknowledge that. However, there's still going to be that human component. So to say that it's going to take over, there's still going to have to be people that control it. So that's kind of where I feel like, you know, there's a lot of hype because there's still going to have to be a human component to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and if you think about the quality assurance piece, the receipts, you know, getting back to the data, can you cite the sources that the AI used in order to put this together? What is the implications on copyright? What is going to happen with original creative works? And how much is a variant? Is it 10%? Is it 20%? Is it 25%? When does it become an original work? We're going to have to start quantifying that because we have a machine, not a human, creating the variant. And understanding how that morphs, creating sort of guidelines and universal standards and sticking to those standards is really, really important in order to basically set that quality assurance piece. Because once again, think about GDPR and that customer record. When that person came in and said, I want my data removed, or that company says, I don't want you to use my song, or I don't want you to use that piece of writing that I produced, that author says that. You have to be able to clean that data record. So if you're building applications without the receipt, you're setting yourself up for risk to be sued down the line.
And that sort of like comes back to the discussion that we were having before, where obviously technology is advancing a lot, and obviously it's automating a lot of the tasks that we do. But as you ladies are mentioning, I mean, obviously we still need the human component to control, right? What the machine is doing, where the data is coming from. And also, believe it or not, as technology evolves, a different type of roles evolve with it. So every new technology advancement implies a new risk. So before we were talking about like the deep fakes and how they're used, like how they're using the faces of famous people on short movies, or they're faking the voice of a little kid and they're calling their parents saying like, "Hey, we have your kid hostage." Like I've heard that on the news. So obviously there's a bunch of like new number of roles that are just like evolving or that are going to be needed in order to control this right, this new technology that is arising. So obviously the human component is always going to be there. Perfect. So we have like 10 minutes left, so I guess like wrapping up, towards the end, and maybe refocusing it a little bit more on like girls and women, which was what this was supposed to be about.
Oh
um, so yeah, I mean, right now, so here I have some data. Out of the five top tech companies, they only have a workforce where like 30% are women in tech. So why do you think like this is the case? Is it, you think, like an educational factor? Is it like social? Is it because of the workforce and the environment in which you work? And how do you ladies think that we can, change this moving forward? And how can we convince, other girls, other women to jump onto the tech side and to not be afraid? Because I don't know, at least for you, but I'm the only one from at least my college, the only one that sort of like went out of like law, banking, and went into tech. In the US, I think it's a little bit more common, but at least in Spain, it's pretty rare. Um, so what are your thoughts on that, ladies? Like, why do you think the number is still so low, and how do you think we should change that?
Well, it's because there are structural barriers, there's societal barriers. And when I say structural barriers, the girls feel like a lot of the research points to the fact that a lot of the girls feel like they don't have those resources that they need. So, for instance, if I'm trying to do tech, if I'm trying to learn how to code, if we're looking at environments where there are underrepresented groups, those girls feel like they don't have access to the resources. And so, or they don't have access to it. So, and the ones that they are trying to get to are so unattainable that they just alleviate it altogether. So what they do is they just kind of go to another, maybe like their alternate choice, and that's kind of, and then they come back later on, well, how do I get into tech? It's one of those things where you just kind of shrug your shoulders. Is you got to kind of buckle down and find those resources and really kind of come back circle to where you wanted to be in the beginning. So the way you do that is you provide those resources to them, and that's kind of one of the things I try to do is try to find them these avenues to pursue. If that's your passion, then let me help you get to that avenue. So I think it's more along the lines of providing those resources to them so they can, pursue those tech careers.
I think generally speaking, I think there's a lack of education around what
As
tech
well, yeah.
is.
Yeah. I
Um,
agree.
there seems to be like an overemphasis on like the coding aspect, but everything that we touch essentially is some form. I mean, even a car is tech, like from the traditional like T model, like before you were on horses and now you're driving this thing. But something, any type of system that has a mechanism to it that refines the way that we do things is essentially a form of technology. Now, in today's day and age, we associate it with coding, learning languages, but marketing and media is also tech because marketing has transitioned from like, print and magazine to digital formats because we're improving the system and that is a form of technology. So I think the better we are at educating young, just children in general, like the Generation Alpha and Gen Z, about what tech is, so that when they ask, like, oh, well, how do I get involved in tech? Sometimes they may already, I mean, they're all on TikTok. Like that's tech. Like all you guys are doing the new media, and you don't even realize it, and you can actually learn how to use this to your advantage and integrate some of the traditional aspects of marketing to better serve yourself, like in terms of your career as you're moving forward and really get a knack for it. So I think the better we are in terms of educating as to what tech is, the more it'll kind of like open up the doors for underserved communities and groups to actually like take advantage and like hone in on their craft.
Well, we also have to push for better infrastructure because if you look at the pockets of where the copper wires are and where communities that are disadvantaged, there's a correlation there. I mean, the people that are in the more urban areas are better wired, they are better integrated in technology in the classroom. And this is where we start to have to build bridges for folks and not only look at how do we get this more in the classroom, but how do we make it accessible so that the person can have that in their home?
Part of their day-to-day lives.
Exactly.
Exactly, because if you're not using it day to day, it's not going to stick. I mean, when I was in high school, I took Spanish. Okay, my mom actually speaks Spanish. I do not speak Spanish. Why? Because my dad didn't speak Spanish and he didn't want it spoken at home. So I didn't use it every day. So I didn't learn it. So it's you've got to make it so it's accessible every single day and it's a part of your daily life.
And building that relationship, that's another thing. Really building the relationship to those that want that code, want to learn how to do code. Building that relationship and keeping the relationship rather than a one and done type approach.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, but I do agree that it comes a lot down to like education. Even okay, like my family maybe it's like very traditional. So obviously I feel like millennials are also the generation of transition where we have been ingrained enough into technology that we're able to talk about it to, like our kids, but at least my parents, for a woman there was specific set of industries.
Yep.
Like they wanted me
Oh,
to be
yeah.
a lawyer or wanted me to be, I don't know, XYZ. Done. Out of that, no. And obviously, when I tell them about what I do, they do not understand a single thing about my company or what's behind it. It's impossible to make them understand it as hard as I try. But at least, I want to make sure that for the next generations of, if for my own kids, that at least they are knowledgeable, right? Or they have the basics so that they can take, those decisions by themselves so that they know like, okay, so this is tech, this is what it involves, this is coding, this is what it helps me with, and then they can decide whether they want to do it or not.
Absolutely.
But at least
Yeah.
they should have that information, which I believe that up till today not a lot of people have had access.
So I do want to comment on that. So I do run a nonprofit called Haitians in Tech, and we do work with cities. We're predominantly based out of Miami, so we are part of the Summer Youth Employment Program. We have interns now, and what we find is that a lot of the interns, and I think it's a generational thing because back in the day it was like you said, you either are going to be a lawyer, doctor, or not even that. Boys took shop, and girls took home ec. It's not like that now. So all of the 14 and 15 and 16-year-olds that we're seeing, based on access, because access is important. It's a part of the city planning for whatever that locality is and where they're budgeting their dollars that they're getting that trickle down from the state and trickle down from federal. This is where it goes into civic innovation. We're finding is that in areas that are better positioned and that are better financed when it comes to education, all of those students, regardless of their gender, are all learning Python. So, like, you take a high school that doesn't even specialize in technology, it's not, it doesn't even have to be like a magnet school. They're all learning Python and HTML out the gate. So, like, a 14-year-old is going to outcode you, but that's a part of the fabric of their DNA now. And that's a part of, that was our Dreamweaver. And we all didn't take Dreamweaver, we took typing, so like here, and our parents had the typewriter, or we had the ribbon tape. But as it's evolving, they're coming out the gate learning Python. And my 8-year-old is like, "Oh yeah, I do this in Roblox and da da da." And I'm like, "Whoa, wait, wait, wait! You're coding in Python and you're 8? Are you
They
serious?"
are.
He's like, "Yeah, I know how to." He's like, "That's easy, mommy." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah,
Very
my
interesting.
4-year-old changed the admin password on the daycare computer
Yep.
system, you know,
Yeah.
because
Yeah. Yeah.
Generation Alpha is no joke. Like, this is synonymous with them. This is natural to them.
It is.
Like, and for us millennials, this is a completely different day and age. And while I do agree 1,000%, it has to do with, I don't want to say politicians. It has to do with people who are being cognizant and intentional about how they want to build their communities and how they want the future of what that community looks like.
Right.
How are they shaping the seeds of that community and making sure that they're getting the funding and they're prioritizing this type of education is going to be make or break. So you'll see that certain communities are going to thrive, and it's like 30 years from now, when Generation Alpha becomes the new millennials, it's like, well, why is this particular locality more successful than the other? Well, we all code.
But yeah, well, I think we come to the end. The little bell told us to stop. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, we hope that you enjoyed, the discussion. I think obviously at the end of the day, we all agree that obviously tech now is going to be part of our day to day, part of any role, no matter what, no matter whether it's sales, marketing, actual tech. It's something that we have to encourage the younger generations, to basically be close to, because it's gonna be what's gonna forge the leadership of the future. And if you're not in that wave, well, then you can forget about success,
Absolutely.
pretty much.
Thank you so much, ladies, for your amazing insight and motivational talk. Now, it is 4 o'clock, or it's a little bit past 4 o'clock. If you would like to speak to those ladies, please feel free to follow up with them and see if you can connect with them after the next session. And the next session is going to be the showstopper session, and that's going to be in room 306 in the health ballroom. So we'll see you all soon. And if you need some help finding it, please see our room assistants, and we will be happy to assist you there. Thank you.
two. Check, 1 2. Check, check, 1 2. Check, 1 2. Check. Check. 2.
working? Check. Okay. Hey, everybody, just a heads up, the award ceremony is going to begin at 5 o'clock, not 4:50. Everyone, just a heads up, we're going to start whenever the keynote is over. Then maybe another 5, 10, or 15 minutes. Apologies for the wait. Feel free to roam, hang out, network, connect, or come talk to me in the back. Keep me company.
Welcome back, everyone. In the spirit of great acts, here is a list of some exceptional people who have excelled in the field of IT and technology. Let us recognize and honor their efforts and contributions to the field of technology and innovation. I would like to invite Ms. Pam Furr on the stage to present the awards to the leaders of change. Pam. You skipped the stairs. Yes. All right. You'll have to bear with me. Wording is a little small here. It's a little dark on this stage. All right, here we go. So, for our next and first award for the afternoon, we have an enterprising tech visionary who graduated from the University of Waterloo and has been developing software since 2008. Please welcome to the stage David Shuck.
So thank you very much for the award and done. I really appreciate that. Throughout the years, it's been crazy. Many software that broke and problems. I've lost $250,000 twice in my life. It's all the money I had. So third time was the charm. Um, Finally glad it worked out after a decade. So it was a long time, but now we're just focused.
Congratulations, David. For our next award, this person is a results driven revenue and marketing operations leader with over 10 years' experience in business operations and strategy. Please welcome Damar Amaka. And I believe this will be a virtual award, so we will be accepting it on behalf of Damar. Congratulations, Damar. For our next award, this person is a dedicated senior manager of installation at Jack and Henry and Associates, overseeing implementation teams and representing the Enterprise Payment Solutions product group. Please welcome Demetrius Washington to the stage.
All right, thank you. Such an honor to receive this award. A couple of years ago, I had the Law 2.0 conference, but while I was an undergrad, I got sucked into banking, my career in financial technology, great career. So to receive this recognition, to be a leader, very much appreciated. Can't do the things about my team. So thank you.
parents while they're working. So thank you.
Congratulations, Demetrius. This next person is an experienced cloud practice leader at Paradigm Technology with a strong background in information technology and services. Please welcome Joshua Ratna Kishore Petla to the stage.
Um, Thanks everyone, and I'm truly honored and grateful for the for Intern 2.0 team recognizing me for the Outstanding Leader Award, for the for the commitments I've done. So I appreciate that, and I want to dedicate this for my parents and the family. Without that, I wouldn't be here. So thank you, and I express my gratitude for the Intern 2.0 team once again for making this award possible. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, Joshua. And for our next award, this person is the president and CEO of Tech Vision 21. They are a prominent entrepreneur, a national leader in science and technology. Please welcome Kelly Carnes to the stage.
Thank you. My name is Kelly Carnes, President and CEO of Tech Vision 21. I want to thank the Academy and the Internet 2 Selection Committee. And I want to accept this on behalf of my brilliant and hardworking team who are incredibly creative, provide great services to our clients now for over 20 years. And then the final thing I would like to say is now is a very big period of government investment in innovation. So if you're not already working with the government, now's the time. Thank you.
Congratulations, Kelly. And our next award goes to an individual who is the founder and CEO of InsureTech startup MedML and a leadership expert and a spectacular combination of actuarial and insurance expertise. Please welcome Nidhi Jain to the stage. Is Nidhi here? Oh, all right. Thank you. We will accept it on her behalf. And for our next award, this person is a seasoned partner and client of technology officer. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading this. A seasoned partner and client technology officer at Emphasis Corp, technology executive with over 25 years of leadership experience across insurance, financial services, and manufacturing sectors. Please welcome Fanny Balidi to the stage.
Thank you very much to the Internet Conference team. Appreciate recognizing the award and all the work that has gone in over 25 years. Started my career as a mainframe programmer before Y2K. Anybody remember that? All the way to the today we are talking about internet where robots are doing the programming and we are looking at an age where a lot more things are exciting to come. So I would like to dedicate this award to my family, my wife, my parents, and my kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And for our next award, this individual is a dynamic tech entrepreneur, CTO, and leadership coach known for driving innovation, inspiring teams, and transforming ideas into tangible products. Please welcome Satish Ramakrishnan.
Thank you so much for this honor. Uh, Thank you, Internet 2.0. Getting something like this for leadership is a great honor. It speaks for the great teams that I've had the pleasure of leading. So it goes to all my teammates from the last 25 years. And like the previous person, I also started my career long ago in mainframes and to the building AI, and ML in small wearables today. Quick marketing. Um, I have a startup now called the Cube with a Q. Uh, Video conferencing has been great for us in the last few years to get work done during the pandemic and remote work, but it's also taken a toll on people. It's a lot of stress. So we're trying to change that, put more social interactions and human interactions into your workday. So the Cube provides AI-powered 3D immersive virtual environments. So we're trying to get tech meeting humanity. So please check us out on at thecube.ai. And thank you again so much.
Congratulations, Satish.
Oh, he needs this one. We're getting you yours.
I'll give it to you.
And for our next award, this person serves as a president and CEO of LLTV, where he brings his extensive experience and proven leadership to the forefront. Please welcome to the stage Titu Sardner.
So thank you again. I saw some of you this morning, so I had to take her out over busy schedule, a full schedule to bring her with me today. So thank you, Leila, for coming with me. It's an exciting day because my wife and my little one, who's first time in Vegas, she's here. So I'm very excited. You want to say something? No. No? Okay, sure. So LLTV is a creative agency. We work with a lot of large enterprise customers for their digital content. So it can be marketing content, learning content, and any other different type of video content you can think about. We generate those contents for large companies. So if you guys need any of help with any of those, especially learning management system, please connect with me later. And with that, thank you to the Internet 2.0 committee and everybody who selected. So it's been a pleasure. And thank you all and have a great time in Vegas.
All right.
Congratulations. Our next award will be going to the managing partner of ARIA Consulting Partners, and they are a seasoned consulting leader with comprehensive background in strategy, technology, and operations. Please welcome to the stage Uzair Khan.
Hello, everyone. And first of all, thank you, Internet 2.0 Conference, for deeming me worthy for this award. Appreciate it. My name is Suzair Khan. I'm a managing partner at a boutique management and technology consulting firm, Arya Consulting Partners. My career, even though hasn't started as back as mainframe programming, but I do remember what that was like. I started in the age of BIDW, data warehousing, and quickly moved up to all the other cool AI/ML type stuff that we see today. I'm a seasoned consultant by trade with over 20 years, a little over 20 years. Started my career with Accenture, moved on to Deloitte, and then ultimately founded Arya Consulting Partners with my wife, Nida. And to be honest, I think this award, the true recipient would be my wife, who pushed my entrepreneur spirit and really pushed me to think outside the box, think outside the 9 to 5 job. Well, consulting is really not a 9 to 5 job, but think outside the firms that I was working with and really realize my true potential. So while I receive this award for me, it really is also for my wife Nida, who truly had the vision to start Arya Consulting Partners and really push me to be my best. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, Uzair. For our next award, this will be going to the president of Enterprise Engineering Inc., which is a technology architect with extensive experience in developing and selling technology solutions to financial services and healthcare companies in New York. Please welcome to the stage William Trapani.
I'd like to thank the Internet Committee for the award. It really is nice to be honored after about 50 years in the industry. So it's really, really nice. I would like to thank my wife and my family for always supporting me in my endeavors and encouraging me to continue to speak again and stuff like that. So it's really fun to get out here. And it was a great crowd and it's a great group with a lot of great topics. I'd like to thank both the people who I've reported to over the years, who I really learned how to become a good manager for, and more importantly, the people who have reported to me and worked for me, because I'd like to believe that when I started listening to them is when I became a better manager. Thank you.
Congratulations, William. And for our next award, this person is the founder of Non-Developers, which is a highly accomplished senior software developer turned educator committed to bridging the communication gap between technical and non-technical professionals. Please welcome to the stage Zishan Saeed.
So thank you very much. It's a huge honor to receive this award. So my journey into entrepreneurship stemmed from empathizing with one of my colleagues who had all the skills she needed in order to succeed in tech, but lacked the technical literacy in order to communicate effectively with developers and speak the same language as them. So quick background on what I do. I'm a content creator and a course creator, and I teach non-technical professionals what it is that developers do so they can build better products and better relationships with their development team. So receiving this award to me is not just a personal achievement. It's a reminder of the profound impact that technology can have on people's lives. To my incredible parents in Toronto and my family, thank you for instilling in me the immigrant mentality that transcends the past. And to my amazing wife, your love and encouragement is the reason why I'm here today. In conclusion, I just wanted to express my heartfelt gratitude once again for this award. Together, I know all of us as leaders can continue to shape the future harnessing the power of technology to create a better world for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Jisan. All right. Our next award is going to a venture capitalist, CTO, and founder, unicorn maker, is a visionary technology expert known for his remarkable ability to revolutionize companies and industries through innovation and resourcefulness. Please welcome Alexander Both to the stage.
Hey everybody. Um, so first I'd like to thank my parents for believing in me. Kusha Masumi, wherever the YouTube camera is, I'm sure he's watching right now. So for always believing in me as well and supporting me. Elisha Levin, my first co-founder in like 3 different startups. I slept on his couch for a while, so shout out to him. And Caden Moskowitz for always hooking me up with new opportunities. I'd also like to shout out the devs in Pakistan who are probably watching this or will watch this at some point that work with me at Share Mobility. And finally, getting the Visionary Award, I'm reminded of a quote that I think y'all will think is kind of funny, which is that a visionary is just a crazy person with an audience. So thank you to Internet 2.0 for being my audience.
Congratulations, Alexander. Our next award is being presented to co-founder of Elevated Levels, which is a senior executive leader, proven track record identifying, guiding implementation of vision for organizational growth through applying equity lens to organizational leadership. Please welcome Annie Holmes to the stage.
So I'm gonna try to clean that up just a little bit. You did a great job though. So Elevated Levels, we are a brand new organization. We are a family foundation, Elevated Levels Foundation Incorporated. You can check us out at elevatedlevelsfoundation.org. Just starting out, our business strategy is to build on the work of my husband and myself. So he is the other co-founder of Elevated Levels, Clifton Holmes Jr. And so basically, we're just taking all of our knowledge, career, expertise, and pulling that into a business to create a better outcomes for all people based on the social determinants of health. And so we're looking at organizational health as well as individual health and mapping out how do we bring everyone together so that we can all thrive. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Internet 2.0 Conference. Thank you to my husband and partner in life and husband of 21 years. I know we only look like we're 25, but we really are old. Thank you all so much. It has been a joy. And don't forget to check me out tomorrow. We're going to have a good conversation in my keynote in the morning.
Season. Thank you, Annie, and congratulations. Our next award is being presented to the Chief Energy Officer of Jump Ahead L3C, which is an entrepreneur force from Chicago who has made transformative impact through his dedication to nonviolence and community development. Please welcome DeAndre Jones to the stage.
How you doing, everybody? I just want to thank you, first of all, for this award. I stay in the second worst city for economic development in America for African Americans. I'm from Chicago, but I stay in GR, Michigan, Grand Rapids, Michigan. It's where Floyd Mayweather is from. And he doesn't give back a lot to that city, but I give back a lot to that city, and I came to put the city on. I work a lot to reduce violence. I'm a visionary. I'm going to be a global visionary one day. I really appreciate this award because I worked hard every single day. I never faked or pretended. I was genuine, I was authentic, and I just really want to inspire all of the visionaries for the next generation. I did it doing esports, and I can't wait to eventually make a mark on the world one day. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, DeAndre.
Thank you.
Our next award is being presented to a seasoned CIO of AMSYS Group with 20 years of expertise in the banking and finance sector. Please welcome Himanshu Sharma to the stage.
Hey, thank you guys, and thanks Internet 2.0 for the award and recognition. And you guys just remind me about the mainframe days that I also started myself. So it's maybe a theme of the day, right? But what I will say, technology has significantly upgraded everything. Our life has changed, our career has changed, and with the innovation that is done in last couple of decades, we are completely living in a different world. And I was just want to tell you, when I was doing the AI part, it take Pentium machines to train a model in 4 or 5 days, right? And now you can do all of that with a simple API call. So definitely things have changed. It's more like for a geeky word, the things are getting more and more where they can relate themselves. But thanks everyone. So regarding myself, like I'm working in banking and fintech for last 2 decades, set up 2 neobanks. So a lot of things are happening in fintech and a lot to learn. And I will say like it will be a changing world, and the speed of changing is getting faster over a period of time. Thanks for everyone.
Congratulations, Himanshu. And last but not least, this final award is going to a highly accomplished technology executive who is co-founder and board member of NFT Pedal LLC. Please welcome Suresh Subbu to the stage.
Hi guys. Finally, this is getting ended, right? So, thank you, Internet 2.0 team, for this second year of recognition. Last year it was leadership. This year it is visionary. Hopefully, it is a good thing, making progress. So, I would like to, dedicate this success to my team, my family, my beautiful wife who's taking the video, and my motivation is my kids. That's what got me into entrepreneurship. So we do NFT pedal. It's pretty much a B2B solution on getting any business on board into NFT marketplace within a couple of clicks. And as I got this visionary award, I just want to let you guys know I am working on an AI model where we want to get technologies to everyone's hands, and that is the vision of mine. Thank you.
Congratulations and thank you. All right, did we all have fun? Yes? That wasn't loud enough for me. Did we have fun? Yay! All right, that concludes day one of the Internet 2.0 conference. Before we part ways for the day, I'd like to thank our silver sponsors, Safe Partner Inc., and Vernacular Games for being such great supporters. Today was a wonderful combination of fun and learning. I can assure you that day two will be even better. Finally, I would like to remind you to use this time to network with your colleagues and other mentors in the industry, and maybe you'll meet somebody that shares your goals. So, I hope you all have a great night, and I look forward to seeing you here tomorrow. Thank you.